peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
It's going to be all about the binding. It does actually land on two. Can they lock him up? Ignite is down flat from Connect, and the first blood does come in.
Kendra's going to get focused on Svenska and kicks him back into the team. on towards him. As he lands onto Soaz, gets to the other side of him, kicks him back across the screen there. Will he be able to catch it? Doesn't matter, because Jankos comes in and finishes the job.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our final day of this Superweek in the European League of Legends Championship Series. I'm Joe Miller here with Trevor Quickshot Henry, and we're coming to you live from our studios in Cologne, Germany, as our teams continue to battle through the summer split.
Thank you very much, Joe Smith. Over the last 2 days and 11 matches, we've seen the standings sway, and with 5 more games to play today, there's still a chance for the bottom teams to try and make up some ground in the table.
But first, let's take a quick look at the highlights from yesterday's matches. We finally saw the Skarner that people were talking about, and it was Diamond who picked him up twice, but both games ended in a loss.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of whispers regarding the Crystal Scorpion and his potential in 4.10 with some of the changes to the other junglers, but I was definitely left wanting after yesterday's performances.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some other teams running him, though, because Gambit were really bullied in both of their matches.
And SK Gaming are currently on the downswing, having lost 3 out of their last 5 games. And even though they're still in second place, they're now in a tie with Fnatic. They were picked apart yesterday by Alliance, and then the Super Hot Crew just outclassed them.
So SK Gaming surrendered their game against Alliance in 21 minutes, which is the fastest a game has ended all year for NA and NU. EU rather. They just haven't had the best of luck. Over the last few patches, the champions that they're playing, which were instrumental in multiple roles, have fallen out of favor, and the team is just becoming slightly less relevant with their picks and bans, so they need to adapt if they want to return to that dominant form that we've seen in spring.
And the other hot story has to be the incredibly strong showings from Fnatic. They've secured 3 wins in the week and will be doing battle with Alliance today for a potentially perfect Super Week.
And it's great to see Fnatic back in fantastic form. They've shown the depth in all of their games this week, and it's going to become a matter of whether or not they can keep that up, or if they're peaking too early before playoffs, because that's the important matter as we're in the second half of the split.
And of course, there were some huge moments that had you guys lighting up Twitter. Let's take a look at 3 of your favorite #LCS big plays. First up was from Gambit versus Fnatic and features Soaz turning the tables on Darien. This one came from @WorkOzTheReal. That Soaz kick on Darien just made me jump out of my chair. This is the 3rd most talked about play.
And most likely back away, unless he's very aggressive, because he's very far off and there's not a lot of wards.
Oh, Darien has been completely baited into that one. Well, that was pretty sick stuff from Soaz, though, just diving behind him as he dashed forward, kicked him into tower range. Yellow Star actually popping his ultimate, which he didn't really need in the end. Darien being somewhat, I feel, outsmarted there on the top side of the map.
Sound like you fell out of your chair as well,
It was
Joe.
a genuine laugh.
It really was. Well, the next one comes to us. It was Kevin's 4-man attack from the Millennium versus Gambit match. It was from Araganto. He says, Kevin with an amazing 4-man stun. Just wow. This was your second big play.
There's a wild growth to save Diamond and to get the knock-up onto Kevin. When his Zonius comes in, Kevin dives in from the top side and he flashes counter-strike onto 4 men. And that is another 4 for nothing here. Brilliant. This time Kevin flash with the counter-strike gets 4. Really brilliant play. Last second on the counter-strike from Kevin there. And last but not least, there was Selfie's dominating plays during the Super Hot Crew's upset over SK Gaming. This one came from @Darpool and said, Selfie should get some #LCS big plays for that swag flag teleport into that fight. This was your most talked about moment in yesterday's European LCS.
He's going to give note on that one. There's nowhere to teleport. He's using the flag to get on towards. That means he's going to put him in amongst SK Gaming. Quickly turns around. And rated. Just drop where he stands. Couldn't do a thing about that one. Freddy's taken very low as well. It's Candy Panda. They want to get on. Jensen's in trouble. He has to use the Zonia's Argus intervention on himself. He goes down. Selfie just motors on through the rest of the team. Candy Panda focus on. He gets dropped down.
And in dramatic fashion, the Super Hot Crew find SK Gaming, melt SK Gaming. What a good team fight. all three of our plays brought to you by Wow, apparently. Anyways, you guys at home, if you want to highlight your big plays from today's game, send them our way on Twitter at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
And before we get into today's games, let's see where the teams currently stand. We have Alliance. Well, what should we really say about Alliance? They're 14-2. They own that first place, and they are the team to beat.
Completely agree. In fact, you have to go 4 games down to find second place, which is where Fnatic and SK Gaming are tied with 10 wins and 7 losses. In a tie for 4th, we have Millennium and the Super Hot Crew at 9-8, and struggling down at the bottom, we have Gambit and the Wolves, who are both looking to find what it takes to find a win on the last day of Superweek.
And we'll start things off today with the Copenhagen Wolves taking on first place Alliance, and then Millennium will face the Super Hot Crew.
After that, SK Gaming will take on the Copenhagen Wolves, then Alliance will face off against Fnatic, potentially for the perfect 4-0 week, and we'll end the Super Week with Gambit Gaming versus Rockaxe.
And to find more information about the schedule, the teams, the players, head over to lolesports.com where you can find all of that and much more.
Yeah, and while you're there, make sure to vote on today's matchups. Just pick the team that you think will win on the schedule, and we'll check in before each match to see how all you guys voted.
And with 4 weeks left in the summer split, you can find out how you can join us here in the Cologne studio to watch the LCS live. Just click on tickets at the top of the page for all those details. Now, we'd like you to head to Twitter and let us know which player is the backbone of your favorite European LCS team and why.
Try to answer these questions every time, but as an impartial shoutcast, I don't have a favorite team except for the production team. So for everyone behind the camera, they're the real backbone of the LCS.
Lame.
But in all seriousness, which player from a team competing in the LCS do you guys at home feel is the backbone and why? Send your answers to us at LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS. We'll also read some of our favorite responses later in the show.
So the first game of the day features the Copenhagen Wolves versus Alliance. The Wolves previously lost to Rockat, and yesterday they got obliterated by the Super Hot Crew. For the Wolves, their summer split has gone from bad to even worse, as their 3-13 record is a very rapidly turning into a possible promotion tournament slot. The Wolves do not appear to have reached the same level of performance that they had in the spring split ever since they lost Amazing and Forgiven.
Yeah, so if we compare the Wolves after 16 games in the spring split, they'd actually accrued 8 wins and 8 losses. However, this summer, they are at 3 wins and 13 losses. And truthfully, the Wolves have not found any sort of consistency, and they've tried multiple team compositions. They just can't seem to find anything that works for them. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but ever since losing Amazing and Forgiven, they simply have not been as competitive or at the same level. Airwax and Woolite have had moments of brilliance, but those moments are few and far between and not sufficient enough to actually help the team secure wins. Everybody needs to start picking it up if they want to turn this around.
Indeed. And meanwhile, Alliance come into this match looking to equal and hopefully for them better the longest winning streak in European LCS history. The stretch of 9 wins in a row was previously set by Fnatic in the spring split of 2013, and Alliance will definitely be hoping to shatter that record. And while we're talking about split scores, if Alliance continue their winning ways, they will need to hit 21 wins and 2 losses if they want to top Cloud9's incredible run from the summer of last year.
Joe, truthfully, Alliance are just performing on another level entirely, over and above everyone else in Europe. And simply put, I've got nothing but praise for them. If you look at their roles, they are first or second in KDA in every second role. And thanks to those high numbers, their overall team KDA is first. Because of all the wins and their performances, they've got the highest gold per minute at nearly 350. And because of their 14-2 record, they also have the most Barons and the most towers secured. They simply are the best team in Europe without a doubt. And this is going to be an uphill battle for the Wolves. I do want to highlight that yesterday Youngbuck did say on Twitter, look, we're struggling. Super Week is 2 games left. Maybe we'll pull some special tactics out, and we'll have to see what he does.
Well, last time he said that, he brought out the Heimerdinger in the top lane, so we can expect something maybe a little bit special this time from the Wolves. But first, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side today will be the Copenhagen Wolves, with Youngbuck in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Coutard in the mid, Woolite the AD carry, and Unlimited on support.
And on the red side, it is Alliance, with Wicked up top, Shook playing jungle, Froggen in the mid, Tabs as AD carry, and Nif as a support.
So let's take a quick look then and see how you guys predicted this match will play out. No real surprise, but according to the votes, you picked Alliance by a whopping 90%.
That is a massive amount, and interestingly, it's not their strongest vote. We've seen more fans in favor of Alliance in the past, and just considering their performances and how good Alliance are looking, the pressure's on them, all right? Copenhagen Wolves, everyone's expecting them to lose. So it's up to Alliance to deliver, and maybe if the Wolves can surprise Alliance, catch them off guard, that could be a way into this game.
So let's talk about bans and picks then, and what we're expecting to see in this game today.
The obvious ones of Kale and Kassadin going to be taking out the equation. I'm wondering if Yasuo is going to make it through. We've seen Kautard running it yesterday. We've seen Froggen playing it in the past. But a big question for me is whether or not Shook's going to get Lee Sin. You know, Shook has only played Lee Sin, Elise, or Evelyn in all of his games this split, which shows good picks and bans theory from Alliance, but it also tells you none of the other teams are focusing the jungle threat. They are more afraid of either Froggen or Tabs or trying to put Wicked on something uncomfortable. So we'll see what the Wolves prioritize today.
Well, let's see then, because the ban's actually coming in pretty quickly in this game, and so far, there's a lot of focus on that mid lane. We see Twisted Fate, Lulu, and Nivea banned out by the Copenhagen Wolves, Kassadin, Ziggs, and Kale banned out there by Alliance, and that leaves the Lee Sin open, a champion that both Airwax and Shook have really shone on. And I think that may well just be the first pick here.
It's definitely something that can work in the Wolves' favor, but when you consider that Elise as well as Evelyn are up and available, I would dare argue a different pick may have been somewhat smarter. Getting a priority support, maybe taking away Lucian, if that is something that Woolite wanted to run. Keep in mind, Woolite was the first player in Europe to play Ashe this year. And it wasn't the strongest of performances, but that was based on the team's decision and their movements around the map. So very quick picks and bans from both of these teams in the first game of day 3.
Yeah, Alliance actually locking in a support in the form of Nami and taking Orianna at a very early stage here. Interesting, with so much focus on that mid lane when it comes to the bans here, what Kautard's going to go for. My instinct is telling me Yasuo, though.
It's something that he can run with, but Yasuo will have a fairly difficult time in the laning phase against Orianna, obviously thanks to the range and the zoning power that Froggen's going to have with his command attacks. What I do like about the Orianna lock-in from Alliance is because you've got 5.5 mid lane bans, Lulu who can go top and middle, it means that Froggen is secured a champion that has a very strong laning phase that can bully most of the champions that you want to run middle, and it also limits some of your options. Keep in mind, Froggen also set one of the fastest 300 CS records just 2 weeks ago on this very champion.
And he actually told me earlier on, Joe, how many Wraith camps do you think mid laners are going to take today? And I said, well, honestly, Froggen, I've got no idea. What's that for a question? And actually, I should have probably expected it since he's picking Orianna into this one. So giving me some hints without actually giving me any hints in reality. We'll see what Alliance actually lock in here. Cogmore for Tabs, who looks a little bit tired there, having a big yawn. I'm just saying, guys, probably not going to be Teemo.
No, I don't think it will be. I want to highlight what Copenhagen Wolves have locked around this Ryze. They've got late game scaling, a strong front line with Ryze. It is counterbalanced by obviously a strong laning phase, ganking jungler in the form of Lee Sin. Youngblood is not really the type that I would imagine taking Lee Sin top, and the only reason I call that out is how well Soaz has done with it this week. Regardless, what I'd like to see from Woolite and the rest of the Wolves is this Lee Sin and Twitch roaming around, maybe trying to help out Ryze in the early stages of the game. And if they can accelerate the rate at which he can find kills and opportunities, that might help Copenhagen Wolves in the long run. But they don't have a super strong early to mid-game team fight because they need items on both Ryze and potentially Jax in the scenario.
Yeah, Wolves. If you think back to the last time they played Alliance, of course, the last game in London was actually a really, really good game where Alliance looked to be getting off to that typical Dream Alliance start of getting kills, taking towers and what have you. But the Wolves showed some real character to hold on to that one, and they're going to have a similar thing on their hands today where they're getting stronger as things go on, as Ryze builds up, as Jax builds up. They've also picked in Brom as a support.
So this kind of composition that you're seeing from the Wolves, Alliance has already defeated this week. When they took down the Super Hard crew, Alliance were up against a late game scaling team, and you know, they handled them very, very well. They bought time. If I'm looking back at the team composition, it was Braum, it was Shyvana, and it was Ryze for Super Hard crew. Alliance got an early lead, then all of a sudden Super Hard crew were winning some team fights in the mid to late game, and Alliance just moved around the map and forced objectives in a smarter time frame. For Copenhagen Wolves, the key is going to be getting Jax unlocked while simultaneously getting Ryze farm. If either of them can get kills, obviously that's a big bonus. And the tools to allowing the split push and getting those lanes working, in my opinion, will be good roaming from either this Woolite Twitch or Airwax on Lee Sin. Because if they don't get ahead, it's going to be fairly easy for a Shyvana Elise Orianna combo to get damage down on a fairly linear type of team composition from Copenhagen Wolves.
got to get off to a good start, and therefore you have to say that Airwax is probably the key man once again here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Bit of power, extra early power there with Lee Sin. We'll see if he can actually get things rolling either for Youngbuck in the top lane or Coutard in the middle. For Alliance though, as you mentioned, Orianna, a champion which we've seen everyone farming to incredible kind of levels with. Shyvana as well in that top lane for Wicked gives you that extra added ball delivery system with his ultimate.
So there's the makings of a wombo combo on the side of Alliance. If a Shyvana dives in, if Nami's tidal wave is there. But what is good about the composition is they're well-rounded. They have fairly strong engage, fairly strong flank. They've got strong disengage with Nami. So they have the jack of all trades, so to speak. And it's just going to be up to Alliance to pick the right moments to engage or disengage.
Well, now that the players have picked their champions, which lineup do you guys think is stronger? Tweet hashtag CWWin or AllWin to @LOL Esports to let us know, and we'll check the results in-game. 90% was the vote from LOLesports.com. I don't think it's going to change in terms of who you guys are voting for, but I think the percentage might drop a little bit.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you've got quite a few strong champions on the side of Copenhagen Wolves. Twitch has been somewhat hit in terms of his champion numbers in 4.10, but the itemization is more in his favor. So if he can get to the likes of that Ghostblade, Blade of the Rune King, maybe Infinity Edge stage, he has the ability to just shred through all of the members of Alliance. And we'll see if Copenhagen Wolves can get there.
Well, let's have a look. We are going into game for the Copenhagen Wolves versus Alliance. Two very different stories that these teams have. Opposite ends of the spectrum almost, with the Copenhagen Wolves lacking behind the rest of the league in last place, and Alliance destroying pretty much everyone. Only lost 2 games so far this split.
Yeah, the first thing I want to highlight is Unlimited starting with a all consumables kickoff. Got a bunch of wards as well as the cookie. And for Unlimited, this is going to be one of 2 things. Either Copenhagen Wolves want to use that vision to make some early plays and get maybe jungle invades down or roams around the map. Thanks to Braum's passive and the ambush power of Twitch, you can actually set up very good sort of ganks. Alternatively, it's going to be an incredibly defensive start for Woolite and Unlimited, and they're just going to play the extended vision game to ensure that Shook doesn't land any, 3, 4, 5 minute ganks.
Well, there is the pink ward placement. And I'm not sure that they can actually see the Alliance ward there. I think it might be just a little bit out of range. We'll find that out, though, as Alliance start to move forward. You see that they're actually going to have the duo lane on the bottom side of the map. Looks like Wicked going to take or look for that 1 versus 1 in the top lane. Although, Bromia wandering around down there, we do indeed see that it can't actually see it.
Copenhagen Wolves can see the vision. Alliance can't see Copenhagen Wolves' ward. So in terms of CW, they do have that small vision advantage, and you can see them grouping up to go for this red buff invade. So this is going to potentially just delay Shook. There's no implication of a lane swap in this scenario. Copenhagen Wolves didn't even get the ward. Just wandered on straight through it. So they will be aware of that, and it looks like Coutard is actually, once again, going to ignore the ward. So, cool story, bro.
Yeah, save that gold for later. That's what I'm going to go
What
with.
I do like, though, is in the bottom lane, Youngbuck, with the assistance of Woolite, is going to secure their own red buff. So it is a buff denial, as well as a delay on the side of Shook and Nif. Nif is obviously going to get to lane late, but the trade-off is the fact that Woolite is going to be, coming to lane very late himself. And they're going to jump on Froggen.
Oh, going straight in there. The prison comes down, but I think Froggen might have enough to survive this one. And the Contaminate comes out, burning down there as well. Poison ticking away, but Froggen survives. But that was a scary moment for Alliance.
Very scary indeed. Froggen's flash is burned, but count on bird both flash and ignite for that. Now Shook is the next target.
And Coutard coming across and forcing an early flash out of Alliance and doing so well about this. They need to be careful here. Froggen's still very low, not recalling. And then the prison Leasing goes in and Airwax gets the first blood for the Wolves. This is a very different style for the Wolves that we're seeing. And so far, it's caught Alliance completely off guard.
Based purely on the champion picks that they have. Because Twitch plus Braum are such good champions at picking and surprising your opponents. Look, they've got Shook now.
Oh. Going low as well. Woolite was a bit scared there of actually being locked up by Nami if he'd have gone anywhere near turret range, but Another little bit of a let-off there for Alliance as Shook went low. Didn't have his flash available because he used it just before that to get away from the invade from the Copenhagen Wolves in the jungle.
Okay, so what we need to do is we need to keep an eye on the average levels of both of these teams. Because of the fact that Copenhagen Wolves are roaming and trying to set these ganks up, Tabs has been solo farming a lane. So he's got more experience than what Woolite will have. Even though Copenhagen Wolves have got that additional kill, because they've been moving around the lane, it becomes a battle of who can get the most experience and CS, especially for champions like Jax and Ryze. So it looks like the lanes are going to somewhat standardize, with Kautar putting himself in a 1v2, and Copenhagen Wolves putting their AD carry and support in the mid lane. Another reason I like this little move from the Wolves is if Woolites and Unlimited want to go to support Airwax or go to the side lanes, they have more options to go through their jungle and also to invade Alliance's jungle. So the makings of an aggressive map-based positional play from the Wolves.
I saw that. The bottom lane of Alliance feeling, I think, a little bit unsafe. Unsicher is a German word. I don't know where that one came from there. Good job, Joe. Speaking too much German these days. But forcing them back. And actually, Youngbuck going to go aggressive onto Wicked here. Does get the stun down, but Wicked actually turning things around. This could be a close one if they decide to go all in. Youngbuck dives across. Wicked forced to use his flash away. And that was a close one again.
Very strong start for the Copenhagen Wolves. We talked about how Braum can move around the map, and he's already running to the top lane. If Wicked had not recalled, Unlimited would have considered going for that tower dive, and he's got the support of Airwax. Now this is especially important for Alliance, because their support, their numbers, comes from the bottom lane with Tabs and Nif, and they don't have the ability to, you know, move halfway across the map at a very quick pace. So if Copenhagen Wolves keep punishing and keep invading, they can even tower dive. There's a minion wave in the top, and it looks like they're going for it.
Oh, now we're going to start stacking that passive up. And when I say start, they started and then they stopped straight away. Wicked able to clear out that minion wave and stop the Wolves coming right under it. They're actually farming between the towers here. And Alliance are going to want to stop Airwax from doing that. Unlimited has stuck around as well, and now it looks like they're going to be roaming towards that middle lane.
Yeah, so Froggen's having a difficult time against Woolite, purely because Woolite is just getting those auto attacks down using his passive fairly effectively. And if Froggen keeps trying to trade with Woolite, obviously he's going to burn through his mana pool and he loses it. The one thing that Froggen is doing well is farming under his tower. He's got a 14 CS lead over Kautar, who's currently trying to fend off both Tabs and Nif. So we'll see which mid laner and which duo comes out ahead, because Woolite is falling behind Tabs thanks to that added poke damage that he's trying to put down on Froggen.
So Unlimited again looking like he's going to wander, and they're going to try and get in for a second time behind Froggen. There is a ward down. Unlimited will scan it out. There is the cocoon landing as well, but Shook needs to be really careful. That's a lot of damage. Stun comes down. Shook gonna have to repel, but he's coming right back on top of them. Have they got the damage? They do. This Airwaxer picks up the kill. 2
kills for Airwax in the opening stages of the game, thanks to very aggressive, very intelligent invades. Unlimited is playing a roaming support. Yes, he is a level down behind Nif, and he doesn't have any GP10, but he is giving gold to Airwax thanks to the fact that he's roaming and the pressure and the presence that he is applying. So very good play from Copenhagen Wolves, but the question is, can they keep it up? If they get the outer turrets down, how do they continue the aggressive plays if they extend this lead even further?
Yeah, that's the real question for me on this one. We've seen the Wolves get ahead before. They struggled to close out some of the games that they've actually won when they've started to fall behind or been a little bit unsafe, which is the right word this time. They've sometimes let those leads kind of slip away from them, just looking like they weren't really sure what the overall plan was and what the next move was. So that's going to be, especially against Alliance here, their decision making has got to be really on point.
Yeah, and again, you know, even though Alliance are 2 kills down, if you look at CS, they're winning top lane, they're winning mid lane, they're winning AD carry, and there's 4 separating the junglers. Now, you do have to count on the fact that Airwax has those kill gold, of course, but Alliance are still keeping up from a mechanical standpoint, and they're only 500 gold behind. So, yes, it feels like Copenhagen Wolves are making all the plays, and they are definitely dictating the tempo of this game. But the moment Copenhagen Wolves slip up, or the moment one of those invades goes wrong, Alliance can turn it around. Alliance can punish a bad dive or a bad engage, and we'll see if this is the turn. Doesn't look like it, though.
Oh, going in for Frog, and he wisely just delayed his move back there so that the Q from Airwax wouldn't connect onto him. Airwax still level 5 though, so he doesn't have the kick available to really control Froggen. Froggen's already got his ultimate, so underneath the tower, that shockwave could be dangerous. Wicked actually going to dive on through, on towards Youngbuck, who turns around, puts in the stun. Wicked falling a little bit low from that one, and Youngbuck coming out on top of that trade.
So trading ultimates for ultimates, and you know, it really felt like Wicked was just trying to shove the wave more than anything else. Ends up getting, you know, a bit more damage from Youngbuck than he was anticipating, but holding his own, grabs himself that Giant's Belt, and look at the movement now from Copenhagen Wolves. They've grouped up around the Dragon Pit, and they're continuing this jungle invade game where both Unlimited and Airwax are just trying to get in Alliance's face and trying to make their life very difficult. So Woolite, he's got the support, and they've caught Froggen just a little.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage, and a flash was burned there by Froggen. Having to get away to safety, knew that if that passive of Braum would be procced and stunned up under his tower, then he was facing a bit of a problem. Meanwhile, Youngbuck's come back into lane, gone Vamp Scepter, double Doran's Blade, has used his teleport here. Wicked's is still available, so that could become a factor.
And that all stems from Wicked's engage with his Dragon's Descent, because he cleared the wave out and bought time for him to go back, buy, and run back to lane. Oh, they're trying to dive Shook.
Yeah, going in there once again, the kick coming down. Shook actually reacting really quickly there with a flash. Gonna get the cocoon down as well. Can he get on top of Unlimited? He had the ball. Maybe looking for a shockwave setup, but nothing happening there. But the Wolves trying again, and they're gonna get the tower for it this time.
So that dive, even though it didn't get a kill, they got the flash out of Shook, and they were able to secure their first tower of the game. So it was quite smart. It's not over yet. They still want Froggen.
Unlimited coming in, and that could be a good shockwave coming down to Woolite, but it's not really got damage, and Froggen is gonna go down. Woolite picks up his first kill of the game. This is a completely different Wolves. They're looking really strong.
Yes, it is, and they are playing with a purpose. The one thing that I really like about this setup is while Copenhagen Wolves have been super aggressive and have been in Alliance's jungle the entirety of this game, Youngbuck and Coutard have been doing their best to CS. Coutard is obviously suffering because he's, you know, in a 1v2 setup, but Ryze and Jax are in lane, they are getting levels, and they're trying to get as much CS as they can. Copenhagen Wolves are going to secure this Dragon uncontested, and they're going to extend that gold lead to around 3,000, which is very, very good for 10 minutes. This is the number 8 team that has only picked up 3 wins in 6 weeks, 7 weeks in fact, and they are pushing Alliance around in the laning phase.
Really strong start by the Copenhagen Wolves. Wasn't expecting such a strong start, but at the same time, I think the Wolves themselves realized that, guys, we need to step this up. This current trend that we've got, only 3 wins on the board, needs to really change around. And so far, they've made some good steps to making that work out here in their final, in their first game of today's. Wicked here again, going to go towards Youngbuck, who pops his ultimate Unlimited, coming from the backside as well. So Wicked might have to be a little careful. Froggen actually coming around as well. Shook will now join in as Youngbuck will leap strike away. Wicked's got his ulti available. Are they going to try and dive it? I don't think so.
There was no shockwave for Froggen, so I think that had to be a hesitation factor. With the minion wave collecting to the tower, if the Wolves stick around, there is still the possibility of a dive. Dragon's Descent is up for Wicked, but he's going to back away from this one. And Unlimited, as manly as Braum is, just forces him away. The thing that I like about the Wolves' play is they haven't relented. Even when their dives have failed and their skill shots have missed, they carry on, and we'll see if Tabs can get away.
Oh, there is the flash going to come out, but they managed to land the Q, and then the kick right back into Coutard, who will finish this one off. That's Airwax that gets it, puts himself at 3-0-1 on the killing spree. And I said that Airwax surely will be a big factor in this game, and so far, it's really paying off. Right now, Wicked is in trouble as well. Unlimited going to go in, actually getting knocked back there. He's trying to man this one up with the shield and have a go at Wicked, who turns around. Meanwhile, Nib going to be caught out. Here comes Woolite from the side. Good bubble onto Woolite, but it won't save him.
So 4 kills now for Airwax. In the previous setup, he was trying to let that last hit go to Coutard, and unfortunately, it didn't work out. It was a very good flash kick, which I didn't even think he was going to do, which allowed them to get that kill onto Tabs. You do have to think that if Airwax is going to continue this level of performance, he needs that gold to be going onto the carries. You need Twitch, Jax, and Ryze to be the super beefy, super farmed members of Copenhagen Wolves if they want to continue this dominance in the mid to late game. But they've got their second tower, they've got a bigger gold lead, and there's no sign that Copenhagen Wolves are stopping. That's another buff steal. They've
Oh,
got Nif.
Nif got to get caught out completely by this one. The Q from Airwax has landed. No follow through though. Was already underneath the turret. Wicked, meanwhile, may be forced to back away completely from this top lane. TP is still not up, so he seems a bit reluctant to leave this lane, knowing he'll miss a lot of farm if he does.
Yeah, this is the first time, I would say, in a few weeks where Alliance have been behind by a significant margin and they need to play the catch-up game. This is something that Alliance, I feel, would be familiar with in the spring split, where they were struggling, where they did have troubles. And we need to see if they still have that ability to dig down, to rotate around the map, and to force objectives. Something that SK does very well when they're in scenarios like this is group up and either tower dive their opponents or react to their opponents when they're pushing side lanes. And I think Alliance, they made a gesture of that earlier, where they were grouping up for a potential dive or kill on Youngbuck, and obviously it was thwarted by Unlimited's presence.
Well, I didn't recall as I thought it was going to down in this bottom lane. Instead, he sticks around, gets himself some more farm, and has actually got more at the moment than that of Tabs, plus that 1-0-1 scoreline. Look at this, the Wolves again grouping up, looking for a bit of a pick, but I'm not sure that they're going to get it here. There's a couple of wards down already from Alliance. That's a good pink ward, though, from the Wolves to clear out blue buff.
Yeah, very, very smart play. And, you know, we talked about the levels. We talked about how we need to track how the teams are doing, and Wolves are actually ahead in most of the metrics. Very good cocoon from Shook is probably going to save Frog, and I think he most likely was going to get away. He does have flash, and a flash over the wall. So, Copenhagen Wolves, just by sheer presence and positioning, force a summoner spell out of Froggen. And they're keeping this up, they're keeping this level of control up, and very importantly, they're keeping their vision up to allow them to keep making these aggressive plays.
I think Unlimited needs to grow a spectacular mustache as well, because he is doing incredibly well, this whole roaming Brom, which has been so effective for them up until now. Interested to see whether that can continue for them. We have seen a couple more items coming in. See, Blade of the Ruin King is now done for Woolite. On the other side, Tab's going for Trinity Force as his first item here on Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and Unlimited's foregone any of those GP10 items. Yes, he's got a Sightstone, which you could argue is GP10. We'll get back to that as Wicked is fighting Youngbuck.
And he might actually be able to take him down with this one. This is a lot of damage coming in from Wicked. He's going to have to go underneath the tower. Has his flash available, will flash in there. One more should do it. Youngbuck will jump off to the wall. And here comes Unlimited to save the day once again. And Youngbuck getting away there with just a slither of health remaining.
Yeah, you can definitely see the moustache growing in Unlimited's face, because that is such a good play. Once again, being in the right place at the right time. And while it's Airwax that is securing the kills, it has been Unlimited's presence and movement that has really allowed that to happen. He's been involved in a few of the kills, and what I really like about Unlimited is he's involved in the tower dives, he's involved in the defenses, and he's reading Alliance's movements very, very effectively. Does need to be a tiny bit careful though, because he is, in theory, up against the top laner alone. But nevertheless, Youngbuck is going to make it back to the lane, and he's got his Blade of the Ruin King completed. So Youngbuck also hitting those important item spikes.
Oh, Woolite going to sneak up on Tabs, and there's a surprise. He's going to pop the rat-a-tat-tat. That's a lot of damage coming in. Tabs is going to go down. The tidal wave from the side. Good bubble. Actually, no, the bubble missed. Woolite turning it around there. Ignite was down. Airwax will come in to support, and Woolite's going to survive. Good pick kill.
Very smart play, and this is what Woolite should be looking to do elsewhere as well. He's picked up a kill on Tabs, he's going to delay his next item even further, and what's even more important is the timing of that kill, because as soon as they've taken Tabs down, it's allowing Copenhagen Wolves to get another dragon and extend this gold lead even further. I am absolutely shocked, because the Wolves have never played this well all year long, and Woolite, he wants Nif now.
And he's probably going to get him here as well. There's a bubble coming out, doesn't connect, and the finisher. Woolite now on the killing spree. We saw him there on the camera, gave a big shout, and now Youngbuck, though, could be in trouble. Froggen's coming in, Shockwave is available, there it is, in position to finish off. They don't even need to use the Shockwave.
Didn't need it at all. Youngbuck just gets dropped by Alliance, and we touched on how one of the only tools Alliance will have to make up this gold deficit is the tower dives, and they pull it off on the isolated member in the top lane. So Alliance are going to get their first tower of the game, going to pull back the gold difference, and the rest of the Wolves are now pushing the other lanes. Look at bottom inner turret, look at mid inner turret. Joe, in the pregame, I called out Airwax as well as Woolite and said, since losing Amazing and Forgiven, these two guys need to step up. 4-0-1, 3-0-1. They've definitely told me to sit down and shut up.
They have, and well, you can't really argue with his performance. Both of them doing so well, and now the Wolves continue to pressure on this inner turret. They're going to take that. Alliance can't defend it. And where has this Copenhagen Wolves team been for the last 7 weeks?
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. And you just can't do anything but really praise the decision making. They've got a massive lead with a very good late game team composition. And yes, Alliance scales incredibly well at the same time. Kog'Maw, Elise, Kog'Maw, Orianna, Shyvana will do very well in the late game. And I feel like in terms of team fights, Alliance should have a little more in their back pockets because of all of this CC. But if they group up at all, and Braum gets in with a multi-man knockup from Glacial Fissure and Youngblood gets in there, that's scary. Alliance, let's see if they can get Woolite. The answer's no.
Nope, stealthing up. Getting out of that one, of course, the stealth, one of the little changes to him for 4.10 that we thought may dissuade a few people, and actually it has. We've seen less Twitch play in 4.10 when we compare that with 4.9, but honestly, Woolite showing here that he is most definitely viable, getting up to that Blade of the Ruin King, catching out both Tabs and Nif here in that bottom lane, sat at 3-0-1, and now he's got a Ghost Blade.
Yeah, it's all about the picks for Alliance. Because they are very far behind in terms of itemization on their primary carries, if Alliance are able to force Copenhagen Wolves' hand and group up for tower dives or, you know, force a rotation and then punish a misposition, that's how Alliance can make this gold lead back. But they also need to avoid getting caught up, because look at Woolite. He's looking for rat-a-tat-tat.
Oh, now Wax is coming in from the side. They're going to try and kick Tabs back. The flash came in. Woolite did manage to get 1 kill, and now they're going for more. Shock is already really low. The Q not quite got the range there, and I think Alliance might be able to walk out of this one. Froggen just coming back will get the slow onto Coutard. And Unlimited, Airwax though, is still flanking around the side. They may go for this one. Unlimited still has his ultimate available. Airwax still has his kick as well, so if they can get in there, kick one man back, they may be able to get something started. Tabs is going to walk in. This is a phase check. This is not good news for them. Airwax does get one. Shockwave finally comes down, but there's the knockabout of Unlimited. Tab's going to be focused here and killed off, and the Copenhagen Wolves picking up more kills.
This is exquisite play from Copenhagen Wolves. This all started from Woolite surprising Alliance. He blew Nif up before Nif could even throw the tidal wave down. And then the Copenhagen Wolves just chased in all the right ways and managed to pick up even more kills. 5 kills on Airwax, 5 kills in Woolite. They grabbed their 4th tower of the game, and they're going to continue the siege. Alliance cannot team fight. They are so far behind that the only way they can win a straight-up fight is if they catch Copenhagen Wolves completely by surprise. And for the time being, I don't think that's possible, because the Wolves have just done such a good job at vision, have done such a good job at moving around the map, and they are making Alliance look like SK Gaming yesterday. The way Alliance punished SK, Copenhagen Wolves are punishing Alliance.
Well, I mean, everyone I think expected this to be the complete opposite. Alliance doing this to the Copenhagen Wolves, but Wolves showing that they might be down at the bottom of the league on only 3 wins under their belt up until now, but it's not over until the end of the season comes around, and they're playing for their livelihoods here, and you can see that there seems to be a newfound motivation for the Wolves. It's almost as if someone's given a kick up the backside and said, guys, get it together, because we can't afford to keep going like this.
20 minutes into the game, and the Wolves have still not let up this presence in Alliance's jungle, and they're going to continue making moves. Copenhagen Wolves are going to discover this ward from Alliance, and Alliance can't contest. I mean, Alliance really can't pick these fights. They're, 8,000 gold down, there or thereabouts, and we haven't seen any initiations. We haven't seen any plays from Alliance because they haven't been able to. They've been playing reactively, and they've been playing at the Wolves' tempo.
Baron, though, something that could easily change this game. Woolite, oh, he's playing dangerously. Actually, he's going to catch out Shook. That's a decent chunk of damage. Are they going to go back towards Baron now after doing that damage to the Alliance jungler? I think Baron would be such a good way to lose this game now for the Copenhagen Wolves. I have to say it.
Nope.
because we've seen it before, but they're doing a good job here of keeping Alliance really busy
That's a Shockwave.
in that mid lane. We are going to see the damage coming down. Shockwave used for Unlimited, tanking up, and meanwhile, the Baron is going lower and lower and lower. Will they be able to finish it off in time? They do. The Wolves pick up the Baron, and another great move for them. Meanwhile, Woolite's going to stealth up once again. Can he catch anyone out? Who's he going to go for? He's going to go for Tap. The damage from Rat-a-tat-tat, but a good bubble for the disengage, but they're losing this tower, surely.
Alliance got completely baited into that 5v2. They threw a bunch of ultimates at the Wolves, didn't even get the kill. So a 23-minute Baron for the Copenhagen Wolves. It opens them up to an inhibitor turret, inner turret rather. Alliance were already playing passive, were already playing defensive against the Wolves. With the 10,000 gold lead and Baron buff, Alliance need to turtle under their inhibitor turrets and not leave for another 15 minutes to try and make up this goal difference and become relevant again, because they're simply being outclassed.
Destroyed, aren't they, really? There's no real kind way to say it from Alliance's side, but the Copenhagen Wolves coming absolutely flying into this game. You heard from Youngbuck, special tactics may be needed against Lime. They've got nothing to lose coming into this game, and maybe that's what's been a problem for the Copenhagen Wolves, that they've had all this pressure on them, knowing that things aren't going so well. Maybe they needed a kind of pressure-off scenario where no one expected them to win. 90% of you guys on worldesports.com voted for Alliance to win this game. It seems like these 90% votes seem to be a bit of a curse for some of these teams.
Okay, if this game continues going the way that it is, Alliance will have lost 2 games where the public opinion was 90% and above. It happened against the Super Hot Crew at the beginning of the split. It's happening right now in front of your eyes. And those special tactics, we assumed were going to be picks. We assumed they were going to be unique champions, because Youngbuck is not averse to playing oddball champions. And it wasn't that. It was the 2v1 mid lane. And it was just a very, very heavy map-based strategy. And thanks to the Wolves actually finding the kills, and more importantly, maintaining vision control, that's what's allowed them to punish Alliance. Every time you look at that mini-map, there is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 wards down on the mini-map, and it's just so good for them.
71%. It's funny how 25 minutes can change everyone's mind. Hard to argue. I actually expected it to be more like 90% for the Wolves at this point, considering how this game has now gone. The Wolves just waltzing on in, finishing off that inner turret, looking now maybe towards the inhibitor. Woolite gonna get bubbled up. Unlimited gonna block everything out though.
It's very important for Nif to time his tidal wave. If he throws that down into Unlimited's unbreakable shield, it will just completely mitigate that spell. So Alliance need to be baiting out the unbreakable shield from Unlimited, and then prevent, and Shook's in trouble.
Shook getting caught last second. Repel though will mean that he can stay alive, but he's forced away at least 5 versus 4 underneath the turret. Actually 4 versus 4, because look at Jax. Youngbuck is pushing out that bottom lane as well. TP available if he needs to get in for a fight.
Yeah, we need to see how Alliance decide to defend this. No key spells have been used yet, and Tabs is fighting so far behind. He's only got a Cutlass and Triforce. That's a good bubble.
2-man bubble, but there we see actually Airwax going very deep onto it. Tidal Wave does come out. Unlimited uses ulti. There's the 2-man Shockwave. It's got the AD carry. There's Summoner heal being used, and there's the turnaround. Woolite dominating. Is he going to get Shook as well? I think there's enough damage from the poison. It's a double for Woolite, putting him up to 7-0-1, and this is the in-hit.
They're definitely going to get the in-hit. With Froggen and Shook down, they're going to secure the objective. It may not be over, as Youngbuck has got a minion wave on the bottom half of the turret. There's a minion wave pushing up the middle lane as well. The Copenhagen Wolves have got 20 seconds before Alliance are back at full force, and they are punishing the base of Alliance.
Yeah, this is going to be a second inhibitor for the Copenhagen Wolves, leaving just that mid lane, which, as you rightly pointed out, is pushing in favor of the Wolves. And a swift move there. I thought with that shockwave coming down, with the bubble starting it off, that the Copenhagen Wolves might be in a little bit of trouble, but they're just so far ahead in this game that it's even hard when Alliance get a good opener like that to finish off the kills.
There are no words to describe what is happening. Cowtard's been jumped on, but it's Shook, the one that you are in fear of his life. We'll see if he can get away.
Nope. Woolite gonna get that one. Legendary now at 8-0-1, and they're just gonna bully their way in onto the turret. You see the Alliance backing away from it completely, knowing that they can't stand and defend, and they've only got the Nexus turret and the Nexus left.
I have no idea where Copenhagen Wolves have found this level of performance. They have just melted Alliance in every single regard. Individual play, team play, map movements. I mean, even the swag flash away from the bubble, and Woolite is going to look for more.
And there we see Wicked diving in. They use the shockwave. They don't even get the support down, and Woolite is just dumping on them from the backside there. Couldn't quite get the damage to finish off another kill, but he may have done enough damage to force them away and have a good go on these inhib turrets. Here he goes once again around the side, going to go on towards Tab, who's surely going to go down. No, he seems to have got away, at least for now, back onto the fountain. Got no health remaining. A kill for Rise, and this is surely the game for the Wolves. They're very, very low though. They need to be a little bit careful here. Well, they're going to rip through those Nexus turrets. First one already going down, second one full HP, but Alliance coming back out of the base in full health. I think that's enough of that push now for the Wolves.
There are so many super minions for Alliance to deal with. They don't even have the items to clear these waves super quickly. Towers are going down. There's nothing left for the Alliance base to defend. They've held onto it. Oh, the turrets, the minions got it. There's only a Nexus remaining at 28 minutes on the clock. And Copenhagen Wolves are going to close this game out at some point in the not too distant future.
And if you'd have said to me, Joe, Alliance are going to get destroyed today by the Copenhagen Wolves in maybe half an hour game and only get one kill and one turret, I probably would have just laughed at you and said, I don't know what you are even thinking about there, because this outcome did not look possible considering the form that both of these teams have been. Alliance here struggling with the super minions in their own base right now with that Nexus already taking a little bit of a beating. And look at this, the Wolves have healed up. They spent all the gold that they had. Some of them are sat on 3,000 gold after that, and they're going to come straight back in and try and win it.
There's next to nothing Alliance can do to defend this push. Copenhagen Wolves looks like they're just going to focus the Nexus
There
down.
we go, dive comes in. We are going to see the shockwave coming out, but Shook going to be focused. Woolite now legendary. There is a dive onto the fountain. Does go down, but Woolite gets another kill. Nexus is finished off, and in less than half an hour, the Copenhagen Wolves pull off the shock of the split so far and take down Alliance. Wow.
Now that howl is something we have not heard in a while. Woolite was ecstatic after that win. 11-0-2. His team played phenomenally around him, and the Copenhagen Wolves completely decimate Alliance. Alliance never get a chance to do anything. They never get a chance to fight back.
I'm a little bit lost for words from this one. I did not expect today of all days to go like this. And it wasn't even a close, I don't want to say hard fought, because the Copenhagen Wolves obviously came into this very prepared, but it wasn't a close game. Alliance didn't really have anything to say about it. As I said, they got 2 kills, one of which was on to Airwax right at the end with the help of the Fountain. They got 1 tower in this game. They were almost 20,000 gold behind by the end of it. And Alliance, whether they underestimated the Copenhagen Wolves here somewhat, I'm not sure. I'd be very interested to hear about that.
Truthfully, even if they did, it was the strategy that the Wolves put in place that won them the game. This wasn't a matter of Alliance making mistakes that cost them. The Wolves forced their hand. The Wolves were in the jungle, they were invading, their vision was down, they had a roaming support the entire game. Airwax spent more time in Alliance's jungle than he did in his own jungle. It was a very clear strategy going forward. And, you know, in the pregame, I was very opinionated that, for me, Airwax and Woolite are the people that need to step up. In the spring split, it was Amazing and Forgiven that helped carry wins. And if this is what Airwax and Woolite are capable of doing, they need to just find that juice, whatever they had before the game, and do it every match.
And they definitely told you to shut up and sit down in this one. 11-0-2 for Woolite, 5-1-8 for Airwax by the end of it. A fantastic upset win by the Copenhagen Wolves. Now we're going to go over to Shox, who's on stage with the Wolves as, I'm sure, very happy young buck.
Thank you very much, Joe. First off, congratulations, unbelievable. Tell me how good it felt to be able to do that howl again here on stage after that win.
Well, it has been a while, so it felt very amazing, especially after the first 2 losses that we thought that we actually had a chance of winning. We go into this match knowing that if we play their game, it will be very tough. So we said we're going to try to surprise them, and Woolite actually came up with the idea of giving himself the red buff and ganking level 2. And we just wanted to take Shook out of the game with all the invades we did and constantly putting pressure on them.
All right, so you have that plan in your head, and it does work out in the beginning. So at what point in the game do you know we can just do anything we want right here?
For me, it was hard to see. I was very busy with Wicked. He was playing very well, and he knew the matchup. So I had my problems, and I was just focused on my own game. I didn't really have anything to do with this strategy, so it was mostly the jungler and mid lane roaming a lot.
And tell me a little bit more on the scope of things, because this was an awesome victory against the #1 team, but still only 4 wins up in the season. So what's the thought process going into the next games in the season here?
Well, we're trying to aim for the playoff spot right now. It's pretty hard, especially after the first 2 losses, but we said that if we can get 1 or 2 wins today, then we still have a chance to go there.
Yeah, you actually said on Twitter, we're going to go full EU LCS today and beat SK and Alliance 1 down. What'll be the key to taking down SK Gaming?
Maybe not as hard of a cheese as we did this game, but maybe something different than usual.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Whew, what a game. We're going to need a break after that. We're going to upgrade our footwear to Boots of Swiftness so we can be back in 3.5 for Millennium versus the Super Hot Crew.
It's a Jax. It's a Jax. It's a Jax. It's a Jax. You're a Jax. It's 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 a Jax.
And we'll see if Tabs can get away.
Oh, there is the flash going to come out, but they managed to land the Q, and then the kick right back into Cowtard, who will finish this one off. He's got the AD carry, so summon a heal being used, and then turn around. Woolite dominated. Is he going to get chucked as well? I think there's enough damage from the poison. It's a double for Woolite. Go dive comes in. We are going to see the shockwave coming out, but Shock going to be focused. Woolite now legendary. There is a dive onto the fountain. Does go down, but Woolite gets another kill.
LCSers. I'm joined here at the analyst table by Lee the Man Smith and Martin the Fisho Lunge to break down that match between the Copenhagen Wolves and Alliance. Pretty uneventful, I would say. Just kidding. What a game by the Copenhagen Wolves. Let's take it back to the beginning, because as we saw so often from them, going for that late game comp again and maybe worrying their fans, are they going to try the same thing once again? But it was a lot better.
I was a little bit scared in the start when I saw the pick and bans, because normally when they play these late game comps, they play very aggressive, like we saw here, but more team fight based early on. They end up losing the team fights and therefore also lose the games. They had weak lanes. I mean, the Twitch wouldn't be able to do much against taps on the Cogmore, and at the same time, we had Ryze in mid lane against Orianna here. So what Copenhagen Wolves did was just swap them around. Put Woolite mid on Twitch here, completely surprised Alliance, and then of course send Kaos bot lane to 1v2 by himself. A little bit weird, he could actually farm 1v2 against a Nami, who should be able to bubble him on the tower, also with Ignite, and therefore try and maybe kill him or force him away, but he managed to farm pretty well. And overall, the pick comp then from the Wolves really worked once they got going.
But that's also the problem. You talked about the Nami in there. Nif wasn't there too much because he was too busy worrying about what the hell is going on in the jungle. Airwax and Unlimited were just non-stop roaming. And we talked about the wards earlier on. I'm going to jump straight to that one, because the ward control, Copenhagen Wolves, they took down the tower early in the mid lane. Alliance just carried on like it was a normal game. They were just warding out the river. They were not focused on the fact that Airwax was in their jungle the entire game alongside Unlimited, and they were just ganking freely, non-stop.
The Fisho, as a support, what could Nif or any of the other guys have done to put the vision wards down or the wards down so that the game would go back in their favor, or is there no way at that point?
Of course there's a way. I mean, as Lee just said, don't put your wards in the river only once your mid tower is gone, because the enemy team is going to run into your jungle, and yes, you might see them run into the jungle, but if you don't know what they're doing in there, what does it matter? I mean, he could run to top lane, bot lane, whatever Airwax wanted to do, and it meant every time Copenhagen was, every time Alliance tried to farm or pick a fight, Airwax would just show up, turn it around, get another kill for the Wolves here. So it's a team effort. Everyone, they had to buy wards. As soon as you fall so far behind and you lose your mid tower early, everyone needs to buy wards. You need to place them inside your own jungle as well, so you can see what's going on, and then just try and farm. Don't look for fights. Alliance did the same thing. They walk into the blue buff of Copenhagen Wolves while they're already very far behind. Nif got caught out of position, I believe it was, died instantly, and then Copenhagen Wolves chased them off, got 2 more kills, and I'm not even sure why Alliance were trying to contest the blue buff while you're already like 5,000 gold behind after 15 minutes.
Lee, talk to me about the performance here, because we did call out the changes that have been in the team, but Airwax and Woolite, Youngbuck actually mentioned, I believe it was Airwax, he just came up with the plan, but there's a big difference between coming up with the plan and actually executing it the way he did in this game.
Yeah, and remember, these guys are new to the split. They are only on their, 7th week now in the LCS. Brand new players, replacing, of course, Forgiven and Amazing, who's gone off across the team. Solo Min's doing fantastic over there. So there was big shoes to fill coming into this one. A lot of pressure on them. But Woolite, 11-0-2 in that game on Twitch. The first time we've seen him going absolutely crazy aggressive. He's played some good champions, and we were talking about how well he's actually been doing. He's got a great KDA. You were referencing it yesterday. He has now surpassed Forgiven in kills in the entire spring split. Forgiven's had 80 kills, didn't he? Now he's already passed that as well. So he's doing actually a very good job. And finally, the rest of the team step up alongside him.
Yeah, let's turn our attention then to Alliance. Copenhagen Wolves, great game, but they still have a game coming up versus the SK Gaming to see what they can do. On the other hand, Alliance, what was it, the Fisho, in this game? Was it overconfidence? Was it not preparing enough?
Well, overconfidence was definitely a part of it. And then really being surprised by Copenhagen Wolves being so aggressive in lane swaps and in the early invades where they managed to get an early kill on Froggen as well. I think Alliance just went into the game saying, you know what, we just standard lanes, we just farm up, we go to team fights, we win the game, move on, and that's about it. Focus on Fnatic later in the day. And instead, Copenhagen Wolves just completely surprised them, outplayed them on every single part they could, and just won the game. So overconfidence, definitely for Alliance. And they had issues against Copenhagen Wolves in London as well, where the game was like 50 minutes long, it was back and forth, they could have lost it. So I feel like they really need to make sure once they play these lower ranked teams, especially like the Copenhagen Wolves, they take them very serious and prepare properly.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we see in traditional sports all the time. The bottom team suddenly beats the top team, and everyone's like, what just happened? Especially after they beat SK Gaming in 21 minutes yesterday. So just simple overconfidence, lack of preparation. I don't know what it was going into it. But of course, on the Copenhagen Wolves side, they can go into this game, nothing to lose. Absolutely play freely. And maybe that's what they need to do in the next match, of course, against SK Gaming. You heard Youngbuck talking about it. They're pretty confident right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I know what it is. It's the EU LCS, and we love it. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. And now we're going to send it back over to Joe in a quick shot.
Thank you very much, Shucks. Before Joe talks, I want to have a mini rant because I hate the negative connotation attached to the word cheese. First of all, cheese implies something that is unique, something that is slightly against the norm or against the meta, which is what Copenhagen Wolves did. But the way they played, the way they controlled vision, and the way they prevented Alliance reacting means they can definitely do that again. If they play to that level and land their skill shots and make the dives, that is just a different style of play. It was incredible to see, and I'm blown away. And there's a lot of talk and Mata cheese, they can never do it again. I'd like them to do it again to prove everyone wrong because, hell, break the norm, beat the #1 team in Europe, and maybe that's the way to topple empires. I'm done.
Your blood pressure is going to be getting high. You need to be careful not to blow a blood vessel from that one. Well, guys, the next game of the last weekend for both Millennium and the Super Hot Crew is coming your way. Millennium secured, of course, that win against Gambit yesterday, and what an incredible victory it was. But earlier this week, they lost matches to both Fnatic and to Roccat. Sadly, Millennium have continued their heavy swings in performance, and it's just very hard to predict or anticipate which Millennium will show up on the day.
Yes, and maybe for Wolves in the future. So when Millennium lost to Fnatic and Roccat, they ran a different style of composition than what we're used to seeing from them. And we keep talking about how we want them to expand to different comps, but the problem is Millennium clearly demonstrate a lack of ability to perform with them. So for example, Kerp went back to playing Ziggs. He also played Lulu, and his stats on those two champions were combined 7, 8, and 7. But when playing against Gambit, he returned to an Assassin with Fizz, and the rest of his team played pick champions. He ended up going 3, 4, 13. Half the deaths, nearly double the assists. It's just clear that Millennium are more comfortable and more confident on those in-your-face Assassin pick-type champions.
And for the Super Hot Crew, they were decimated by Alliance on day one. Well, they bounced back to fend off and outplay SK Gaming in the super late game, and then they were dominated. They managed to dominate the Wolves yesterday as well.
Yes, they did, and I was very surprised and impressed with how Super Hot Crew handled SK Gaming in the mid to late game play. I think their map play, the positioning, was a marked improvement over last week's, and while it was slow and safe, it actually was exactly what the Super Hot Crew wanted to do. Yesterday, I also called on Impaler, saying I think he needs to step up his game if he wants to help his team secure wins. And he also told me to sit down and shut up because he went 11, 4, and 25 on the day. He went unkilled on Elise in one of his games, and he just had a very massive impact at all stages of the games in both of his matches yesterday. He'll be looking to do the same today.
Well, both of these teams have a lot of respect for each other, with the Super Hot Crew praising the addition of Cortenex and Millennium highlighting Kasing's innovative gameplay. Well, Super Hot Crew's Impaler is wary of Millennium's flexibility and hopes to improve their record against them.
I think Millennium has got strong players all along, and Cortenex really filled the role of the jungler they need. Because Aranea had a very set way of playing. He'd get level 3 and then gank every lane. But Cortenex is now, I think, a lot more strategical, and he applies pressure where it's needed rather than just pressure everywhere.
They have a bit the same problem as us. They haven't really come together like as one. They aren't really on 100% on the same page. And I think that's why they have kind of a shaky performance.
I think we won 5 against them in the last 2 splits. I don't know if we don't respect them enough or whatever it is. We just can't beat them.
I think Kasing is one of the most talented supports in solo queue at least. He innovates the most random things.
He plays a lot of unusual stuff usually in solo queue, but here in LCS he's been stacking more to meta champions.
Having a fresh mindset is really beneficial to everyone anyway.
They've got all these good players together who can work as a team instead of just kind of doing the same regime every game. They're a lot more flexible, and now they're a lot more flexible, they can win a lot more games.
Flexibility the key for Millennium, but not too flexible, because you've seen when they're out of their comfort zone, they just don't perform.
Yeah, I completely agree. One of the things that I like about the Super Hot Crew side of the story is Kasing plays oddball champions in solo queue, which makes it easier to play well on your main champions on the stage, landing those skill shots, different styles, and having a diverse knowledge base helps you make the right decision at the right time.
Well, let's check out then the starting lineups for our teams. On the blue side, it's Millennium, with Kevin in the top lane, Cortenex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Creaton the AD carry, and Jay Ree the support.
And on the red side, it is the Super Hot Crew, with Mimer in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie playing mid lane, Mr. Rolls in AD carry, and Kasing in the support role.
So before the players head onto the Rift, let's see how you guys called this game. According to lolesports.com, 60% of you voted for Millennium. That's an interesting one.
It really is. You know, if you look at the two teams, you kind of feel like Super Crew have got a little more support behind them in the bigger picture. And if you look at both of their records, they're both at 9 and 8, tied for 4th place on the ladder. So this game is actually going to determine who will get 4th and who's going to take that 3rd place spot. Or rather, who's going to fall to 5th place, if my math works out correctly. And I think if Millennium get ahead, that's how they control the game. If they don't get ahead, I feel like Super Crew have got a better strategic and macro level game to counterbalance Millennium's weaknesses.
So let's talk picks and bans then, and where we're going to be focused on in this one. In fact, we are just going to get into picks and bans, so we can quickly touch on where the focus is going to be.
Kale, probably a Yasuo ban against Selfie. Kassadin ban on the blue side for Millennium. It's something they always do. And my question is, does Impaler get his hands on Lee Sin or Elise? He has shown just how good he is on Elise. I believe he went 8-0-9 yesterday, if memory serves. And it is a champion that should, and most likely is, going to get banned against Impaler many times in the future.
Well, we see the first 3 bans for Millennium, or the only 3 bans, of course. Kale, Yasuo, and Kassadin continuing that trend of taking away Kassadin, whether they're on the blue or the red side. And for the Super Hot Crew, also focusing on Kerp there. Ziggs taken away, Twisted Fate taken away. Who is the final ban going to be? It's Irelia taking that away from Kevin.
Yeah, and in terms of the mid lane bans, Millennium do hinge on Kerp's performance, and Super Hot Crew do also hinge on Selfie's performance. While Mr. Riles can carry and Impaler has the ability to feed the other lanes, generally, if Selfie's slightly off his game, the Super Hot Crew are not picking up those wins. So that's probably one of the primary reasons for a lot of this mid lane focus in terms of those bans. And the real question is, what does Super Hot Crew prioritize? With Lee Sin off the table and not available, there's no real rush for Impaler to grab a jungle Elise. But on the same token, they could deny the likes of an Aatrox and Irelia or something like that in the top lane against Kevin if Mima wanted to go that route.
I think we might be seeing a Lucian pick as well in this first round for Mr. Riles. We'll see about that. Of course, Lee Sin was first picked in there, and we see time and time again that Cortex really performs well when it comes to Lee Sin, and that's something that Super Hot Crew have got to be real wary about today.
I agree, and seeing the Elise lock in, the alternative strategy, as opposed to denying a pick by locking it in, it allows you to be counter-picked. In this scenario, being on the red side, having 2 more picks after Millennium reveals something more, is going to give them the option to counter-pick that AD carry like you talked about. Twitch is available, and you've just seen how powerful Twitch plus Braum can be in terms of roaming. And Elise can do a similar role as, you know, Cortex can do on Lee Sin. You know, early ganks, get the cocoons down, get in people's faces. So this is just a slightly different approach to the game for Super Hot Crew, looking for those counter picks and trying to come out ahead in terms of picks and bans.
So Lucian was left open from that, and Millennium seemed to want that straight away for Crits, so that's locked in along with a Jax for the top lane. With that Irelia being banned away by the Super Hot Crew, Kevin feeling like he can move on to Jax and come up with the goods in this one. Now for the Super Hot Crew, AD carry, I'm expecting that mid lane pick is just going to be left till last so that they can counter pick it.
Yeah, I think so too, and it's something that you do see actually a little less often these days on red side. It used to be the de facto thing, but now we are seeing mid lane picks coming up earlier, and Mr. Riles really thinking about which AD carry he wants to run. You've got magic damage in your jungle already. And if they do run the likes of a Corki, you generally do that in your AD carry role if you're looking for more magic damage. So really thinking about the options that they want to go for. And Ryze has definitely become a bit of a sleeper pick this week. In Super Week, we've been seeing him significantly more. And Selfie, once again, going to be running that late game scaling champion.
Interesting pick up that. Could, of course, also end up with Mima in the top lane, let's not forget. See if that Ryze gets spread about the map a little bit more. Twitch also taken here for Mr. Riles, so it's going to be on that champion. What a Millennium looking for? Mid laner and a support pick here, neither of which is Teemo.
Dare I say it, but the Super Hot Crew have got the makings of the Copenhagen Wolves comp from the previous game. You know, very similar playstyle in terms of finding picks, in terms of late game scaling. And you know, you were touching on the support and the mid laner. What works for Millennium is when they have heavy engage. Yesterday, I was looking at Jerry's Thresh pick and saying, yes, Jerry rather has the ability to dominate with Thresh, but he also has the ability to have little to no impact, and that was the case. But as soon as he switched to his Leona in the second game of the day against Gambit, he absolutely destroyed them and played incredibly, incredibly well. So I like what I'm seeing from Millennium. They've got early game, they've got a fairly strong mid game, and if Jax can get to split push, that's where he can do well in the late game.
So what are the Super Hot crew going to finish off? Will that Rise be in the mid lane for Selfie? Will it even head up into the top side of the map for Mima? Although it looks like they may end up with that Shyvana against Jax. Big tanky champion's always going to be good for Mima. Actually switching out there last second and picking up the Lulu.
So Lulu making it all the way through to the last pick. And Super Hot crew have got a little bit of everything. They've got pick champions in the form of Twitch as well as Elise. They've got good team fight champions with both Lulu as well as Braum in there. And the key for them is to make sure that Kerp doesn't get ahead. If Kerp can get himself some kills early on and punish the squishy champions of Elise, Lulu, and Twitch, that can be Millennium's way into this game. But assuming the wild growth is on point and Selfie doesn't have too much of a bad matchup in that middle lane, I think Super Hot crew can deal with the composition Millennium's put together. The key is just to contain and maintain control over Kerp's Fizz.
Definitely an interesting game coming our way here, and these two teams have, or I should say, don't have the record for being the fastest teams to be winning games, actually. So with the compositions as well, where we see stronger late game, we could be in for a long one here, but really interested to see who's come flying out of the gate, and after that Copenhagen Wolves win over Alliance, anything could really happen, couldn't it? But guys, which team comp do you think will come out ahead in this game? Tweet hashtag MIL win or hashtag SHC win to @LOL Esports, and we'll check on the results in just a little minute when we get into the game.
Yeah, and I think it really, really does hinge on how well Kerp does on this Fizz. And we've seen how well he can do on Assassins in the past. Now that LeBlanc is significantly less viable without his silence, he tried one game, did okay, but has been trending more towards the Fizz play. And if Super Hot crew want to play for the mid to late game, they played super safe and super smart against SK Gaming. They've got the option to do similar, just avoid Leona engages, as hard as that is, and they should be golden.
Well, here we go then, in-game Millennium versus Super Hot crew for our second game of this final day of Super Week. Always, well, obviously that's why it's Super Week, always so many games, 16 of them over the 3 days, and it's interesting to see the trends and the performances of teams against different opponents over the days, you know? I mean, look at the Wolves, probably a prime example of that now, looking like a new team. We'll see how Millennium and Super Hot crew have used their time overnight to get ready for this encounter.
And in terms of how important this game is, of course, it is their last games of the weekend for both Millennium and for the Super Hot crew. So ending on a win, ending on a positive note is always going to be great. And it's also somewhat of a 2-point swing because of the fact that the team that wins here will end up being, 10-8 over as opposed to a 9-9 record is always going to put you in a more positive light. So Millennium, they had the fan vote earlier, 60%, and we'll see if they can come out ahead.
60%, not a big one, well, that's for sure. Just a quick look down some of the starting items here. Kerp going with the Flask, something that we've seen him do time and time again. As there's the first blow of the game coming out from Kasing onto Cottonex. But looks like we're going to be seeing standard lanes here. Kasing and Mr. All's headed down bottom. Krids and Jerry already in the Tribush, although Jax is recalling, so we'll see if there's any change gonna happen with that one, but we have Mima on the top side of the map.
Yeah, so if there was one thing that Super Hot crew did yesterday that I feel I do want to talk about was the use of teleport. They had a teleport Jax top laner and a teleport Kassadin mid laner. And unfortunately, they didn't necessarily control the map as well. Twitter actually swinging a little in Super Hot crew's favor. Maybe not feeling the Fizz in Leona as much. And the only reason I call that out is it's going to be interesting to see how and when Mima decides to teleport and if Super Hot crew are going to look for any sort of early dragons. With standard lanes and with having Elise on your side, they've got Elise which can allow early dragons, but standard lanes generally delay it. So I think that might be one of the first big engages we see.
So this bottom lane, Jerry being fantastic with those solar flares in the last couple of weeks. We'll see if we can get things going. Kerp already taking a bit of a bashing in that mid lane from Selfie, already having to chug through that crystalline flask right from the very get-go. And of course in the top lane we have Jax with Kevin and Rise for Mima. See how this one goes. We see that instant level 2. Kevin diving straight in onto Mima, and actually Mima going to go real low from that one. Obviously both running flash teleport here, so no ignite to actually finish off a kill there.
Yeah, we do see Kasing and Mr. Riles. This is a very interesting lane because Twitch does have some laning presence against Lucian thanks to his passive and obviously the Contaminate. But the interesting story is having both melee supports. You seldom see Leona into Braum. You normally see the likes of Thresh or Nami, etc. And those ranged supports can punish either Leona or Braum early on. This time round, positioning is going to be key. As soon as you see Kasing and J-Ree going in for those last hits with the relic shields, there's always going to be the possibility and the opportunity to punish your opponent. And we'll have to see who can come out ahead.
See there again, Selfie, who does traditionally in this early laning phase play quite aggressively, and we've seen that work out for him nicely, being able to bully out his opposite number. We've also seen him being too far up the lane and getting caught out, but that might actually fall to Kurt this time around. Impaler gonna be coming in there. Can he land a cocoon? Not even gonna go for it there, as Kurt already back to the safety of his tower.
Quite smart play from Kerp actually, using that Urchin Strike to dash through his opponent, and that allowed him to get the distance he needed before Playful Trickster was even employed. So just a mastery of his assassin, and really the most prevalent Fizz player, I think, in the West. You know, at least at LCS level. You don't really see too many other mid laners running that Fizz. And Cottonex is going in on Mima.
There's a dive in there. Can they get the damage down? Mima just casually sauntering off back towards his turret range. And that was a lot of time that Cottonex actually spent up there waiting inside of the brush.
Yeah, and it didn't work out in his favor at all. And, you know, Mima's got a health advantage. He's really punishing Kevin. You actually heard the HP ping there, so taking a whole lot of damage. If you look at Kevin's flashing red, so Mima came out ahead in that little moment.
And close one, actually, there. And again, you have to feel an ignite would have always been beneficial there for the kill. But you only get 2 summoner spells and, well, flash the safe one. And the teleport, of course, a mandatory really for these top laners these days. So, a quiet start, I think we can say, to this one. No first blood, we're only 5 minutes in. I think I've become accustomed here in 4.10 to seeing lots of bloody action at the very start of games.
Yeah, the thing is, it can escalate very quickly. Because of the junglers on both sides, as well as, you know, Braum on Super Haku to help set up ganks, as well as Cottonex playing Lee Sin and Leona, when action kicks off, it will be thick and it will be fast. Mima blew his flash and they're going on Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin got no flash in there for this one. Cocoon gonna land Kevin in some real trouble. Jumps away to the ward. Repel comes down. Where's the damage? One more auto will do it. And Impaler sinks his teeth in for the first blood.
We talked about Impaler playing Elise. He went unkilled yesterday against Gambit. He secures first blood in the top lane thanks to very smart play. Mima forced Kevin's flash earlier, and that is what allowed that gank to happen. So smart play by Impaler. And you know what? He can rinse and repeat that. If Kevin pushes that lane out and tries to, you know, CS past the river, Impaler can punish him again. Cottonex, strong invade, can steal away the wolf camp.
Deep in enemy territory. We've seen him a couple of plays out of Cottonex where you think you're in a dangerous position there that have backfired on him. This bottom lane, well, as we look at it, being very, very quiet so far. And those 2 melee supports maybe not offering as much harassment and potential to really poke people down and then start off a fight to try and lock up kills. Some of the other range supports. Either way, Cottonex has finished his time now inside of the Super Hot Crew jungle and will be just backing out to go and heal up.
Yeah, both of the supports want to get to level 6. I think it's easier for Leona to set up a kill in lower levels than Braum, thanks to her passive and getting the damage from that sunlight over and over, whereas Braum needs multiple auto attacks. But on the same token, because of the bonus armor and MR that Braum can give somebody, as well as that massive shield, it sort of negates that potential kill threat. So Mr. Riles and Creatine, along with the supports, just doing a good job at CSing. They're completely even. And I don't expect to see anything until jungle pressure gets involved. Let's see if Impaler can dodge the ulti.
Well, the ultimate is going to come his way. Selfie going to come around the side, though. Shield will be put in. Can they chase up for the damage here? Kerp going to be forced to flash over the top. And Super Hot Crew doing a good job there, but Cottonex coming in. There's the dive on towards Impaler. Wild Growth comes in. Kerp surely going to go down. He does fall as Impaler flashes away. Cottonex follows him through. Impaler's still alive. They do get him, but Rise comes down for another one. And now Kevin being bullied by himself. He doesn't have much mana left. That means Kevin's safe.
Very, very good bait by the Super Hot crew. I feel like Impaler and Selfie played that one perfectly. It really looked like they were anticipating the re-engage from Cotnex and from Kerp, because the second Kerp jumped over that wall, Selfie hit him with the Wild Growth, or rather hit Impaler with the Wild Growth, which connected with Kerp. So good 2 for 1. Kill in Impaler's hands, in Mimer's hands, and a kill in Selfie's hands. Spreading the love to the whole Super Hot crew.
And they're doing so well. If you look at the farm as well, you're 42 to 32 in the top lane, 66 to 40 in the mid lane. There's a couple of CS difference between the AD carries as well. So everything really, so far, so good coming out of the Super Hot crew. We're only 8 minutes into this one though, and we know once Kerp now at level 6, once he starts moving around the map, that's where Millennium are at the dangerous.
Yes, I agree with you, and I would dare say that Super Hot crew are at their dangerous now. Because their lanes are more in their favor, Mimer obviously being ranged against Jax and having that Rune Prison means as long as he plays intelligently, he should be able to negate some of the threat. Save the Rune Prison until after Jax leaps on you. Then hold him in place, avoid the counter-strike. Similarly for Selfie and his ranged abilities.
Teleport coming down from Mimer. Actually, they're going to go here, possibly towards Kerp, who is going to dive through on that one. They want to try and lock down Mimer. Kerp is going to get knocked in the air, and that is a kill for Kerp. Mimer not able to do anything there. That was a little bit lackluster, to be honest, out of the Super Hot crew.
I think miscommunication from Super Hot crew. Mimer teleported in, Selfie was not able to get there quickly enough, and neither Impaler nor Mimer had their flash available. So Mimer couldn't get out of the pit, and obviously Impaler wasn't in the pit, the blue buff pit, to actually make that work. So unfortunate for the Super Hot crew, they just bit off more than they can chew, and Millennium grabbed their second kill of the game.
Will, however, be securing their own blue buff yet. They'll be going in the mid lane to Selfie. And of course, Kerp also actually didn't get the blue buff there, so see where that actually went to in just a second. And if it was smited away by Cotnex just to make sure that they had that one all safe. This bottom lane been very uneventful so far, in a big farm lane from both sides of it. The CS very even between them as well, and in fact both players almost on identical builds up until now. Cutlass are both, Doran's Blade, just the boots, the real difference for Mr. Rals.
Yeah, and I like seeing Cruton going for the Ghost Blade, Blade of the Rune King Ghost Blade build is what he's gesturing towards. It does seem to be the more effective Lucian build, and Cotnex for the second time this game is like hanging out in that bottom lane. He doesn't stick around quite as long as he did in the top lane, but we'll see if Kevin's going to get dove. Selfie with blue buff and wild growth. He's going to scan, so he clears out the ward. So Super Hot crew have done a pretty good job of contesting and trying to challenge Millennium's blues. It does look like they're trying to put pressure on Cotnex and Kerp in and around that middle lane. And I think Impaler's done a fairly good job of ganking. But Super Hot crew, oh, they've caught Kerp out.
Oh, Kerp a bit locked up here. We'll see if he can actually get away from it. Actually, he's going to turn things around, going on towards Selfie. Q's connected. Wild growth used by Selfie on himself. And that will actually keep him safe there, not going down. And we see that already Kerp starting to do a lot of damage with that Sheen in there.
Yes, Selfie actually did this yesterday as well. Against the Copenhagen Wolves, when he was playing Lulu, he doesn't burn his flash, or he doesn't waste his summoner spells without really feeling a threat. And all he did is just get the wild growth down. That was all it needed to negate the pressure and the presence from both Cotnex and Kerp. So very smart play, but both of these teams are quite equal for the time being. Cotnex is sticking around. He's going to come in the middle lane. So we're back in a 2v2, and the Sonic Wave misses. So less engaged. Impaler's baiting Kerp.
Oh, they're going to try and fight this one. Actually, Cocoon goes out, and I think they were feeling, okay, wild growth's not up. Let's not take this fight. Kerp didn't have his ultimate either. Down in the bottom lane, you can see the 2-on-2 continuing there to stick together. Top lane as well, there was a bit of pressure coming in on towards Kevin, but he should be fine to just sit underneath that turret and be healthy.
Yeah, it definitely looks the case. So, as you highlighted, Joe, a slower start to this game, you know? A real passive laning phase in terms of the laners. The only action that we have really seen has been around that blue buff of Millennium's side of the map. Super Hot crew have made somewhat of a concerted effort to get in there, and it hasn't necessarily worked out for them all the best.
So, Jerry is going to go in aggressive on this one. I'm quite surprised with how that's actually all been going on in there. Kerp continues to farm, still about 10, 15 CS behind that of Selfie. But now, is he going to be roaming up towards the top? He just walked over that pink ward, and that basically says he's not going to get a chance to make an impact anywhere else on the map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the biggest thing for me is whether or not the Super Hot crew can make this next gank happen. There's definitely presence. They're going on Kevin.
Kevin gonna get locked up here. There's a lot of damage coming out. He has to flash away from that one. Has Connex got enough here to stop the kill coming down? He might find himself actually being the man that falls, managing to walk away. Safeguard to the minion. Tower is up. Are they gonna dive it? There's a lot of damage out in Impaler. It looks like he does want to dive it. He goes back into spider form, but Connex gets away.
That's a smart play from Impaler. He was diving very, very deep, and if it continued that pressure, there was going to be the potential of a counter engage. Super Hot crew are more proactive in this game, and Millennium are trying to bide their time. They want Fizz to get more ability power and more damage. They want Kevin to get levels and CS, and it looks like Kerb is looking for Selfie before he just gets turned into a little munchkin.
Oh, poor Kerb. Gone from a fish to a squirrely looking thing. Not sure exactly what it is. Squirrely looking thing works.
Squirrely looking thing works as well. I always just say munchkin because it's non-descriptive.
Yeah.
Lulu turns you into a munchkin, and you know, you can't get in trouble for calling it wrong.
That is true. So, Farm actually, Selfie doing a good job at the moment, managing to, in fact, increase the lead that he built up a little bit from earlier on. But a very quiet kill. I mean, you can't even compare this game, of course, to the last one. Obviously, I mean, this is one of those clashes, the kind of mid-of-the-table clash that they're so important in the grand scheme of things, because while it might not, you know, be a fight for first place or a fight to get out of the relegation zone, these are the games that make the difference when it comes to your playoff seeding come the end.
Yes, very, very true. And for both of these teams, it's a proving ground battle. You know, for Millennium, they're trying to prove to everybody that they can play with the big boys and they can compete at the top of the table. Super Hot crew, they took down SK Gaming yesterday. So, you know, they're also looking to just continue establishing that brand and continue building up their fan base. The thing that I like about this game is with the champions that are quite pick-heavy, Leona, Fizz, Lee Sin, it's actually Super Hot crew that are playing more aggressive. It's Super Hot crew that have been putting some focus, putting some effort. An easy dragon. Millennium are not even in place. And if you just look at Vision, they had knowledge of it, but they just weren't in place. They were too late to respond.
No, nowhere near that one there. Not able to do anything about it. Meanwhile, Kasing down the bottom, well, he uses his shield, and there's not really too much of a problem for him after that. I thought that might be a little bit more one-sided. Doesn't seem to be the case by the end of it.
Yeah, he had a teammate that he was able to jump over to, which worked out in his favor, of course. That stand behind me, just giving him that safety net, as it were. So, Impaler is now moving to this bottom lane. He is hanging out in the tri-bush, Flash is available, and his ganks top have been pretty effective. Keep in mind Kasing's got that Glacial Fissure as well, so the potential to jump in will be good. They just need to avoid Solar Flare from J-Ree. And as I'm getting excited about it, they are going to back away.
Well, that's how this bottom lane has gone up until now. Both AD carries enjoying their time of farming. 145 CS basically for the both of them up until now. As Kerb has finally managed to get away from that mid lane. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, Ultimate's going to come out. Who are they going for? Creaton's gone low. J-Ree actually will use a good Solar Flare, but he's already locked up by the Cocoon. The damage coming back. One more will do it. Mr. Arles that gets the kill. Creaton drops super low as well.
Yeah, some of the heal was there to keep him alive. I'm not sure the poison would have been enough, but regardless, again, just a very good play. Super Haku combo with Impaler to grab themselves the kill, and I do want to give J-Ree a high five because he almost made it out. Uses the Zenith Blade onto the Super Hot crew members and then landed a two-man stun with the Solar Flare. It's by far J-Ree's most impactful champion. Anyways, Mimas found Cotnex. That's a lot of damage.
That is a big burst of damage. Rod of Ages, of course, is done now. And look at this Selfie's coming around as well. As the turret is going to be taking down the bottom lane tower. And look at this, Selfie's managed to catch up to Cotnex. He's going to try and dodge away, but he's going to go down. And now Kevin might find himself in trouble. That was a slightly late wild growth, but now Impaler also going to be dove on by Kerb, but he's dancing around the tower there. Kerb actually having to flash away.
Yeah, so Impaler needed to flash away from the playful trickster of Kerb because of the fact that the kill threat was there and there was no ultimate being used. On the same token, Curb needed to flash away from Impaler's cocoon. So keep in mind, channel on teleport was used by Mima, but he cancelled it. So we will get a slightly lower cooldown, but that window of opportunity is much lower. 3 full minutes is what it will take before Mima is able to teleport, which should mean for the next Dragon fight, Kevin and Millennium are in theory going to have the advantage. A lot of damage on Kevin.
Again, yeah, see Mima getting more and more confident. And good burst that he can put down there on towards Kevin.
And we'll see how that works out for him. You know, Mima's just pulling ahead. He was down on CS earlier on, and of course, with the time and the ganks from Impaler, he now has a 10 CS advantage, which is obviously going to help him out as this game continues to scale. But I think Superhot Crew they're not in a place where they need to make plays. They've got a gold lead, they've got a kill lead, they've got a dragon under their belt. They're not under pressure to make overly aggressive or overly risky plays.
So let's, as we approach 20 minutes, take a overall picture look at this game. 5-2 up the Superhot Crew in kills. It's the gold, though, that they're sitting on. Almost 4,000 the lead and still tied in turrets. Blade of the Ruin King Brutalizer is done for Mr. Rolls now, so this is where he can start sneaking around, or trying to sneak around. He's not being all that sneaky at the moment, stood on top of a ward. This is where he can start really having an impact on this game. And in fact, the Superhot Crew, they've grouped up really fast. This tower's going down.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case. Jerry has caught Mr. Rolls.
There's a lockup. Can they actually get in for this one, though? Ultimate goes on towards Kasing, and Mr. Rolls is going to go down. Kurt gets that kill. Can they get more? Selfie down to half HP as Kevin is blasting away at him. There's Kurt diving in. It's a double kill for Kurt. Another turret hit, though, with the Ignite burning. Last second shield from Cotton X saves the day.
There is exactly what we talked about. In terms of the positioning and the solar flares from Jay Reed, he lands a pixel-perfect ultimate on Mr. Rolls, follows it up with even more lockdown, and Curb just assassinates the rack. So Superhot Crew, not only do they not get the tower, they give up the kills, and now they've got to fight tooth and nail to prevent Millennium getting further. They can't even defend their own tower. 5,000 gold lead, now only 2,000.
Let's have another look at that one as well. And Mr. Rolls, despite being invisible from the start, they didn't finish the turret, but again, it's Jay Reed who'll box them off.
Jay Reed did such a good job. Curb even manages to hop over the Glacial Fissure from Kasing's Brown, and Kevin, he didn't even need to use his teleport. Before that fight had broken out, he had left the top lane, he was roaming down to the middle lane, and that was just such a strong, confident play from Millennium to punish the over-aggressive player of Superhot Crew. I was talking about how they didn't need to. You could argue they weren't ready for that sort of speed of the engage from Millennium, because Superhot Crew definitely felt they could rush that tower and get out cleanly, and it didn't work in their favor.
30 seconds till second dragon of the game is going to come up. Who's going to be in position for him? Was the Superhot Crew that got the last one without any fight from Millennium? They did have vision, though, so they should be able to get in position for this one. We see that Kevin is actually recalling with 10 seconds to go, so he's going to spend up, probably come back in with a Blade of the Ruin King, maybe. Yep, that's going to be bought out for him, so he can TP in if needed. Mima's TP is also back up, though.
So there's a lot of risk involved for both of these teams because of Leona and Brahma's supports. If either Millennium or Superhot Crew group up as a team and get hit by those ultimates, they run the risk of being popped down. It's quite difficult to judge who will straight up win team fights, because if Rise can teleport in and Mr. Rolls gets a good rat-a-tat-tat, he can melt everyone on Millennium. But on the same token, if Superhot Crew get caught by Leona and Jack stuns, they can get melted by Lucian and Fizz. So it all comes down to grouping and how many targets you can hit with your high CC ultimates, mostly from those supports.
Leo and Jack, two new top-level champions here in League of Legends. The Superhot Crew wait around for that dragon. There's a ward from Millennium in the back of the pit. There's a lot of pings going down. Actually, Creator going to get forced away. They're going to go for this one. Fisher doesn't quite land, and there is the solar flare coming down. Mr. Rolls to focus, and here comes the rest of the team. Kevin getting the one kill. Who's the next target? They seem to be a little bit split all over the place here. Who are they going to get in? There's the ulti out of Curb, actually missing.
So unfortunately, Superhot Crew, they bit off more than they could chew. Creatin just dashes away from the slow of Brahma. He gets out cleanly. So Millennium get another kill onto Mr. Rolls, thanks again to a good solar flare of JRE. It's going to give them their first dragon of the game and close up that gold lead even further. We talked about how Millennium just wanted items. Millennium just wanted to hit a power spike. before they played aggressive, and that definitely is the case. They're only now really getting in Super Hard Crews and actually punishing Super Hard Crew for their positional play.
I really like how safe Creatin's actually playing this one as well, sitting back and quite happy to just say, I can't actually get any closer. You get the culling damage, but that's really all you're going to get from me. We also see Lichbane is done there for Kerp, has been for a little while. Going to be going Zhonya's next, and that's with the route that we see him go down pretty much every single time. Means that he can do what he's doing now and be a danger when it comes to split pushing. Can also dive right in the middle of the team and say, bam, Zhonya's bait. You better focus someone else.
Yeah, and with the power of the untargetable from his Playful Trickster, it allows him to actually get out as well. There are very few champions that can jump in with a Zhonya's Hourglass bait and still have the tools to make it alive. A lot of the time you're reliant on the rest of your team to support you and jump into those fights. For now, Super Hard Crew maintain a lead, but it is ever so slight, because the power has shifted in favor of Millennium. Super Hard Crew have been punished for their moves in their last two team fights, and even though they've got a sizable CS lead in both middle and top, they're behind an AD carry, and you have to feel confidence may not be quite there with the next few engages. They have been punished. Their engages for the last 5 or 6 minutes, Millennium have countered. So the next one might be slower, or it might be more passive from Super Hard Crew.
We've also seen that the targeting from Millennium has been pretty much spot on. Every single time Mr. Rawls appears from his ambush, they've thrown the Solar Flare down and managed to focus him before he could really have any impact on those team fights, and we may see them heading off once again. We've got a couple of men on the bottom side there of the river. Kerp was thinking about coming around, but he's quite happy to just go back, farm out this lane, and that turret is so close to going down.
Yeah, if you contrast the vision from the previous game to this game, you can see that both of these teams are significantly less, warding significantly less. Millennium is not looking to invade too heavily because they don't have the vision to back it up. And that's the first time we've seen Millennium move up, and the ward's immediately cleared out. So it's very risky for Millennium to go in for these blind invades, just because of the power that Super Hard Crew do in fact have. Even though you feel like Millennium are now dictating the tempo of the game, one good ultimate from Super Hard Crew and they can win a team fight.
Cleared out by Kevin. He's going back to farm here. Up at 177, is still behind by about 20 to that of Mimer's Rise. And then 1-1-1 after that last team fight in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Creatin, itemization-wise, is level with Mr. Rawls. Actually has a CS lead over him with those 2 assists as well. They've both got that Blade of the Ruin King and the Ghost Blade combos already done.
Yeah, you can argue Creatin's tiny bit ahead because his Berserker's Greaves are completed, but that's just me being a bit pedantic. But in terms of raw combat stats, Creatin's done better in team fights because of the fact that he's avoided the CC of the Super Hard Crew. Mr. Rawls needs to have much better positioning. Yesterday, when he was playing Cogmore, he was never at threat against SK because his team was doing well, and he used all of that range of Cogmore to sit on the back line and punish SK Gaming. He doesn't have that luxury in this game because it's so difficult to prevent Jax, Lee Sin, Fizz, and Leona jumping onto a target. So for Super Hard Crew, the rest of their laners have to pick up. It means Kasing can't afford to miss. Selfie needs to be on point with Wild Growth, and ideally, Mimer and Impaler are enough of a threat that reduces the threat on Mr. Rawls. But Millennium are going to get a tower uncontested in the top lane, just from positioning.
Super Hard Crew half recalling, going back then, starting the recall once again. Kerp actually throwing his ultimate down there, which is not really going to do all that much for him. The Super Hard Crew take that middle turret and they're going to come back. So outer middle turret for an inner top lane turret was the trade for off from Millennium.
It maintains that 3-for-3 trade, but remember Super Hard Crew's bottom lane outer turret is also incredibly low. So if Millennium just walk up and breathe on that one very gently, it will also secure another kill. I think Millennium come out ahead in that trade, but what has happened is Super Hard Crew have taken the last outer turret down. So it may open up either the blue or the red buff side of the jungle for invades from the Super Hard Crew. Get some vision down, and that may open them up to have a more confident dragon fight. There are some wards in their inventory as well as that Sightstone from Kasing. So I think that has to be a point of call. And it looks like it's blue buff wards is where Super Hard Crew have decided to go.
There's a pink ward spotting them out that entire time as well. Check the Death Rush. Something that somehow gets past a lot of teams as well. We've seen Pink Ward surviving for probably far too long in the grand scheme, with people not just checking those normal positions of the death brush and the curved brushes there around the bottom side of the map. Currently though, Millennium, with 40 seconds to go, are ready for the Dragon. A little bit early on, but they want to maintain full control of that one. I'm surprised they've not just gone in there and tanked up one hit of that turret to take it down.
Looks to be the target right now. 25 seconds on Dragon, so the reason this fight is potentially happening is purely around that objective. There's a minion wave for Millennium to play with, and they've got Jack split pushing the top lane. So a lot of things looking good for Millennium. Who's the man that's recalling? Look to be Mima in that river. So Mima's going to defend against Kevin. Both top laners are teleporting. They're jumping on Selfie.
Oh, gonna throw him away there. It's the Zonya's coming down, but the fish is already on him. Knock up onto Selfie. Wild goes himself. Can he get away from this one? Speeding himself up, but has he got the health to get away? Creaton's been focused. Selfie's still alive. Creaton is gonna go down to Impaler, and look at this. Selfie somehow survives it. They turn it around, and Millennium are being destroyed here by the Super Hot crew. It's gonna be an ace for one, and then a Dragon. What a turnaround that was.
All of that stems from the fact that Mr. Rolls was able to come from the sidelines as well as Super Hot crew splitting from the river. So the damage threats came in late to the party. Selfie gets away alive. He was the man that was focused down, and thanks to his second item, Zonya's Hourglass, he survives plus the wild growth and gets out. That was just so open. Look at the positioning for Super Hot crew. You're actually going to see Mr. Rolls going all the way around from the tri-bush. Impaler and Kasing just really preventing Millennium from staying alive long enough. And I can't believe how close that was for Selfie. In addition, the teleport from Mima was enough to focus down Jax and obviously a couple of shots from the tower. But I think just the fact that Millennium got split and Super Hot crew had a good flank is what allowed them to get away with that.
Shield very speed from Selfie. Somehow getting away from what looked like a definite death on his side. Didn't work that way, and that's the second Dragon of the game going over to the Super Hot crew. Just like that, their gold comes back up to around about 6,000. That's swung, but Millennium have never been in control of that, and losing that big team fight there is going to give them even more insecurities.
Yes, it really will. Unfortunate for Millennium because they threw so much at trying to kill Selfie, and this is the threat of this mid to late game Lulu. As Selfie continues to build up that ability power, the shield, the wild growth, the speed that he gets, it's all factors that need to be taken into account. So for Millennium to commit everything onto Selfie, obviously when it doesn't work out, the plan backfires and they have to turn into full retreat. But look at the wave clear that Selfie's got. He shoved out mid lane just a few moments ago. Now he's shoving out bottom lane, and he's roaming around the map at an incredible pace. So he's always going to be able to help out other teams or other positions. If Kerp jumps in here, he's going to be jumping into two.
Creaton, though, is going to be there as his support. And, well, red buff's already gone. Selfie just speeding on out of that. And this is going to be another red buff over for the Super Hot crew as we get a little bit of a pause.
Well, we'll see how quickly we can get back into this game. But
it's like he stole my red buff.
A lot more control. A lot more control, I think, from both of these teams. And
wow, a round of applause for that one.
Not sure if that's...
We need to get Freak over here. They'd be on their feet the entire time.
Not sure if it's a grounds of applause stealing a red buff. But I think for the Super Hot crew, the team fight that they just won is going to help them at least get over the mistakes that they'd made earlier.
Yeah.
Overcommitting to the mid lane, hanging around and Mr. Rolls getting caught. And I actually think that elongated route that Mr. Rolls took to get into the team fight is a very big determining factor of why they ended up winning. So Mr. Rolls has to commit late to these fights to prevent being just, death-balled by everybody on Millennium's side.
Well, we are going to be getting back underway here, hopefully, in just a little bit of time. And that gives us the opportunity as well then to give you the overview on the game and how it stands right now, since we've just gone past the 30-minute mark of the Super Hot crew versus Millennium. And it's the Super Hot crew that have the lead. 5,000 gold plus a little bit. 10-6 up in kills. Tied at 4-4 on turrets. But of course, it's Super Hot crew have had two out of 3 dragons. And we also have to just say they are pretty much in the mid lane, mostly dominating on CS. There's 100 CS difference.
So ironically, because of the way these two team comps are built up, it's actually quite scary and quite risky to go straight up in a 5v5, because if you do and you initiate late, you can lose the team fight just by being, late to the fight. And what we've seen earlier in terms of Millennium pushing the top lane, Super Crew pushing the middle lane, is if either team can get any sort of advantage in a side lane, they may just commit multiple resources. There's a lot of tankiness on Cotnex already. There's a lot of tankiness on Mima. So if Super Crew can ever get to a tower with, 10, 12, 15 seconds of free time, they may just commit to taking it down. There's a lot of damage from Mr. Rolls that can help that out. So I think we may be in for these sort of extended side lane push strategies, and Impaler and Super Crew, they're looking to engage, but look at how quickly Millennium can disengage. So inner turret is the target for the crew.
Look how fast Selfie is, just speeding down that middle lane. They got no minions here to help them though, so Millennium might be able to force them off, actually taking the long route around, and they need to be quick about this one. Turret not quite losing half of its health. There's a good cocoon from Impaler just to stop Cotnex actually getting into them from the side, and they simply trade positions on the map from that one, pretty much forcing each other around. And again, it's a Super Hot Crew that are going to be sat there in front of the Baron.
All right, the one thing you noticed about all that movement is Mr. Rolls was hanging way back. The rest of the Super Hot Crew were pushing all the way through the mid lane, and Mr. Rolls playing it safe. So Selfie sitting on the sideline, and again, look for the solar flare. This is really what's about. Kevin, he's gone all in.
Kevin's gone right into the back lines. They're trying to get Mima, and there he's curve diving around as well. Solar flare not going to be the most impressive we've seen out of J-Reed, and that might cost Millennium. They are going to be losing men left and right. Carnex is going to struggle. That's a good kick, but it only prolongs the inevitable. And now Kurt, as the last man, will play full Trickster away. I think he's safe, but they're going to pay the price with turrets here.
Yeah, the rest of the Super Hot Crew just did such a good job in that team fight. Kevin overcommitted. He didn't have the support of his team. Look how late the rest of Millennium are to the fight. And exactly as you highlighted, Joe, the solar flare from J-Reed hitting nobody. That slowed Mima in a best case scenario. Mr. Rolls untouched, shreds through everybody with a rat-a-tat-tat. And allows Super Hot Crew to come out 4 for 0. They decided not to go for the towers, and instead they've gone for Baron.
Yeah, Baron is going to go down. They did take that inner turret in the mid lane in the process as well. So overall, a good sweeping move from the Super Hot Crew. I think the Super Hot Crew, I don't know how confident they really were about fighting that one, but when Kevin dives into your backline, and you basically have at least half of his damage or half of his health away for free without anything else coming in, that's a sure sign that you're going to go and take on the fight there, and they come out ahead of it, and just like that, 10,000 gold lead.
And two things that are very important to note. Kevin on Jax is very reliant on getting a lot of auto attacks down during the course of a team fight. He is dealing with Mima and Impaler, who both have frozen hearts. So when Kevin jumps into the middle of a team, he's almost guaranteed to be in the aura or the range of at least one of those champions. Because, of course, you extend the range at which you're going to affect your opponents. So for Kevin, for Creatine, for Cotnex, who are somewhat reliant on getting multiple auto attacks down, it's more difficult for them to come out ahead. So Super Hot Crew with a Baron. Let's see how they siege. I'm not really expecting a tower dive, unless somebody from Millennium is super juicy and gets caught by Kasing.
If today's taught me anything, though, expect the unexpected. See,
Joe, how can I expect it if I don't know what to expect?
Well, you're not wrong. But it's just a saying. God.
I'm just trying to be argumentative.
Well, I know. Selfie actually will be pushing his top lane up, and that's obviously the single lane that actually still has a turret outside of the base for Millennium, so a pretty obvious target. Selfie might be able to just spend his time up there all alone. The Super Hot Crew just going to do a ring around through the jungle, take the wolves with them, and then go for that inner turret.
And again, I really just like how the Super Hot Crew are actually moving around the map. For the last 10 or 12 minutes, Selfie's done a good job at shoving the lanes out. Once the lanes are pushed and moved around, then the rest of the members of the team group up. And Mr. Rolls, in the second half of this game, has had much better positioning. He's not been caught down, and he's not been at risk of J-Reed solar flares, allowing him to just get insta-gimped. Take a look at Selfie once again, pushing out the mid lane, and it looks like Selfie's even going to go push the bottom lane as well. So it's just very smart map-based play from the whole crew. And solar flare, not ideal, but they've got Mima.
They're going to follow through on towards Mima, and they will lose Mima, and Kasing will be forced to flash over the wall there as well. Millennium took some heavy damage for it, but no one actually died on their side, so That's a nice little pick. We'll see what it offers them in the grand scale. They've got to go heal. Actually, they're just doing it in ones and twos so that they don't give up the turret. Nicely done.
Yeah, so one of the things that you notice is while the rest of, while Selfie's pushing the side lane, the rest of Super Hot Crew just maybe underestimating the vision of Millennium and obviously losing Mimer in the process. Not too bad in the big picture because they still get a dragon. They'll still come out ahead in terms of map presence, in terms of gold. But the question is, how do they break this inhibitor line of turrets? It may be the next Baron. Because if Millennium don't move out of their base and don't put themselves in a position to get flanked or get picked off, Baron may be the only port of call. I'm not even sure if Millennium would be willing to take that fight, considering how poorly the previous one went for them.
No, I don't think so either. Looking for these single chances, these picks where they have superior vision, catching Super Hot Crew out is their real chance. And that's the thing as well, the fact that Selfie wasn't there pretty much cost him his life, because the wild growth probably in the grand scheme would have saved him from that one. But Selfie seems to be content with playing this split push game, and that seems to be now even more likely with the finishing of that Lich Bane.
Yeah, and he needs to get to towers though. The Super Hot Crew against SK Gaming, they played very, very passively from 25 minutes to 45 minutes because they didn't want to make mistakes. They didn't want their team comp to backfire. And of course, SK had a very reactive team comp in terms of fighting. Jump in and Zyra knocks you up, Ashe can stun you, etc. So in this scenario, it's somewhat similar that if Super Hot Crew jump onto Millennium and they bite off more than they can chew, Kerp or Creatine or even Kevin, given enough time, can do a whole lot of damage. So Mimer with Teleport is pushing top lane. The rest of Super Hot Crew mostly are grouped in middle, but Impaler's not with them. So if Millennium get wind of this, that could be the moment where they decide to jump in.
So, Kasink and the rest of the Super Hot Crew now looking like they may be headed down bottom, getting some pink wards out of reach of Millennium, but still close enough that if these wards come over the top of the wall, they're still going to have the vision of that one. And right now, we have Selfie again moving to that split push roll down on the bottom side. He's going to have Kevin to join them, both of them. And that's a lie, not both of them have some teleport. Kevin has teleport, of course. Selfie doesn't have teleport. There's a cocoon landing. Are they going to follow this one through? It's a big burst coming from the side out of Rise, but no follow-on from that. They may tank up this turret now, though, and continued push from Selfie down the bottom has drawn 2 men down there now.
Yeah, so 4 versus 3 means Super Hot Crew have snuck a few cheeky auto attacks onto the turret, but it's actually Selfie in what was a 1v2 that's coming out ahead. He's secured the tower, and this has opened up Super Hot Crew to take in him.
Oh,
Selfie's got him.
Kevin's dead there. Ignite coming down at the end, and look at Selfie. He fancies this fight, doing a lot of damage onto multiple members. The inhibitor's going to go down. Will the Super Hot Crew feel comfortable enough to try and win the game right here? They've got loads of shields that are going to give them masses of extra health to tank up the turrets, but it'd be weird considering how safe the Super Hot Crew have played so far to take that risk now, and indeed they start to back away. Middle inhibitor probably going to be the next target.
I dare say Selfie single-handedly performed that move. Because of how aggressive he's playing with this very high mobility Lulu, he just punishes Millennium the moment they moved away. And in making use of those glitter lances and his speed, he just punished Kevin, dropped him so low he could basically assassinate him. So smart play from Selfie. They managed to get the first inhibitor of the game, and with Baron up in a minute, they're going back to spend some of the gold. A fair chunk of change on multiple champions. So Super Hot Crew just dragging this one out, playing it by the numbers. No need to overcommit. And of course, when Mr. Rolls grabs himself an Infinity Edge, his damage goes up even more.
Selfie is currently sat on 760 AP, which is going to hurt. I think is possibly an understatement from that as well, with that Lich Bane especially. We've got 20 seconds until the next Baron comes up, and with that recall there of the Super Hot Crew to spend the gold that they've got now, looks like that will be the plan, to wait out for this next Baron. We see that Millennium have already pushed a little bit out of their base here to get those wards down in position, but they seem to be getting cleared out really, really quickly by the Super Hot Crew. And there we see Baron spawning in. They've got Kevin down at bottom, still has TP available.
Yeah, so notice, with Baron up and alive, Millennium have the timer on it, and they have moved out of the base. This is the first time they've done that in about 10 minutes time. They really are looking to contest, and Selfie's continuing to push, like you said. And this is what he's been doing the whole time, using that 700 odd ability power to move around the map. So Cocoon doesn't connect. Look at the rest of Superhawk crew. They've split up Millennium. Oh, they've jumped on Selfie.
Oh, gonna go in there. We're all seeing the wild growth used very early. There's the ultimate hour Brom as well as Selfie now on a rampage. Kirk right in the middle of the team. Needs to get away. Not gonna get away though. He's burst down. Kevin left alone. He will fall as well. And right now that is 3 men. They're gonna get the fourth. Creatine falls. And this surely will be the game for the Superhawk crew. Gonna take down this inhibitor as they go through. No super minions coming up the bottom lane just yet. That was pushed back by Kevin. Well, they can tank this one up. They've got a minion wave coming in as well. And Jay Ree all alone can't stop the Superhawk crew. Are going to pick up the win here in 42 minutes over Millennium.
The Superhawk crew with a perfect champion pick against a pick-based composition. Lulu saving the lives of himself and his teammates when needed. And that was just a fairly controlled game. Superhawk crew played it patiently, played it passively, waited for their opportunities, and actually Selfie created a whole bunch of opportunities. I'm very impressed with his Lulu that game. It's a slightly different style, a slightly more aggressive style of Lulu than we're used to seeing, and it worked out.
And you said it yourself, when Selfie does well, the Superhawk crew have been picking up victories or at least pushing teams very, very close. 6-1-10 for him by the end of it. For Millennium, outside of those couple of picks that I think made the Superhawk crew feel a little bit unsafe and really not second-guessing maybe their tactics and these fights that they're going to take after Mr. Rolls got caught out twice by those solar flares, but just shows you that if you win one team fight, it can inject a lot of confidence.
Yes, it really can. And you actually can't even fault Superhawk crew for making those plays in the early game, because I think, you know, if they'd had 2 seconds longer, they could have got the tower and probably backed away.
Yeah.
But it was just the difference of 1 or 2 seconds and just how quick Jay Ree could engage in landing every skill shot, and Curb doing the similar thing. So it's one of those things where it literally is a moment of 1 or 2 seconds difference. Could have been a different turn of events, but it doesn't matter, because even though Superhawk crew lost those plays, they still controlled the map, they regained control, and it's what we talked about. If Millennium weren't going to get ahead early, Superhawk crew had the better map-based play. They demonstrated it again.
Really doing well, keeping that vision up across the entire time. And Kasing, just to highlight, 0-0-12 again on Broman. The lane phase from both teams, actually, especially in that bottom lane, was so super safe. We didn't really see much jungle interaction in there, but it just shows you playing it safe, getting your items, and then moving into the team fights, working out for both of these teams. So Shox is actually standing by with the Superhawk Crew's Impaler on stage, so let's send it over there.
Thank you very much, Joe. Congratulations, Impaler. Obviously, Millennium is known for playing pick comps, and you guys dismantled it very well in this game. Tell me how you guys exactly did that.
We figured we'd try and end up with Lulu mid, because she's like classically good against pick comps. You've got the massive shield, the big HP gain from the ultimate, and from there it's just like we kite them back a little and we just fight it out and we win.
Well, Selfie's ultimates were definitely on point to make that work, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I do feel like the synergy between you and him has gone up in the last couple of weeks. I don't know if you agree, but how did you establish that?
We're just trying to work together more, and hopefully it's working out. I mean, we got pretty good KDAs, so lots of fantasy points, and that makes both of us happy.
Absolutely, lots of fantasy points. Now, of course, you guys had good super weeks in the past. I'm referring to the beginning of the spring split, and then it kind of went downhill a little bit from there. How are you going to try and keep this up 3-1 now going into the rest of the season?
We're just going to try and have sufficient preparation for every game in the Super Week, because when you're playing like 2 games in 1 day, you can often overlook one and focus too much on one other. But we're trying to just keep every game as consistent as possible and like the same plan, same pick and bans. Like the level of consistency needs to improve, and that's what we're working on the most.
Well, you guys did amazing. 3-1 here in Super Week. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, we got to take a quick break, but when we come back, the Copenhagen Wolves take the stage once again to fight SK Gaming. And as we roll out, check out the Copenhagen Wolves' storied history of landing top 80 carries and some Throwback Thursday reminiscing from the Fee Show.
So the Copenhagen Wolves always seem to find good 80 carries, even when people think they're done. This is it, they're never gonna find a replacement who's good enough. They always seem to find someone. So the very first generation of Copenhagen Wolves League of Legends was with myself and the Tess. And we managed to qualify for the very first LCS, especially with the Tess playing so well in the qualifier here.
And the Tess is just tearing them apart. He picks up a double, he picks up a triple. Can he get the quadra? Just an arcane ship will do it. No, kill from the test, and he just destroys Millennium.
Fast forward here, completely different Copenhagen Wolves lineup. We now have the lineup with Kautar, with Youngbuck. Reckless was part of it while he still was part of Fnatic.
Reckless were pretty known when we picked him up. He was playing with Fnatic in a couple of big tournaments in the States. We basically just borrowed him for the time being.
I knew I was just playing for a limited time. Until I turned 17, I was able to join Fnatic. So I really like every one of them. They're one of my closest friends, like around here. So I want the best for them. I want them to be successful.
So once he left, and once Shook left the Copenhagen Wolves lineup back then, everyone was like, you know what, this is it, they're done, the two biggest stars, they're gone. They managed to pick up Forgiven, who was one of the best AD carries in Europe in the last split.
Oh, the Sonic Wave didn't land, and now Amazing's in trouble. He's taking another tower hit, but he gets away with the safeguard. Oh! From downtown, Forgiven uses the rocket straight on the tower.
Now Forgiven is gone. People once again said there's no way they're gonna replace this guy. They find Woolite, and now he's playing so well in the LCS.
It was probably the best AD pickup from solo queue you could get because he's a very young player, has very strong mechanical play.
Diamond has come back in. He may pay the ultimate price. A double kill coming out for Woolite. There's another one. Well, that is a 4 for 2 in favor of the Wolves.
I think for starters, there are many good AD carries in Europe.
Everyone wants to get to LCS or to go to Challenger team.
It's like a two-sided coin where good players come in, they play for a while and they leave. I hope that they find the right 5 players as soon as possible, and Woolite and Airbox might be the right choices.
Every time I had to change AD carry, I didn't care about their personality, I didn't care about what they think. I was prepared to get used to play with them, so maybe that helps to get used to different AD carries, and that's why every AD carry I played with played so well.
Yeah, definitely they have a good eye for the AD carries in Challenger scene. I'm definitely happy.
Really? Yeah, there's no Red Bull.
Oh, I need Red Bull.
Yesterday there was no Red Bull.
Wow. Okay.
Can we just FF?
Slap me as hard as you can. Okay, I'm awake. Let's do this.
Wait, there is the Zhonya's coming down, but the fish is already on him. Knock up onto self, he wild guns himself. Can he get away from this one? Speeding himself up, but has he got the health to get away?
I'm alive. I'm alive.
Okay, at Q1.
Kill fish.
Nice.
You got nothing.
Good job by the selfie.
Welcome back. We're here to break down the Super Hot Crew's win over Millennium in that last match. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to ask you the same. That's what Impaler asked. Let's break down that win, starting with Pixar. Lee, behave. And as Impaler actually mentioned, it was all about the Lulu, but I think he is playing it a little bit down because all 5 of them, it needs to work. It's not just the Lulu, obviously.
No, of course not. But if you look at this Millennium's comp, it was very all-in. And it's what they like to play. You have Fizz, you have Jax, just all in the face of everyone in the team fights. You had, of course, Jiri to engage on Leona here. And once the disengage came in, especially from Lulu, also Kasing did a very good job here. Once the disengage came in from Super Hot Crew, they could just turn the fight around. Maima came in, sustained damage from Ryze, and of course Twitch just in the backline with Ratatatat. So all in from Super Hot Crew, which didn't work for them at all.
Yeah, it's something we talked about yesterday. We were talking about, obviously, these teams who were coming into this, they were tied in the league, tied to 4th place, I believe. And we were saying how Super Hot Crew can adapt. They knew exactly what Millennium were going to do. As we've seen so many teams do, they either pick up a Kayle or a Lulu, and it basically says they're going to focus one target, we're just going to throw all of the shields on him, and then we're just going to kill him. And that's exactly what happened, and it sets us up perfectly for this replay.
Yeah, so let's just pull the replay up so everyone can see it, and we can just go through it. And of course it is highlighting Selfie on this Lulu here, and if we just start rolling the clip, it's going to be pretty much all in onto Selfie here, pops the Outlast, and then he has Wild Growth afterwards. And look how Millennium invests everything into trying to kill him. He survives, and then the rest of the team just joins him. We talk about how Mr. Riley is completely untouched in the backline with Ratatatat, hitting 2 members, instantly destroying them. Impaler can finish off Creton as well, and Millennium just plays this very all-in style. Once it backfires, it's so easy for the other team to clean you up, get the lead, and if you have a pick comp like this one, especially with Fizz and Jax, you have absolutely no wave clear. So once you fall behind, your only defense is actually to engage again and try and fight. That's the only thing you can do. So it was easy for Super Hot Crew again, once they got the lead, to just finish the game out.
Yeah, I actually want to highlight Selfie's build because he went Zhonya's Hourglass second, very adaptive. Yesterday he went on the cast and went for the Deathfire Grasp. I don't know if that paid out as many dividends as this Zhonya's Hourglass did, but it is a testament to how he's growing if he's adapting his build paths to the game like this.
Yeah, he knew he was the target, absolutely, and they piled everything, as you just saw, on that aim to get in there. And he actually came back and got the end kill as well, which is just like the rubbing salt in the wounds.
Yeah, great stuff from Selfie here once again. As for you guys at home, we've been checking out your answers on Twitter, where earlier we asked you which player is the backbone of our favorite LCS, European LCS team, and why. And here's what you had to say. The first one is from @Rango. Why you do this? Cyanide for sure. Never gets the credit, and he gives away a lot of resources to help others carry the game.
I mean, he's definitely a team player. Even on Lee Sin, he will make sure everyone else picks up the kills once he ganks. And he also buys the most wards of the junglers in Europe, and of course places the most. So he's very focused on helping the team out, and doesn't really care if he gets the kills himself, which of course is annoying if you have him on your fantasy team.
And we should also mention that this is a jungler that's been around since the beginning, the Season 1 World Champion. How many junglers have been around and fell away because they can't adapt to the meta? He's continued to keep up with it.
Absolutely very impressive. The second one is from @DeClaude. Overpow is the core and Vander the voice, but I think Jankos' map-wide performance makes up for the backbone for Rocket. Once again a jungler, and that's no surprise, I think.
No, it's a bit of the same deal. Just if you look at the play style, Jankos likes to take the kills himself and use them to carry the game. And if he gets rolling early on, we have seen it time and time again, he will just land every single gank, get a new kill, and snowball everything for Rocket.
Yeah, and actually the downfall when Rocket were having their rough pit patch was when Jankos was struggling. And it seems to go. If he's on form, Rocket do well. We'll see how he does today.
Absolutely. The last one is from @LolDivision. The new Super Hot Crew support, Kasing, is just the most awesome guy ever. Insane plays and a gentleman. I have to concur. Yesterday he did great in his very first live interview here.
Still a little bit too early to actually call him the backbone of a team. I mean, if you look at Super Hot Crew, all their members seem to bring something to the table. I don't think there's one guy you single out on Subaru and say, this is the guy who is like the backbone of everything. They're all very young, and they all grow together. So I think it's a team thing, but he's definitely playing good.
Yeah, he played fantastically well in this game as well, you know, blocking everything he could, as you should do with the Unbreakable. We heard from Impaler, of course, the other day, talking about how he's been set up to be that shot caller for the team. Seems to be working out so far.
Absolutely. Well, you guys, thank you for sending those to us. And remember, you can find us at LOL Esports. And be sure to use the LCS hashtag to join in on the conversation. We're going to send it to Joe and Quickshot combo. But first, SK Gaming's Jesses has some praise for the Copenhagen Wolves and their performance on the 4.10 patch.
What's interesting about Wolves right now is that they're actually starting to look really good. I think the patch fits them quite well. It fits Woolite quite well as well. So yeah, overall as a team, they're starting to look stronger.
Welcome back, everybody. SK Gaming take on the Wolves in the third match of the day, and for both of these teams, this is a game where winning will mean a whole lot. Yesterday, first of all, SK Gaming got destroyed by Alliance in the fastest game of the entire year for both the North American and European LCS. SK surrendered that one after 21 minutes, and it's not something you expect from the team sitting in second place on the table. They then faltered against the Support crew in the late game, and their top lane, Yorick, well, I'm just never a fan of that many Yoricks, I have to say, but it didn't have an impact there.
No, it really didn't. And while SK Gaming had a terrible day yesterday, they will be looking to try and pick up a win here. 2-2 to go 2-2 in Superweek, rather. I just feel like SK Gaming have begun falling off. Their negative downturn actually began a few weeks ago, not only yesterday. With champions like Nidalee not being available and being reworked, Gragas no longer be viable in the mid lane, it feels like Jesus has had less of an impact in their games. But the thing is, it's not only him, because the whole team is not showing the same level of performance that we've come to expect. So I'm going to contrast their team stats for the first 3 weeks of the split and the last 3. It's day and night. When you look, they have less kills, they're going to have less assists, they've got more deaths. And the game is changing around SK. They're not adapting quickly enough to it, which is why they're struggling and why they're losing more games than they're usually doing.
Well, coming into the day, the Copenhagen Wolves was 0 for 2, but earlier they invaded and completely controlled Alliance's jungle to take down the first place team. An unexpected win out of the Wolves.
Incredibly well executed. They surprised Alliance, they surprised us, and it was all due to their ward placements. We've got a slightly interesting stat here. During the course of the game, which lasted 29 minutes, they actually placed 86 wards. An average game for the Copenhagen Wolves will have 97 wards placed, and their average game time is about 10 minutes longer. They've got the second most placed wards out of all European teams behind Fnatic. The interesting thing for me is that they made use of their vision significantly better. They punished Alliance, they invaded their jungles, and they made aggressive plays. So while the Wolves are still last place at 4-13, they have to feel very good after that last win. They stomped Alliance, Alliance stomped SK Gaming, therefore Wolves should stomp SK.
Not sure how that really works in the grand scheme of things. And also thanks to our LCS ward counting man who sits there and counts all the wards for us all day long. Guys, we're going to head into the lineup so for our first two teams. There's only 2 teams. For the 2 teams starting on the blue side with SK Gaming, we have Freddy 122 in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane, Candy Panda the AD carry, and then Rated the support.
Yes, and for the second first 2 team, on the red side, it's the Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbuck in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Countard in the mid lane, Woolite as the AD carry, and Unlimited as the support.
So let's check in then on the only place you can vote on these games, lolesports.com. With 81%, you think SK Gaming are going to take this next one. 90% has been the curse. The curse is real, but SK are safely under that by 9%.
They are safely under that, but we have another Twitter question that could put them above it. And I think for SK Gaming, they will have to be looking at Airwax and Woolite. Their performances in the game earlier today was absolutely phenomenal. They were on fire. They destroyed Alliance. So whether or not you want to target bans at the jungler, which is probably the most likely, and try get Svenskeren into something comfortable, it is an option. It is something that they have to consider. Alternatively, have they had enough time to think about a potential counter to that strategy? If the Wolves get the same picks and bans, are they willing to play that heavy aggression, heavy invade, heavy control style?
I also think that mid lane's a really good place to be focusing this game. We saw how, well, it didn't quite work out for Alliance, but they did throw a lot of the mid lane. You already mentioned that Jesus may be feeling a little bit more uncomfortable, maybe has less champions that are viable to him at this stage. And we see there the Rise that Kautar played in that last game will be banned out as the first choice. Casting in, of course, a red-sided regular ban here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Yasuo will also be taken away. So far, we are looking at these mid lane bans. There's a different one, though. Aatrox taken away from Freddy.
Yeah, so that's Freddy's most played champion in recent weeks, and he's been doing very well on that champion. The sustain, the split push, and the presence that he has in team fights has always been very, very good. But it looks like SK Gaming were caught somewhat off guard. The one thing I want to highlight, SK as a team ban out champions that we do not come to expect. They've banned out Karthus, they've banned out Orianna, they've just banned Fizz. These are things that we don't see against their opponents in most times. What it makes me think is SK's out-of-game preparation is very good because they ban champions that they believe could or might be a threat to either their team comps or something their opponents have been playing recently.
Morgana was the first pick here as well then for SK Gaming. Definitely an interesting first choice that will now leave the Copenhagen Wolves with a little bit of a pick of the litter here. That may have even thrown their plan off somewhat. First pick Morgana and then saying, okay, we have a lot open to us here. Where do they go?
They could go Lee Sin and Twitch. It's what they did against Alliance. You could go Braum and Lee Sin. You could go Twitch and Braum. Like, those are some of the priority picks. Alternatively, they could lock in Jax. You know, Youngblood had a very good game on Jax. When Youngblood is playing a champion he's comfortable on, go back to London, go back to his Irelia, those are definite options for them.
Well, looks like it could be a Lulu pickup for the Copenhagen Wolves. I'm expecting that one will go into the mid lane for Kautar. We have seen Youngblood play top lane Lulu.
Yes.
We weren't impressed with it, however.
No, we really weren't. But Youngblood had a very good game earlier, and the versatility of that Lulu means you can't discount it. If at any point SK Gaming pulls something out that surprises the Wolves, they can simply respond by throwing that Lulu to one of those other lanes. And it's one of the things that makes her as a champion so much more versatile and so much more viable. Does Youngblood want to do battle with the Renekton in that lane with Lulu, or does he want to go something like a Jax who he can feel he can outscale in the later stages of the game?
Also, Twisted Fate being picked up for SK Gaming and Jesus. And this is a champion where you have to have an impact, where those destinies have to really be on point. See if he can make that all work for him. So for the Copenhagen Wolves then, we're thinking mid laner, possibly top laner for Youngblood with Lulu. Also, the jungler already picked up. And is Woolite going to pick out a different AD carry this time? Currently hovering on Tristana.
So the Twitch is more risky against the Twisted Fate. The Destiny is obviously going to be very good at countering that invisible and that roaming style of play. But the one thing that we need to see Jesus do is impact those side lanes. When you've got a Renekton that is potentially going up against a Jax, you can punish that Jax very early on with those opening few Destinies. But Jesus cannot afford to go late on his Twisted Fate. If you think of, say, Selfie, who played TF and takes a very long time to scale up, and you contrast his style of play to Froggen or Peke, who are a lot more impactful a lot earlier in the game, we need to see where Jesus slots in as a TF player.
Well, we'll find out. The two choices for the Copenhagen Wolves here, they took Jax. So that tells us that Lulu will be going to Kautar in the mid lane and also picking up Braum, which we've seen unlimited. That game against Alliance, he was everywhere on the map except in the lanes, really. He spent so much time in the enemy jungle trying to catch people out. They were diving in between towers very early on. Really great performance for him on that, and he'll take it here again. And now for SK, looking for the jungler, which Evelyn would fit into that mold, with Lee Sin already going down, and a possible Caitlyn pick for Candy Panda.
Yeah, so Caitlyn Panda preferring that champion over Lucian, over Twitch, over everything else that's available. The trifecta of junglers, all open, and with the Twisted Fate, either Evelyn or Elise can do well, because they do very well in those pick styles, in those individual, those skirmish type scenarios. What I really like from Copenhagen Wolves, what they're showing at the moment, is Woolite is hovering over Cleanse as a summoner spell. And the reason I'm getting excited about that, it's single target Cocoon, single target Gold Card, single target Stun and Root from Renekton and Morgana. So if Woolite is ever caught out, he can just dash away or jump away. He was hovering over Tristana a little while ago and get away from team fights. SK have got the makings of a very, very strong early to mid-game team comp. they've got wave clear, they've got side lane pressure, and they have a lot of invade pressure with the Renekton and Elise because they'll always have the backup of Jez's on Twisted Fate. Whereas the Copenhagen Wolves, they are much more about scaling into the mid to late game with their current list of champions. And if Jinx gets locked in, that's going to be even more the case. So the Copenhagen Wolves have to have an incredibly solid laning phase because of the amount of pressure and presence that SK Gaming can put down and can put in their faces. So for the Wolves, laning phase is going to be paramount to getting to the point where, you know, Jinx and Jax and Lulu can actually deal with their opposite numbers.
Yeah, and you call it a laning phase. Against Alliance, it was more about an enemy jungle phase at the start of the game, and we'll see if that kind of aggression, I mean, SK Gaming have seen that game now, so they'll have watched that and said, if this happens to us, this is what we need to do. If they try to do that to us, we need to make sure that we have our own vision down in our own jungle. We can't let them pick us off one by one and end up going the way of Alliance in that match earlier on today. For the Wolves, we heard it called cheese earlier on. Whether they try it a second time in one day, we'll have to see.
I don't think they can. Because of the team composition that they've built around, it's less likely to have that same level of impact. In addition, once Jesus hits level 6 and he's got the Destiny available, it just means if Copenhagen Wolves invade, it's going to be much easier for a TF to get involved than it is for an Orianna to get involved. And obviously the power of Gold card is very, very scary. So I'm not expecting the same style. I want to see if lane swaps are a thing, because that is definitely a possibility.
Well, now that the champions are locked in, do you guys still think that SK Gaming are going to win this one? Let us know by tweeting #SKWin or #CWWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll see if the picks and bans managed to sway your vote from earlier, which was 81% in favor of SK Gaming.
I don't know. I think the team comps, again, you've got this contrast. It's something we're seeing a lot in EU. The teams that are struggling a little down the bottom half of the table are picking these late game scaling champions, like Jax, like Lulu, like Jinx in this case. And assuming they can hold even, the theory is you should have this headroom that is larger than your opponents. But they need to hold even against a team like SK. I guess SK have struggled in laning phase, so maybe the Wolves are banking on that.
Well, we're going to find out here as we go into the game. SK versus the Copenhagen Wolves, second versus last in the table. And you have to wonder if those teams, like you said, that are going for those late game comps, whether they feel that that allows them a bit more playing room and possibly allows them to make a couple of mistakes and still be able to get away with it later on in the game as things go on. We'll find out here and see if something is planned by the Copenhagen Wolves. That destruction of Alliance earlier on in their day is going to be the aim here once again against the second place team in the league.
It is, and just as I was saying, I'm not expecting it. We do see Unlimited has started with an all-consumable start once again. So not gone for the GP10. We did see an early pink ward from him in the game against Alliance, and we did see some vision control from the Wolves in that area, in that department of the game. So let's see how they decide to play this one. The other thing you've also got to remember, if Jinx can get to towers early on, she can just melt them. With that minigun auto attack speed that ramps up with a couple of charges, she does great in the early stages, much like Caitlyn with her range, to be fair.
And we have the Twisted Fate skin that we've been looking forward to seeing this entire time, and we'll see if Jesus scores with this performance or whether he's going to be deserving a red card at the end of it. We'll find out on that one. The Copenhagen Wolves are settling in here on the bottom side of the river. Is this going to be just a scouting mission to get vision down, or do they want to take away that red buff?
Yeah, they've got to be very careful not to get caught offside here against SK Gaming. Once again, because of the early game pressure that Renekton and at least the TF are going to offer, we do see an invade, and this time around, there's nobody from Copenhagen Wolves to secure their red buff. Earlier, if you recall, Youngbuck and Woolite secured their own red buff, but it feels like, or it looks like, they're anticipating no steal from SK Gaming. The SK have not moved to Copenhagen Wolves red, so Sven is going to lose out on one of his buffs, and Woolite is in the middle lane. So now we need to watch, oh, small mistake, now we need to watch how Copenhagen Wolves play the rest of this laning phase and how heavy their invades are.
And I really like the going over the ward there at the start while it's disabled and getting out of vision of it. So the SK are left thinking, okay, did they go around the backside? Are they going to be waiting by the Wraiths? What's going on there with that one? Copenhagen Wolves, of course, managed to take that red buff and then get rid of that vision as well. They're going to be taking the blue buff as well, like doing some good damage here onto Jesus in that mid lane. Svenskern's going to have to spend a bit of time in there if they want to stop Woolite getting as beastly as he did in the Alliance game earlier.
I think so too. And on a champion like Jinx, you've also got incredible late game build-up, incredible late game damage that you can put down. So Coutard has yet to move to a lane. Youngbuck is in a 1v1 situation, and the last time they did the strategy, Coutard went in the 1v2 with Rise to do as much CS as possible. So Freddy can take a bit of dive, but that's not real threat from anybody on the Wolves.
Level 1 Lulu, level 1 Brom, you don't want to go under the turrets with those, that's for sure. And end up going badly for you. Although we are now seeing Svenskern and N-Rated both come into this mid lane. Woolite sat really far back, and he has to be no escape on this Jinx. And he spots him coming out there. No real problem for him. Meanwhile, Airwax is waiting. Look at this. It looks like the Wolves are going to try something on mid lane again. Yeah, going to see if they can put more pressure on the tower. Now, for SK Gaming, there's a number of options that they have available to them in terms of countering the strategy from Copenhagen Wolves. They currently have all got yellow trinkets. So one of the routes is to get vision in your jungle, and obviously because the Copenhagen Wolves have no sweeping lenses, they cannot deny as much vision. So what that gives SK is the option to react when the Wolves invade. Secondarily, they can opt to go for sweeping lenses themselves, but this is a little riskier because they have to deny vision, which means they have to predict where the Wolves are moving correctly. But what I do like is they're equaling the Wolves. You've got a roaming Braum, so let's have a roaming Morgana. Let's leave our AD carry to farm as best as possible, and if we can delay and shut down Woolite, then this will be how SK Gaming can get themselves back in this match. And Morgana roaming around could be arguably even more impactful with that Dark Binding, if, of course, you end up landing them. Meanwhile, we do have Lulu going to the top side of the map, and they're going to try once again to get in onto Freddy. Didn't have to use his flash earlier on, and there we see it, the vote switching around into the favor of the Copenhagen Wolves as Freddy going to take about half damage here. Level 2 Coutard, though, not enough damage to actually finish off the level 4 Renekton.
2 ganks in the top lane because of the matchup. Because of the pressure that Copenhagen Wolves are putting on Freddy, it means he needs to second guess himself every single time. And this is just allowing Youngbuck to stay even in a lane matchup that he should be losing. So this is smart play from Wolves. But what they are doing is they're balancing out the power of the top laners while losing a massive amount of presence and power in the mid lane. Coutard is level 2 with 5 CS versus Jez is level 5 and 30 CS.
Oh, and there's Cocoon landing, the Binding will follow up as well, and level 2 Lulu is going to be falling here. First blood goes over to the support. Airwax is going to fall low, possibly be falling down as well. Yes, Jesus gets that one. Svenskern will repel here, but he's going to come back down right on top of him. Jesus is going to go down, and they don't know. Svenskern got behind the turret there. The flash coming through, the zap doesn't quite work out. I don't think they can dive this one. Limited needs to be really, really careful. And Rayton's going to move in there, puts his shield up, does get bound up though, and that could be the end for him as well. Svenskern didn't actually follow through with him though. Crazy little fight in the jungle.
The Copenhagen Wolves need to be very aware that their gambit is not working out. The vision from SK allowed them to get shut down, allowed Copenhagen Wolves to get shut down and give up those 2 kills. Even though Woolite comes out with a red buff and a single kill to his name, it's very apparent that Coutard's suffering. He's behind on CS, he's trying to roam, and it was over-aggressive and I dare say overconfident. Because Copenhagen Wolves didn't have the same freedom they had against Alliance. Alliance didn't pull their support away. Alliance didn't have the numbers in the mid lane. SK did. Wolves need to be more cautious.
Unlimited still waiting here for this topside. Airwax will be coming through. They've spotted Airwax moving in. But Freddy may not have calculated the fact that Brom is going to be there. There's the jumping from Youngbuck, gets the stun down. Have they got enough here? Freddy going to pop his ultimate, and I think he should be safe. Going to get back onto his tower.
Yeah, Flash and Dominus burn though, and it didn't cost any flashes on the side of the Copenhagen Wolves. Again, just really showing the Copenhagen Wolves are putting a lot of focus on getting Youngbuck in a safe position. And you can't blame them, because there's nobody on the SK squad that can deal with the late game Jax one-on-one. If SK do not maintain control of Youngbuck's Jax, he has the ability to just split push them to death, and it will need 2 or 3 members of SK to deal with him. And what it does mean though, is all of that presence in the top lane opens up Dragon to SK with the least in the bottom.
Yep, going to start that one off and finish it without any problems whatsoever. The Wolves not even getting involved in that one. And I like the fact that they moved Cowtard now down into this bottom lane, realizing that, okay, I need some levels here. I'm going to need some gold, get some farm under my belt. And he's already got himself 27. Still a good chunk behind that of Jesus, of course, but should be fairly safe. And once he starts really settling in there, we'll be okay for him. However, it leaves SK here 2-1 up in kills, and that is already a couple of thousand gold thanks to the farm.
Yeah, I would dare say that the Copenhagen Wolves were just overconfident in their strategy. It was very clear that SK had responded. They had the numbers to back up that invade and that pressure from the Wolves, and it obviously backfired. So Cowtard is now working his way towards level 6. He's got that blue buff, which will do a whole lot in helping him out. But he's still roaming. He's still moving around, looking to see if he can impact other lanes. I'm not really sure if they're going to try to commit for this dive. You do have a lot of CC that can land, but red buff was already secured by Svenskeren. He had good timing, good responsiveness. So Copenhagen Wolves significantly less successful in the first 10 minutes than they were against Alliance.
And I think it's only going to be getting hard for them. I mean, Twisted Fate against this whole tactical playstyle from the Copenhagen Wolves is going to be a big pick, because you can always join in if someone gets caught out, which Candy Panda may find himself in trouble. There's a kick against the wall. He flashes behind the tower. They've not got the damage here to finish him off. 3 versus 1. Candy Panda lives, throws the ace in the hole, and they nearly got the kill for him. Woolite here being pressured. He's going to be able to be safe though.
Yeah, but can he clear the wave? This is the question. 3 members of SK Gaming. They are going to put so much damage onto this tower, and Woolite cannot defend. The gank attempt fails, and that means SK get 50% of this HP down on the mid-outer turrets.
Bad news for the Wolves there. They're not able to do anything of their own down bottom. In fact, they've come across to try and help out Woolite. You saw there how low Cowtard went, and Candy Panda got a massive range advantage onto him. It's going to be able to bully him out of lane.
Yeah, especially with the BF sword in these back pockets. So if Woolite sticks, if Cowtard sticks around, he's going to be in the threat range of being killed, and it's SK that are making the moves. Cowtard, I think he's got enough time to get away, and he has a flash, so does actually choose the very last second, and first tower most likely be secured by SK Gaming. There's a minion wave pulling up right behind them, and Candy Panda is doing his utmost to deny CS, to deny experience and gold. So strong counterplay by SK, but I think it's a little bit more. Copenhagen Wolves have just bitten off more than they can chew. They played overly aggressive, and it's backfiring on them.
And that's the thing about this strategy that they went for that managed to beat Alliance. SK have had time to really react to that. The Wolves might have thought, okay, if we can do it against Alliance, although SK are ready for it, in terms of they've already seen they're ready for what style we're going to play, can they actually handle it in practice?
Yeah, what probably would have been smarter is leaving their AD carry and support middle, or have Braum roaming, but let Cowtard keep farming up. He is very far behind. It's 2 levels and 34 CS at this stage in the game. And yes, you're always going to have utility with Lulu, with your Glitter Lancers, with your Wild Growths, but I don't think that that's enough to allow yourself to fall this far behind. Anyways, numbers advantage in favor of the Wolves. Instant flash by AWAX. And now again, because of the repeated ganks onto the top lane of Freddy, it means SK can begin responding. They can pull support to the lane that is most likely to get ganked. I think Copenhagen Wolves' moves are being telegraphed, and they're too easy to predict, which is what SK is doing, and that's why they've got the lead.
No, we see there once again, Jesus just moving south, and Spots Unlimited coming through his own jungle. Here we see Destiny going to be used. Where's he going to go? They're trying to lock up Cowtard, but he's just sped himself up and got out of there.
Yeah, very, very easy escape from the Copenhagen Wolves. And Cowtard, blue buff is worn off, but he's got a lot of mana regen from that Chalice. And, something that the Wolves have been very guilty of in the past is trying to force a play style. We'll get to that in a second. Jesus sidesteps. A lot.
Steps. Who's he going to go for? Actually getting knocked up there by the Wild Growth. Cowtard's got no damage here. Jinx finally is going to come across. Gold card is pulled. Jesus down to less than half HP, but the damage is coming through. Cocoon misses, but he was already inside of the binding, and Jesus will pick up that kill onto Unlimited.
Yeah, that was pretty poor play from the Wolves. They missed so many of their skill shots in that scenario, and they still committed. Even after not landing the CC, they still tried to throw themselves in. I do feel they should have backed away. Now, Svenskeren is going to run into Cowtard, and I think Cowtard's the one that's in trouble.
Yeah, I do as well. The shield goes down, but that damage out of Svenskeren could prove to be too much. He flashes off to the side. Svenskeren, can he dive in? Flash, and the kill for Sven. Not going well for Cowtard whatsoever here.
All too easy. He was 1 level up on the jungler, and he doesn't have the execute. Now Jez is looking to catch Woolite. Gold pod blocked. Well played, Unlimited.
Really well done by Unlimited. That could have possibly been a death with that Sheen now added in as well. Double Doran's ring for Jesus. Well, look at this Airwax again inside of the enemy jungle, trying to steal away the blue buff.
So I want to go back to the point I was making before they jumped onto Jez's, is that Copenhagen Wolves have been very guilty in the past of trying to force a singular playstyle on a team composition that maybe may not be as ideal or well suited. And in the past, they've had these late game team comps and they're like, yeah, we'll fight at 15 minutes, even though we've fallen behind in lane. And this is a similar scenario. I feel like SK's play style and team composition has countered Copenhagen Wolves' original plan, yet they still stuck to it. They still committed with so much damage.
That was so close to taking out both the AD carry and the support. I mean, it's not got them kills, but it's going to get them the tower here. Second one of the game for SK, and they've got 3 seconds until Dragon comes up. Everything perfectly timed there.
Yes, and very, very well executed. SK have read the Wolves. The Wolves have tried to put a square composition into a round strategy hole, and it is not working. And this is why SK have got control. They've got 2 towers. They've stolen away the blue buff. They've regained jungle control of the Wolves. And with this Dragon, they're going to have a very, very sizable gold lead.
Gonna be, is there going to be a fight over this one? The Wolves have started to move back in as they...
The Wolves will do it.
And healed. Come through into this one, but the Dragon goes over to SK, but the fight is on. Airwax trying to get in there, keeps Candy Panda back. Airwax though is going to go down, and that is Candy Panda picking up the kill. Falls straight away afterwards. Youngbuck is right in the middle of them as well. Svenskeren going to get turned into a squirrely looking thing, and then Svenskeren is finished off. It's Woolite that picks up the kill.
2 kills, they lose 1, and they lose a Dragon and a tower. And even with Counter turning people into squirrely-looking things, it's not enough for the Copenhagen Wolves to come out ahead. Destiny's available, Counter's in trouble. Can he get away?
Shortest range Destiny ever to be produced, but Jesus is going to stick to him. A lot of damage, the slow coming out. Have they got it? That's a flash into a binding that doesn't land, but the wild cards will be enough.
And SK just going to keep getting more. 6 kills to 3. There's 6,500 gold ahead. Woolite will even... he will secure a tower rather, which is a small solace and something to take away from it, but it's definitely not what they were ideally looking for. And now Woolite is stuck around. This is 3v1.5 because Unlimited's nearby, but it looks like Woolite's in trouble.
Good jumpers, but are they going to be enough? Actually, Unlimited might actually be the one that falls down. Freddy trying to get onto him. Couldn't quite get the damage down to finish off Unlimited. He gets away.
Cleanse and flash from Woolite, as well as the flash from Unlimited in exchange for the singular flash there of Freddy. So that is a very, very big advantage gained by SK Gaming, especially when you consider Woolite has no innate escapes. So on Jinx, he's going to be very reliant on staying in the right position at the right time. And where he was in that mid lane was definitely overextended. He shouldn't have been that deep without more team members nearby. That's the sound.
All good. Best sound ever.
Tower's done.
Young's going to get this one. Freddy came in there at the last second. Actually, using that Tiamat, managed to chunk off half of Youngbuck's health, but not got enough there to actually finish himself off a kill. Meanwhile, SK actually moving up in the middle lane, and again Unlimited managing to block out most, if not almost all, of the damage.
Yeah, we do see now it's SK that are slightly out of position. Countard is going to run into Jez's. The rest of the Wolves are coming in.
Oh, Stone Card does go down. Binding, he's going to land. Svenskeren going to go for this one. Unlimited's at half health as well. Jinx is there though, so knowing that it's a little bit too dangerous. But again, Countard almost being
they want
too aggressive.
I think they're going to catch him, yeah.
Yeah, you see Jinx. No escape, but got Unlimited as support, who's doing a cracking job. There's a binding coming in though, and the binding does land. NC the hole's going to come from the side. Super Mega Death Rocket was used, but maybe too early on that one. There is a kill, but Candy Panda going man mode on the backside. Manages to get one. Can they finish off any more? Follow through from Airwax. He'll pay with his life though.
They end up trading 2 for 3. The Copenhagen Wolves continually struggling in these team fights. Youngbuck, he wants a piece of Freddy.
I may even get this one as well. Blade of the Ruin King is going to be used, which will keep him in touch with him, but the flash comes out from him. Look at the end, but look at this. SK just pushing the tower.
SK will be happy with the trade. They lose a top laner, but they get an inner turret. The Copenhagen Wolves continually, I think their heads are a little bit out of this game. They're missing some of their skill shots. They're out of position. And if you contrast to the match earlier against Alliance, it just feels like they're not maybe as focused, if I'm trying to summarize. So Copenhagen Wolves, they lose another tower. They end up trading 3 for 3 in terms of kills. But map presence and map control is all in favor of SK Gaming. It is what you expect with this team comp though. So for SK, they need to start playing the side lanes with the Twisted Fate, with the Elise, and get to those inhibitor turrets. Because if Copenhagen Wolves can stall out, they can start to make up that difference in terms of gold deficit with the champions that do scale, obviously, over time.
Yeah, we have a 6,000 gold lead pretty much for SK. Only 18 minutes into this matchup. Now we're going to see the Wolves pushing. They're actually sending 2 men down. They're actually going to try and connect and find Svenskun here inside of the SK jungle. There's Countdown getting in for the slow. Have they got the damage? Unlimited will dive forward once again to block most of the damage. Freddy being caught on the side there as well, but no kill. But have they relieved enough pressure here for a go on the tower?
Keep in mind, this is 3 members of the Wolves in lane. Braum is still moving between the jungle and mid and middle, while Woolite is shoving that lane out. Woolite has caught Candy Panda. It looks like he's come out slightly worse for wear. Here comes Unlimited to help out. 2v2 in the mid lane.
Rated needs to be careful here. Countdown and Airwax are coming across the queue, landing onto the minion there, so no fall through, but here comes SK from the side. Good wild growth out of Countdown, but Airwax may go down. Jesus gets that one for the rampage. And just like that, SK turning around the aggression.
Yeah, I can't stress enough, the Wolves, they just seem to be all over the place. That's a flash gold card.
Yep, he's got no mana left though for anything else here. And Countard able to just walk on away from that one. Oh, the Wolves too low here though to defend what's left of that inner turret.
Such a low amount of hit points. I think if Candy Panda can get in range, 1 or 2 auto attacks will take that one down. The Copenhagen Wolves, they tried that multi-split push, or multi-lane push rather, in the top and the middle lane. And in their indecisiveness, were moving towards middle, they just got surrounded and pounced on by SK Gaming. The assertiveness and the control is not there. And it feels like the Wolves are struggling to adapt to what SK are doing in this matchup.
And we see why they went for that first pick Morgana here. They're hitting a lot, and Unlimited just completely caught out there in the jungle. And Rated tanking up from the front side, trying to get those bindings in position. Youngbuck's going to dive in. He gets stunned down, can only get the counter-strike on 1, and he's surely going to fall as well. But look at Freddy. He's absolutely destroying them in the backside. That's another 2 kills. And just like that, SK get an ace for nothing.
I'm at a loss for words. The Copenhagen Wolves once again get caught out of position. Unlimited is in the jungle alone, and he just gets pounced, collapsed on by SK. There was no wild growth available for Countard, so Youngbuck jumps in. The ultimates and the spells are just not there. You know, vision from SK Gaming is solid. They had pink ward control, so they knew Copenhagen Wolves didn't have vision, and they just go in one by one by one. You have to question the decision making. You have to question the strategic play in this game, because the Wolves definitely don't. Well, I rest my case. What did you not learn what happened 20 seconds ago?
Apparently not.
It's difficult to say anything other than I don't know where Copenhagen Wolves' heads are in this game, because it feels like they've lost focus, it feels like they've lost touch, and Countard's going to be the next target.
Yep, and he's dead. Jesus gets that one, and Super Mega Death Rocket comes in, actually picking off a kill there, but the rest of the team, again, being hammered by Freddy at the backside. Youngbuck going to dive back in, he's going to pay the price, and Woolite now will be the next focus. Candy Panda having to go. Good flash from Woolite, actually gets him the kill and the shutdown, but Jesus got the finishing touch. He is now legendary at 915.
Yeah, but at what cost? 14,000 gold. Yes, that was a very flashy play, but SK, they got the inhibitor turret, they got the bottom turrets, they're going to take a dragon, they're extending this gold lead even further. This must be one of the largest gold leads we've ever seen at 22 minutes. And I just have to question the decision making again, because for Wolves, they've fallen behind. It's very apparent they've fallen behind. But instead of trying to force team fights to make up the deficit, I feel like they should have turtled. I feel like they have fairly solid, fairly safe wave clear, and it would have been a smarter option to sit under turrets, defend your objectives, and try play for late game. Because at the moment, they're just giving away far too many advantages to their opponents.
I think the last time we saw such a one-sided game involving SK, they actually forfeited after 21 minutes against the Lions.
And it was Twisted Fate as well, wasn't it? I'm going to double check and tell you. It was, in fact, Twisted Fate. Joe Smith and SK Gaming were under the...
better than my goldfish spanned memory. You see the pink ward's actually going down. No offense, Goldfish. You'll have forgotten in 3 seconds I said.
I think for the Copenhagen Wolves, this all boils down to, can they actually group up and can they control themselves? Right, 2v1, Young Bucks already flashed.
And is the gold card going to time out? No, it's not. The stun comes down, and Youngbuck's not escaping this one. He's popped his ultimate, but that won't even do a thing for him. Candy Panda picks that one up. He's now 6-3-7. What are the Wolves going to do here? Because things have got desperate for them. They're 15,000 gold behind.
That was just too easy. Youngbuck has got no defensive items at all. And the Copenhagen Wolves continue to try play aggressively despite the massive lead that their opponents have built up. And I just feel like the best course of strategy, the best course of action is to sit back. Try to weather the storm as best you can. Because you do have a fairly high damage Woolite, but he's just going to get melted. Bye.
Jez has been chased off here, but he's like, I got Ghost Bros, I'm not scared of you. And they're unlimited Woolite, both of them very low as Freddy dives in. Ace in the hole will come through. It's the wild card from Jesus to get in the kill. Unlimited, not going to be able to get away. There's another one at the front, and Coutard flashing away from things. The Cocoon not quite landing. That's a 3 for pretty much no health on SK's side. This is surely an inhib.
This is such a chaotic game. There's an inhibitor exposed in the bottom lane as well as minions in the middle lane. SK Gaming should just get absolute map control. They've already had it for 10 or so minutes, and with super minions in 2 lanes, this is just going to get even bigger. The Wolves have been destroyed by SK Gaming, and this is just such a good performance from SK, considering how they bounced back from yesterday's terrible performances.
Indeed, and that shows the character of a second place team. You know, that's how you do well in the league. You kind of shrug off those losses, look at what went wrong and what went right even in those, although I don't know if there were many positives really to take from SK's 21-minute surrender yesterday, but then shrug it off and to come into this one against a team like the Wolves, who we saw it in the last game against Alliance. They can do it. They have the ability to pull off these big wins, but we just don't see it very often.
Yeah, this is the problem with a team like the Wolves, who have a phenomenal performance. They have the ability, but the average ability is lower than where it needs to be to maintain that level of performance. I actually think this game boils down to their in-game leadership and their in-game calling, because they could have done significantly better with this comp. And let's see them committing to this fight. Remember how far they are behind.
Trying to fight Freddy, trying to take him down, but look at him, he pops Dominus and says, no, I'm not even going to go down from this one. Bullies an entire team there at the back. Twisted Fate going to join in. Woolite will go down, and Unlimited all of a sudden, the last man left alive. Will they be able to chase through? I think he's going to survive it, but again, Freddy's pushing straight up the middle lane. SK might just go for the win here.
Yeah, they've got super minions pushing up with them. There's nothing Copenhagen Wolves can do to prevent this loss. And I feel they gifted this one to SK Gaming on a silver platter. They just kept presenting weaknesses after weaknesses, and SK punished them over and over. 27-8, SK going to close it out.
Yeah, more kills here at the end. Jesus will get his 12th and his 13th in there as well. Actually, no, 12. Oh no, it was 13th kill for him. And they're still looking for more here on top of the fountain. Nexus is going to fall before anything happens though. And SK Gaming demolish the Wolves to cement their second position.
Night and day. 2 different performances from the same team. Copenhagen Wolves topple the league leaders. Maybe fueled on adrenaline, excitement, and looking for blood. Overcommit against SK. This game really just boils down to being in the wrong place at the wrong time so many times.
Yeah, and we have to talk about the very start of it for Coutard here in particular. 70 CS down by the end of it. 0-8-4. Spent so much time roaming. Was level 2 with I think 5 CS, if I'm correct on that one, while Twisted Fate is already 2-3 levels above him, and then gets caught out in the jungle for an easy kill.
By the point you're talking about, Jesus was already level 5 with 30 CS. And the decision making to have a roaming Lulu, in theory, could have helped. It helped Youngbuck in the laning phase. The problem is, Counter took too long to get back to lane. It took too long to get back to a standard style of play. And then it just felt like they got stuck in this mindset of play aggressive, give in the face, go, go, go. against Twisted Fate, against Renekton, against these champions that punished them. And more importantly than just the champion composition, but the way SK had played. They had moved support up. They had numbers to back up against Copenhagen Wolves' aggressive plays. You need to read that, and you need to respond to it. And on top of all of that, Wolves didn't have the vision. They didn't have the same number of wards down that they have been doing in previous games, so they couldn't make use of their strategy.
Let's talk Jesus here for a moment. 13-1-9 he finished at the end of that. And while we normally grade a Twisted Fate performance from the amount of destinies that pull off kills in the laning phase, this one was a little bit harder to grade it, I think, in that same way because of the fact that the Wolves were all over the map this entire time.
So what I would say about Jez's performance in this game, while he didn't necessarily play in such a way to convince me it was a good play, he punished mistakes in an incredibly positive way. So it was a reactive TF and went, oh, you're out of position, I'll kill you again. You're out of position, I'll kill you again. Very importantly, gold cards every time. When there were champions to stun down, it was a gold card. I would dare say I didn't see any of them being not gold cards. So solid performance. It's another champion that Jez, I think, can pull out in the future. And for everyone else watching this game, would have to be considering, especially when you think about how strong SK are in the mid game in terms of their map play. You add TF into the equation, it just makes them all the more powerful.
So after 2 games here for the Copenhagen Wolves using this strategy, 1 massive win, 1 massive loss, is it a hit or a miss?
I think if they can calm themselves down and they can play more intelligently, I think the strategy can work again. But I do feel that in this matchup, because of the fact that Copenhagen Wolves had baited something, SK responded and Wolves just kept doing it. They telegraphed their moves, they telegraphed their strategy. They need to be more reactive and responsive. And they showed good intelligence in drafting a plan. And they showed terrible intelligence in adjusting it on the fly.
Well, a good win for SK Gaming nonetheless to cement that second position. We actually have Shox and Deficio standing by with Candy Panda for an insider's look into that SK victory. So let's send it over there.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by SK's Carry Panda, I was going to say, but AD Carry, Candy Panda, it does apply. Candy Panda, tell me if you saw what happened earlier in the game of Copenhagen Wolves versus Alliance, and if that made a difference in the way you went into this game and strategy-wise.
Yeah, so first of all, we banned out the Rise because we felt it was part of their strategy. And then we also didn't pick those squishy champions like Alliance did because they had the Kog'Maw, they had the Nami and the Orianna, all of which are really prone to getting caught in by a Braum Lee Sin combo. It's so easy to stun them up. So we went with Morgana Caitlyn, which is harder to catch. And yeah, they did the same, and this time we didn't get caught.
It really seemed like you have the game under control from the start. I mean, from your point of view, was there ever a time where you're like, oh, we might lose this one, or was it just easy peasy, we got this all the way?
It's never easy peasy, but it felt like since they couldn't snowball like they did on Alliance, we had much better chances. Even though they pressured Renekton top really hard, we sent Morgana mid, which Alliance didn't do either. So we had 1 more man in the middle to react to what they did, and then we could handle the pressure much better.
Very smart of you to say, of course, it's never easy peasy because yesterday wasn't the easiest day for you guys. Can you break down for us, maybe starting with the game versus Alliance, which was particularly tough for you guys?
Sorry again?
Yeah, the crowd's cheering. Can you break down what happened yesterday in your team and in your camp? And let's start with the game versus Alliance.
Well, against Alliance, it was just a series of unlucky events. So we just surrendered in 21 minutes. The game was over. I don't know. Sometimes you just have a bad game. It happened.
True. But is this something for you, SK Gaming? I mean, N-rated earlier in the season, he talked about how your early game needs to get better. Otherwise, again, once you really start meeting international teams as well, you might have issues. For you, how do you improve the early game? How do you think you guys can actually improve the early game? Because you are such a good team when it comes to team fights and the late game points. But how do you improve this early game?
Yeah, I feel like one of the things is that we sacrifice some early game pressure to get those great mid-game combos. We try to balance it out between having a lane that can actually lane against the enemy lane, but also is good overall in the team comp. So, I mean, we could improve our early game really easy by just picking strong lanes in every lane, but then they wouldn't fit together, so you always have to balance it out. Of course, we're trying to improve the early game despite that, but it's not that easy, and we just have to find the synergies between the champions.
Finally, tell me, after Superweek is done for you guys, 2-2, what is your vision on the standings right now? And do you feel that there is a bigger difference or a smaller difference between you guys and the rest of the teams as there was in the spring split?
Yeah, of course. Right now, we are still second, I believe. And that's our goal. We just want to be first or second. And that's where we are right now. So nothing changed for us. Our goal stayed the same. And for the next weeks, of course, especially for the last Super Week, we don't want to go 2-2 again. But we will learn from this week and we will do better the next weeks.
Well, great rebound here in this game. Fantastic performance. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, we need to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with a clash of the Titans as Alliance takes on Fnatic. You won't want to miss it.
I'm with you.
Get him, start. Bravo, start.
They are chasing me here.
Finish bow, finish bow, finish bow.
Jax and Lee here. Okay. Jax and Lee here. Jax and Lee here. They're trapped.
Watch out from down. We can go on them. He missed. Okay.
He's done.
I'm behind him. Okay, finish. Keep going.
Lee.
Finish Lee. Nice. Push back. Just push here.
back, everyone. I am Lee D-Man-Smith, and I'm joined here by Martin Deficio Lunger as we move into our final 2 matches at the tail end of this Super Week. Next up, it is the fan favorite between Alliance and Fnatic. Alliance are currently leading 2-0 in their head-to-head with Fnatic, and the last time they met, the game ended in explosive style, with Alliance base racing to victory in just 23 minutes, 30 seconds. That was the fastest game without a surrender this summer. Yesterday, of course, they did a demolition job on SK Gaming with the surrender inside 21 minutes, but earlier today, they got demolished themselves by the Copenhagen Wolves.
100%. So let's start with the negative. It seemed like they were overconfident going into the game, and they got very surprised by the tactic from the Copenhagen Wolves, sending Woolite mid lane, the early invades, of course. Alliance themselves called it cheese. I feel like Copenhagen Wolves just actually outplayed them in the game here, and Alliance had very poor warding. Once they lost the mid tower, they didn't ward up their own jungle at all, and it simply meant there was nothing they could do once Copenhagen Wolves just moved around and killed them. I don't think it's going to change too much going into this game, however. I think they're just going to say, okay, that was a mistake. Let's move on and focus on Fnatic.
Yeah, we just saw tweeting a moment ago saying SK is showing us what we should have done earlier on.
Exactly.
The question is, was that just a one-off? Because yesterday they did obliterate SK Gaming.
Yeah, it's an opposite game, to be honest. I mean, this time it was Alliance just destroying SK Gaming. They punished every single mistake, and they had a 9k gold lead by 21 minutes where SK Gaming surrendered the game. So Alliance really showed how good of a team they can be. And Shook, in this jungle here, he keeps impressing me, actually. He has the highest KD of the junglers in the EU LCS with 4.63. And, funny enough, he's only played Lee Sin, Evelynn, and Elise, the top junglers. So it seems like the rest of Alliance are getting all the bans, and Shook can just play whatever he wants to.
Yeah, everybody else expanded their pool just a little to see what they could do. Fnatic, on the other hand, they have had a great start to Super Week, picking up decisive wins over Rocket and the Copenhagen Wolves yesterday. They faced Gambit as well, and once again, it was a fully controlled victory, despite Gambit doing their best to be aggressive. They're currently 3-0 on their best win streak of this summer split, and they are looking to be the only team that can pick up the perfect Super Week.
And I really have to give credit to Fnatic as a team for the ward control they've showed this week. It's been absolutely fantastic. And they are actually the team who's bought the most wards in the EU LCS and placed the most, of course. It's basically just been fantastic play when you look at the wards on the map here. And another thing that's really been working for them this Super Week has been the solo laners. Xpeke and Soaz, they've both looked great. Of course, Xpeke there with his CS record, he's been farming like an absolute monster, he's been setting up kills, getting a lot of kills himself. And Soaz then up in the top lane, slightly less kills, but he has this different playstyle, this kind of unpredictable playstyle with Lee Sin top, we had Ziggs top as well, which people don't really know how to play against.
We should remember, he's on his 499th kill. The next kill that Peke gets will be his 500th in LCS history. So
would be nice to get against Froggen, I guess.
Well, we told the team as well, and they were like, we're going to build tanky. And nobody wants to die to Peke.
It's going to be 0 kills in this game.
Well, after the questionable decision that led to a one-sided base race in their last matchup, Fnatic knows that Alliance will capitalize on the smallest mistakes and plan on tightening up their objective play.
Alliance is considered as the #1 in Europe right now, so it's probably going our toughest match of the week.
I think Fnatic is a very unpredictable team. I think they can win against us if they are in a good day, in a good draft, and like things go right for them. They can definitely take a game off of us.
We just take it game by game, and we always prepare as much for every team. Even though they might be like 8th place or 1st place, it's exactly the same amount of time.
Yeah, last game against Fnatic we base raced them. After the trade it was totally different because that was the point where the mid game starts, and then it opens up everything. So you're not forced to stay in the bot lane anymore where you just lose 2 or 3.
They're going to take the dragon, they're going to take Yellow Star. That's going to be a hook and kill.
They capitalized really well on our mistakes, and a base race happened. It was really messy from our part.
The ending was just really bad. Like we had so much advantage and we threw it just by 1 move.
They actually played pretty well against us until they made that mistake around the dragon and then went bad afterwards. But we will practice something and we will use it against pretty much every team because we think it's really strong.
We should be actually 1-1 against Alliance, but we just decided to give them a win last time. So we'll just try to fix that and go for the 2-2.
So I think it's pretty safe to say they don't want to fall for that once again.
No, I think they're going to back off this time instead of just keep pushing up for the tower.
Well, they've been great so far in Superweek. Let's see how they turn out against Alliance. Let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Alliance. They are the league leaders despite that loss earlier on today. That means Wicked's in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs as the AD carry, and Nif in support.
And on the red side, we have Fnatic with Source in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke as the mid laner, Reckless as the AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
And our featured matchup for this game focuses on the two best supports in the European LCS, who are both playmakers for their teams. They are, of course, Nif and Yellowstar.
And Yellowstar, he's been absolutely fantastic this week. He has 91.7% kill participation and a KDA of 14.6. So he's been part of pretty much everything Fnatic has been doing, and he's just playing so well. Nif, he's always very solid, but he's actually only been part of 61.7% of the kills for Alliance. So he needs to step it up in this game here if he wants to try and outduel Yellowstar here in the support battle.
Yeah, and of course, let's not forget they did get destroyed. They only got one kill in that game. And
True.
they had a surrender, so fantasy points are not looking good for Nif, but Yellowstar's doing great for me because he's got 72 points.
I know, you keep telling me.
Fantastic, I'm loving it. Kobe, you're going down. You guys, of course, at home have been voting which team will win today, so let's check in and see who you picked in this matchup. And it's actually a stunner as both teams are dead even. 50-50,
Wow.
the first time we've ever had that in the European LCS.
And we have to agree, man, this game is so hard to predict. Last time Fnatic started so well, picked up multiple kills. Reckless on Twitch got some early kills. Xpeke was playing Twisted Fate, same deal for him. And then the whole base race happened like 22 minutes into the game. So it's going to be a hard one, this one.
Okay, so pick and bans coming in. Both of these teams have a plethora of tactics available to them. However, Copenhagen Wolves just proved how to take down Alliance. You don't play into their game, you just punish them and push them.
I want to predict a Ziggs ban from Alliance. They banned it every single game in the Superweek, and Fnatic have shown they can play it in 2 lanes now. And maybe Twisted Fate ban from Fnatic against Froggen here. He's been first picking it every time he had the chance.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Ziggs ban is the very first one, so as having that taken away from him. Could have been Peke, of course. Kassadin has been taken away. Lee Sin, Twitch, quick bans here. They know exactly what they want. Twisted Fate, not going to let Froggen have that one, that's for sure.
So I'm a little bit surprised Alliance actually banned Lee Sin himself, because Shug is such a good Lee Sin player. But of course, Cyanide is the same. We might see Alliance then just trade the 2 junglers left, Elise and Evelyn, and just first pick something else.
I wonder if Wicked's praying that KO doesn't get banned out here. It is
could be
up on the cards. Jax is also out there. There
There's
is the KO ban. There's no surprises there. 4.10. 4.11 had some changes. You guys at home on live will have seen that. But Orianna is the first choice. So interesting that they've gone for that first pick. Of course, Peke set the record on that yesterday. The first to 300 CS. He is now the holder in the
Froggen
LCS.
played it earlier too, where of course he was shut down by Copenhagen Wolves, but Orianna is such a strong overall pick. Your laning phase is very good, and then once you get to your late game point as well, you provide utility, you have a lot of damage. I mean, just overall, a very good pick. And we have seen a lot of first picking mid laners in Europe this Super Week. They're not afraid of just instantly locking in whatever mid laner they feel is strongest left.
Well, the support and AD carry getting locked in this time. Reckless and Yellowstar. So Yellowstar this time on Nami, of course. 91.7% kill participation. 100% in the last game yesterday they played. Incredible stuff from Yellowstar this week.
And we've seen him engage a lot of fights actually by either landing hooks or binding some Morgana. But now on Nami, we might see him focus a little bit more on disengaging, unless he feels like he can land a good bubble and start the whole fight for Fnatic. And with Lucian, of course, you have such a strong lane at trading, because you put the E onto Lucian, he dashes forward or shoots forward with the Q, and you get this double auto attack with your E proc in both of them. So very strong lane at trading, and also, of course, you have sustain from Nami, which is one of the reasons she's so popular at the moment.
So Froggen's got his hands on Lulu in that top lane, wasn't banned now, was left through. Snuck through the cracks, honestly. I'm pretty sure Fnatic would have gone to it
Gonna be wicked
if
then,
it was possible. We do see Evelyn was the other selection for Shook. Veigar's been highlighted for Peke, but that's going to come through.
So double AP for Alliance and taking Evelyn because, again, they banned away the Lee Sin.
It would work well against double AP.
True, it would. I mean, we need to see here. The Lee Sin ban, of course, from Alliance was because Fnatic have played it in the top lane as well. So don't want to deal with Source and didn't want to first pick it, so they were afraid of Fnatic actually early picking the Lee Sin. and therefore they go with Evelyn, at least of course for Fnatic. Simple. You trade
lock for Sign.
You just trade the top junglers. Lulu top for Wicked. I've not been too impressed by his Lulu yet. I generally feel like he's a lot better on bruisers and not these AP champions.
He still plays the same style.
He does.
Like
he
he's
stays
not a big
in the
bruiser,
front.
still goes out
in the front, wild growth himself, hope he survives. If he dies, instantly, tough luck.
Well, Syndra was finally locked in for Peke. He's actually been one of the few that's played it fairly regularly. You can see those stats. Hasn't worked out 100%, but then again, he's been up against LeBlancs before. We've always questioned that one, but...
Well, it should actually be in favor of Syndra. You have outplay potential. But in teamfights, of course, it's very hard because one misstep,
one missed skill shot,
get jumped,
you're dead.
You're dead, that's
not
it.
Quite the same case. LeBlanc, of course, had the change in the 4.10 patch.
It's a bit risky for Peke anyway with Syndra here because he's against double shield already. Lulu, wild growth the shield as well. And you have the shield from Orianna. So it can be hard for him to burst down a target if Alliance is ready, if they see where he's going with it. Also, the ball from Orianna and the flank potential from Evelyn is very scary for Syndra in teamfights because it's so hard to position yourself properly. And it's going to be hard for him to find the target, especially also with Alliance. Having so many ranged champions staying far away from him, so he needs to get close, and then there's a chance of the ball or Evelyn collapsing onto him and just killing him.
Just imagine how hard Shook's going to be to kill. He's going to have the Agony's Embrace shield, he's going to have the Lulu shield, the Orianna shield, and Thresh can throw his Lantern out as well and get that extra shield. This could be tricky for Fnatic. A lot of shields for Alliance. What are Fnatic going to choose for their final top lane?
Well, so Lee Sin is being banned away, which is something, of course, we've seen Soaz play. Actually, 2 bans towards him if you look at the Ziggs ban as well. Renekton and Shyvana would be possible options. Shyvana is still a good all-around pick for the top lane. Lulu is a bit of an annoying thing to deal with as a melee bruiser though up in this top lane, because she will poke you and she will kite you around forever. So unless Fnatic decides to lane swap, which is where Shyvana would fit in really well, because Lulu, she has issues farming in the jungle. She will get denied a lot of CS, which where Shyvana can jungle really well, especially together with an Elise and clear the jungle very fast.
Well, so far this week, has been, oh good lord. So far this week it has been Lulu and Lee Sin for Soaz, but Yorick is back in the top lane.
Oh, Yorick. Well, still,
I can tell
it
you
would
now,
actually help Expect out if he gets out of position. Yorick is there to save the day. He comes back up.
It's actually the second time we've seen it in the top lane.
Yeah, it is. It is. Was it Freddy who ran it too?
It was Freddy, yeah. Freddy ran it. So
Ash and Zyra thing
we'll
from SK Gaming. He is, of course, a very strong laner.
Yeah.
Still needs to build up some items here. We need to see if he wants to go for Chalice as the mana region, or if he's going towards Essence Reaver, or maybe the tier.
I mean, the key, or used to be the key with Yorick, is you'd have the Cassiopeia in there or something like that, and you'd obviously use the ultimate on him. Only Lucian really there. Would he go for Syndra? Would he just do it himself?
Well, he could do it on himself, but you generally want to get it on one of your carries. I mean, the Syndra could be the option, so Expected can go all in, use everything he has, die in the middle of everything, get resurrected once again, come back to the fight, or we can maybe see Reckless try and do the same deal, go very aggressive in the start, get the ulti here, and if he builds Blade of the Ruined King and you get the Ghost with it too, should have worked out really well for Fnatic.
Well, with the supports locked in, who do you think has come out ahead? Tweet us hashtag Nif or hashtag Yellowstar. Of course, Nif is on Nami, Yellowstar is on Thresh. Send it to @LOL Esports.
All the way around.
Tally up the results. Nif is on
Thresh.
So, I know what I meant. The goldfish is out there. They'll be on to us. But Morgana was available and nobody went for it. That's an interesting one straight away in itself, because both these players have been first locking that Morgana in. They ignored it this time around.
It was a very early Nami pick as well for Fnatic. Actually, they knew they wanted it. They wanted to disengage here.
First pick.
Yeah.
First pick. We'll see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Can Fnatic get themselves the perfect Super Week? And can Alliance stay at the top of the table? Their win streak once again has been cut down. The Copenhagen Wolves dealt with that, so Fnatic didn't need to defend their record. It's the second time, by the way, that Alliance have reached that marker. This time 7-0, unable to reach the 9-0. Also, it stops their Cloud9 record that was 23-2, 23-2, 21-2. Can't remember which one it was. Either way, they're not going to get it.
Nope.
Because they're at 14-3.
It is gone. Let's see Fnatic here. Late game, they might have some issues. Taps, wise enough, didn't actually face check. But late game for Fnatic here. Because again, well, Yorick can resurrect someone, but his own damage in team fights. Often you just kite him around, he won't actually get to do too much in these fights. And that's where Fnatic might have some issues, especially also because taps will scale really well, become a hyper carry in the late game. And Xpeke on Syndra here, often you see teams get the Banshees, get the magic resist against him, and therefore deny him the chance to blow up a target, making it very hard for Fnatic to instantly kill someone, where Alliance, with this late game scaling on both Froggen and taps, will be very strong. And then, of course, the utility from Wicked.
Oh, Nif didn't go straight away for any death sentence. I didn't see whether he'd actually leveled up. He generally go flay level 1, so
depends.
Going towards it, yeah. I didn't see whether he'd actually leveled anything up instead. Reckless steps away, ward goes down. Everybody knows where they are. It seems we're going to have top laners quite happily facing off against each other. And standard meta starts out here. Blue being protected by Fnatic. They weren't sure whether Alliance were going to try to sneak in. Shook is, of course...
Oh, Alliance needs to be careful here. They might get collapsed on 4 members moving in.
Oh, they're caught. They're caught. Yellow Star, can he land an Aqua Prison? He catches on towards Nif. It's not going to be enough damage going down. Instead, he flays on towards Reckless, who doesn't trade too badly. And it's Nif that came out definitely worse for wear in that fight.
So forcing a potion from Nif, and he now needs to regain a bit also with the Relic Shield. Source getting a good early start here in Wicked, waiting in the bush.
Yeah, just going to catch him out and get a good 3 auto attacks on towards him, shields that off. Aqua Prison once again landing on Tabs. Now we saw this the other day with Tabs, of course, and basically Cogmore players. They're going to be pretty weak until around level 5.
I still like the pick. It's not terrible in lane, it's okay, but against a Lucian, of course, it's very hard. But the pick itself is still very, very strong because you weren't affected by the Bloodthirster changes. Bladed Rune King and Trinity Force are still the 2 key items on you and should be the 2 first items for taps in the game here. So it is a very strong pick, and also a pick in Korea, which is banned in pretty much every single game.
Yeah, they 100% managed to go towards that one. Tabs gets a double tap on him. Reckless putting the damage back on Nif. Has to flash out of the Aqua Prison this time around. That is desperately important. Let's keep our eyes on side and see whether he pays a visit down there. As you mentioned, both Summoner Spell flashes burn.
And last time these 2 teams met each other, Cyanide came bot lane multiple times early on. They got 2 early kills, gave them over to Reckless because Cyanide kept coming down for the ganks. Now both flashes going from Taps and Nif. If they push out this lane, Cyanide might just walk down and pick up first blood.
Well, they believe that Yellow Star may well come out ahead in this clash. We'll see how it works out. At top lane, Soaz is putting some serious hurt down on Wicked. Not feeling too comfortable just yet, and Soaz has got himself
laning against Yorick is so annoying. Give him a flask and some mana potions, and he's just gonna spam these ghouls in your face. And the only way you can actually avoid them is if you run into the bush, and they will run back to the minions because they lose vision of you. But once you push all the way down to your tower, you're just gonna have to tank them up, and damn you, Yorick.
Yeah, and you can see the difference it's already having. 23 CS to 6, and it's already drawing the attention. Shook's like, well, I'm gonna have to come up, either help out Wicked or let him fight on his own. Pink Ward spots out Shook in the river. That means Sino knows he's got some free time in the bottom half of the jungle. He immediately makes a move.
Yeah, he's moving down here. Can either go towards the mid lane, or actually no, he will move down to this bottom lane here. He will just bait us and now go to the Raves instead. Shook will actually, Shook going to the Wolves here. So some Raves for Sana. Let's see if he wants to try and go bot lane afterwards. The lane is actually pushing all the way up to the tower.
Well, he could just rappel straight on towards Froggen, who does have flash available. Instead, it is going to be the bottom lane. That would make more sense. Both flashes are gone in the bottom lane. So Tabs and Nif, if they're staying too far up the lane, they've got no ward in this tri-bridge. They could come straight around for this one.
Oh, this is not good here. Yellowstone needs to land the bubble as engage. He will go for it.
He's going to move straight around there. We can see catch on towards it. Cocoon does land. It gets on towards Tabs. Aqua Prison follows through, but there's no damage because Nif saved the day with a death sentence on Cyanide, dragging him into the tower.
And Lantern first got tapped over to himself and then hooked onto Cyanide, forcing the flash away. And Shook had actually moved all the way from the Wolf camp down to this bottom lane, expecting Cyanide to show up, and was ready in case Fnatic were trying to go over-aggressive. Fnatic just farming away this mid lane. Fairly even once Xpeke actually picks up this farm here at his tower. Slight advantage to Froggen, farming really well on Orianna once again.
Yeah, farming very well. We'll keep our eyes on that one, of course. Peke doing just as good a job on Syndra. They are crazy farming numbers, honestly, for those 2 mid laners. As has been pretty much found out throughout 4.10. It's all about taking those wraiths once again for the mid laners.
Yeah, poor junglers. And of course, every single jungler is very happy about it. He will very happily give you his wraiths every single time, and we've never seen anyone complain about it.
No, not at all. Bottom lane pairing have stayed fairly well together. Tabs, of course, is going to wipe out that wave. That's going to keep that CS even. Wicked once again. Those goals, double goals on him, and he just tries to walk away and carry on CS and ignoring the fact that they're just chomping down on his back. Shook comes around the side, so as is pretty much retreated to his tower, so not going to get a great deal from this one. It's going to be aggressive stuff, but they're going to have to tower dive if they want to finish it off, and it's not going to get close. Soaz happily just strolls away.
So Soaz, he didn't flash. He does have teleport ready, can therefore recall and just teleport back for this big wave. Otherwise, he could potentially have flashed away to save some of the damage he just took, so he could actually farm the minions. Now he will just teleport back once he decides to shop, and he will go tier. We saw Freddy build Chalice instead as their mana regen item, if I remember correctly. And then he actually built Trinity Force.
Yeah.
Not sure if Soaz is going to do the same with this tier here.
Yeah, interesting to see how these top laners do build this one out. I'm delighted to see Yorick coming back into the game.
Yes, you are.
I know, right? I can't really hide that one, disguise it. So Peke, he's going a little wander. I think it's just simply going to ward out the Death Bush. He's just going to put a little ward in there. Check it out. There's no pinks in there. And Cyanide will support him. We haven't seen any early Dragon, of course, despite the fact Cyanide is on the lease, could go down for it early on, but of course without the 2v1 lane switching, it would be a dangerous play for both teams.
And we do have the flashes back up now for the bottom lane of Alliance, managed to actually stay alive, even though they had a bit of a rough start, and Tab's been farming really well. Of course, there's still a big wave coming to Reckless here, so he will be able to even it out and blue buff both. This is probably one of the most standard games we've had.
Yes.
Like, blue buff going over to both here, nobody trying to invade anything, just happily farming away for now. And the junglers has been one time bot lane, one time top lane.
But you can see there's literally no pressure on the bottom lane for Fnatic. Reckless still sitting on that health pot, hasn't needed to use that early on. We are at the 7.5 minute mark, and the mid laners are continuing to keep their farm going. We could see some record numbers coming from these two, both the way this game is going. Nobody is looking to create any early plays, so it seems that they want to take this one a little bit later. No early aggression shown from either team.
And that's where I definitely think Alliance will be happy. Get some ability power on both Wicked and Froggen, so the shields become even stronger, and just use them to try and bait out the ult from Xpeke. Instantly shield the target, you even have Wild Growth, make sure the target stays alive, and now the burst potential of Syndra is gone. And it could be the way for their team fights, because Tabs, I mean, they have a lot of protection for him. Multiple members who can try and save him in these fights, and he will become an absolute monster in the late game. Where we probably see Reckless go, he's actually already built the Cutlass, so he will go to Bladed Rune King, into Ghostblade, and then look for his mid-game power spike instead, where Fnatic can try and force things. But Tabs will still be fairly strong in his mid-game if he builds Trinity Force as the first item.
They're taking the Wolves and the Wraiths now. They're just getting greedy in his mid laners. Oh, Shockwave pulling Peke in. Doesn't flash away, just instead goes for the stun. Now he burns the flash.
Oh, no,
Cyanide joins him. Ultimate's on towards him. The Ignite running should be enough.
Way too aggressive.
Peke gets it. The 500th kill for Peke goes on to Shook.
And that was so weird by Shook. He flashed into the tower even though Froggen was stunned. And there was no chance of him to get the kill.
Cyanide got the kill.
Cyanide got the kill, yeah. Managed to take it away. Poor old Xpeke didn't actually get it.
Yeah. Almost. Don't worry,
that
Shook.
was a weird
You're
play by
You're
Shook.
safe, Shook. It wasn't you that went down. Despite the Ignite running from Peke and the ultimate running, Cyanide snuck in and stole it with his poison tick.
And the Dragon now. Oh, to the side of Fnatic. Good early start here. Still, that was so over-aggressive by Shook. I don't know, he flashed into the tower. There's no chance for him to actually kill Xpeke in the exchange here. Good counter gank from Cyanide. Always around this mid lane.
So this bottom lane pairing, they are now level 6, both bottom laners. Cyanide is going to pay a visit down here. Flash is back available for him any second now. Let's see whether this Aqua Prison can start things off. I don't think it's going to be possible. It's going to have to be a tower dive if they go for it. Aqua Prison does land.
It's already recalling.
Through, yeah.
There was a ward in the second bush as well, so they would have spotted Cyanide if he did move forward. And we do see Trinity Force, first item here for Taps. And as we talked about earlier, of course, Reckless going towards the Bladed Rune King, which he really loves to do. In every single solo queue game, he will pick Lucian and build Blade, Ghostblade, Infinity Edge, and just kill people.
Ooh, gonna start poking back and forward still. Very even between these lanes. Actually, even going into the late game, it's going to remain fairly even. The way that obviously Lucian builds, you can see he's going to go Bladed Rune King into Youmuu's. Tabs, I'm guessing, is probably going to go to Trinity Force.
Trinity Force into Bladed Rune King, most likely into Infinity Edge as the third item, and then into a Last Whisper, unless he wants maybe a Bloodthirster to get the shield again against some of the burst from Syndra. There's multiple options. We could see him get some early magic resist if he wants to try and survive, but there's of course still some physical damage on the side of Fnatic he needs to worry about as well.
Wicked taking some punishment, will get away from that one. Just speeds himself up with the help picks and gets away, no problem with that one. Bottom lane pairings.
Should be Morello Normicon for Wicked as well.
Equal stuff. Morello Normicon for Wicked, okay.
He will build towards it. We've seen different build paths for Lulu top.
Only went for the double Doran's ring as well.
Yeah.
Go for the triple.
So we've seen double, we've seen triple.
Yeah.
I think just depends on how much gold you have the first time you're actually back if you want to go for the triple Dorans and then into the Morello Normicon. But he will build towards it, should be able to get it the next time. He did use the teleport. Same goes for Soas. Okay, there's no dragon, so they could safely do it. And then next time dragon spawns, we might see them join in for some fights here. And early magic resist from Source as well.
There's a ward in this bush, so if Cyanide tries to sneak through, he will get spotted out. Shook is just back to base, so he's not going to be there. So it seems that, again, everyone will step away. Cyanide's waiting off at the side there. Wolves being taken by Peke. Wraith's being taken by Froggen. Both these mid laners, they are
just
on a mission.
Look at the CS compared to the rest of it.
Just coming up to 12 minutes, they're at 130 mark. This is potentially a record themselves they could be going for here.
Yeah, and they're out farming everyone else on the map. They seem happy, just clear the wave, go to your jungle, you don't really have to trade. Rek is going very aggressive here though. Nif.
Aqua Prison catches on towards him, rides the way through, but there's not enough damage to follow through on this one. Tabs is going to take a bit more damage to Death Sentence onto Reckless. Shook comes around the side there. Cyanide's with them, doing protective duty. The ultimate coming out from Tabs is not enough to catch on Reckless, and he will get out alive.
And Cyanide actually flashed Cocoon the minion right in front of him here, so didn't get it onto either Tabs or Nif, and they managed to disengage, and then actually re-engage with a very nice hook from Nif here. No flash on Shook though to actually come in and try and pick up the kill. And they end up just trading a lot of summoners back and forth here. Reckless used both his summoners. He jumped right in the face of Alliance trying to start a fight.
Well, it was the cowl picked up by Soaz to make sure he counteracts that damage from Wicked. Wicked himself, as you mentioned, going to go for that Morello Nomicon in the top lane yet to complete it. So we'll keep our eyes on these different builds in these different lanes, in the unusual lanes. Reckless caught, hooked out, caught down with the Voidoos, but again, can just dash away. There's a lot of escape from both of these teams.
And you also see why Nami is such a good support at the moment. You just max your W, and you just heal away, sustain everything. As soon as Reckless took some damage, instant heal from Yellowstar, and a few hits with his own lifesteal, and he's back to full HP, and therefore survives the trade. And both AD carries, still farming pretty evenly. Slight advantage to Reckless now actually was Taps earlier in the game.
Both these mid laners are doing an incredible job at farming. Honestly.
They're doing nothing else. Like, they're never hitting each other.
150 plus CS already before 14 minutes. Anyone that's watching this is like proud of the fact getting 150 probably within 20 minutes. Most people that are playing maybe 220 minutes if they're doing a great record. But these guys, they're looking at 300 in that time. Let's see if they can get it. Theoretically, possible, but you have to hit a hell of a lot of perfect minions. As it stands, Yellowstar and Reckless in this bottom lane are camping it out. There's no ward placement, but Tabs checking without ultimate. We'll try and find them.
You could see the wave coming.
Oh, the wave comes across. Tabs sidesteps it, but that puts him out of position. A good lantern from Nif. Gets caught in the Aqua Prison this time around. He's in all sorts of trouble. Death Sentence Reckless to the tower. Pulls him into the tower. He's going to go down. And now Tabs can chase on towards Yellowstar. Yellowstar will back away. A support for an AD carry. That's a good trade for Alliance.
Yeah, Tabs managed to get the kill while Yellowstar took the kill on the side of Fnatic here. Now both junglers down this bottom lane. Let's see what's going to happen.
Oh, they're going to put the ward down, but Shook's now in trouble. He gets caught out. The burst from Cyanide catches on towards him, but look at Tabs, the range on him. He's going to burst it back down and force them away. It is going to be safe play for Fnatic to back out of that one.
And Tabs now, because again, he survived, he could stay, he could farm the wave, push it into the tower, now deny all this CS from Reckless. So big advantage to Alliance here. Nif dropped very, very low, managed to get the hook in, pulled Reckless into the tower, and therefore giving the kill over to Tabs. Good engage though from Yellowstar. Tidal wave, landed the bubble, of course there was no flash on Nif.
Absolutely, 21:51 by the way was the record. These guys are clearly going for it. 182 to 182 CS, 15 minutes into this game. Wicked,
look at
actually getting dived. Soaz going aggressive onto the tower there. He's going to back away and take some of those tower hits. It's already showing though, Soaz is becoming a real pain in the backside in that top lane. 141 CS to 114. Starting to bully out Wicked, who neither of these players actually had any help from the junglers so far. Well, tell a lie, Soaz had some help from Shook.
Well, both junglers been there like once and then just backed away, and Source actually already around 450 mana on his tier. Now Fnatic starting Dragon once again. There's 4 members from Alliance around. No teleport. Actually, Source does have teleport.
He's going to try and keep him away. Back on towards it. Wicked in trouble now. The Dragon goes across towards Fnatic. Soaz is continuing to put the pressure back down on him though. And Wicked realizing he's in danger. He's going to have to back.
And it's so annoying for Wicked. Every time we look at him, he has no mana. He couldn't really go with Fiends because, again, most of the damage from York, if not all the damage actually, is physical. So the magic resist from his Fiends would have done nothing for him, even though he could really have used the mana regen. Could, of course, have helped him against Expected, but I don't think Wicked is going to be the target for him to kill in the team fights. So Myrtle Nomicon was the obvious choice, even though he needs a lot of mana here.
Well, I feel sorry for the junglers right now because they're getting nothing. Alliance, though, throwing out that lantern. They don't have Shook to come and help. Instead, it's kind of a bluff. And you do see that a lot from Thresh players these days.
It's very smart, especially if you get the all-AD carry to move away from a very easy CS and you deny him just by throwing back the lantern. Only downside is, of course, it has a pretty long cooldown, which means there's some time where you won't be able to make plays or save your own AD carry if you do get ganked.
Well, this bottom lane trio is maybe going to put a dent in the CS race because they're going for the tower. They're starting to put pressure back down and it forces Shook to come down and defend that one. Meanwhile, Froggen and Peke, well, they're playing like the top laners right now. Generally, they just have their own game, but right now, these two mid laner pair in Froggen and Peke having their own game entirely of Farming Simulator 2014.
Yeah, they just keep extending the lead. Both junglers have to walk bot lane to try and set something up, and nothing really happens for it. And it's been the story of the game.
Stealing the advantage, going for the opposite wraiths. Oh, no.
Oh, get it, yeah.
Got there in the end.
Froggen with the tricks here. Still slightly behind. Needs to, of course, catch up if he wants to get the record.
A record, ironically, that Peke stole. Froggen was close to claiming it, and Peke did record it. And both of them realized that they can go for this one. So Wolves going to get picked up. Froggen going for that one. The Wraiths was stolen away by him, so it's actually still even in CS between the two. We'll keep our eye as that progresses. Bottom lane, oh, death sentence from Nif. That would have been the death of Yellowstar, but again, steps away from it. Reckless actually waiting in the bush. Not sure who he's waiting for, because there's 3 members of Alliance that are pushing up on their tower.
And in this mid lane, while they're very even in form, we need to remember Fnatic picked up 2 dragons, so they will be ahead in global gold. And now once again, the jungle's our bot lane.
This time, ultimate comes out there. Nif catching on towards him. Shook tries to come around the side. The quick reactions from Reckless. They get a good cull-in on the backside of Shook there. Now Soaz teleports in. He tries to go on towards it. It's going to be a full tower dive. That tower is low as well, remember. They could just turn straight to the tower. Death sentence again. Reckless caught out this time around. We do see him going to catch on towards it. Voidoo's getting on for it. One more hit should be enough. And no! Soaz turns it back around and takes down Taps.
Such close. Oh, he got the kill actually. Wicked now.
Surprise, catches
Wicked
him
will
out.
take top tower. Wicked will take the top tower here. But we also saw the power of Lucian once you complete the blade in these small fights here. Fnatic turned it around, Source teleport in.
Oh, Shook comes in, tries to sneak on towards him, the tower on towards Soaz, but now the flay from Nif keeps him at bay. The tower's still alive.
No
Shook
flash in Nif.
manages to get away here. Nif in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get locked up. That's going to be Cyanide with a kill. And this game is well on the edge right now.
Wicked, go back to the top lane. Push the tower, please. After this red point, we're just going to see the replay. Who comes in and engage from Yellowstar at the same time. Reckless doing all the damage, taps the same thing, but Lucian is so strong at this point. And then we see the teleport from Source coming down behind him. He wants to tower dive instantly. The tower is very low, but he's not dead yet, so still doing a lot of damage. Reckless going all in. Beautiful hook by Nif. And they just do so much damage. And we are calling one hit, so Taps will actually flash forward, try and get this very last hit on Reckless.
He flashed out the Aqua Prison, he had
True.
to flash. He could have gone backwards.
Could have gone backwards, try to get the kill, end up dying for it, but then he will actually get it with his passive in the very end. Ah, poor Reckless.
So, close stuff in the bottom lane. That has been the focus.
2 kills for Taps, however.
Yeah, 2 kills for him. He's a big advantage because, of course, we saw Yellowstar getting 1, Cyanide got the others. Wicked in this top lane. He's got now the duo parent of Reckless and Yellowstar because, of course, that bottom lane turret went down. They're keeping these 2 in the mid lane to play their own game right now. Nobody's got involved in that duel in terms of farm. Tabs in the bottom lane, trying to burn down the tower. Soaz, I'm not sure he can defend this one. He's not got enough to take down these minions.
So both teams agreeing to just trade top tower for the bot tower because again they did the other thing just before where Wicked took top tower down and Fnatic managed to kill the bot tower of Alliance. Still, they actually need to get into the tower here. Wicked has some pretty good wave clear at this point, a lot of AP already. We'll try and hold the tower, but Cyanide will join in with Reckless and Yellowstar. Trying to take it down, and now it's Peke in trouble.
Oh, they're going to try and put a dent in his farming record as Froggen locks down Peke and takes him down for the kill. Going to give Froggen an advantage. Oh, top lane Reckless in trouble. The tower hit not quite enough to take him down.
Try to dive Wicked here. Sanad coming in. Wicked is very low. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, very low in health, but he's got the shield. Oh, he gets caught out. Flashed out of the Aqua Prison, goes straight into the jaws of Cyanide, but it's Yellowstar with the kill.
And once again here, Sanad coming up. He's 2-0-2 at this point. Been part of pretty much everything for Fnatic. And we'll be able to take the tower here. Reckless dropped very low though from the first dive on Wicked. And he didn't. He stayed, thought he could actually get a kill. Sadly not. Sanad ruins the day.
No, Froggen, he's gonna have to farm a little bit if he wants to get this record. He's not too far away. 21-51, I want to say. I think it was. 21-51, 21-31 already. He needs 50 more. He's not going to get it. So Peke's record is safe in the LCS for now. Alliance, though, are grouping 4 members. Dragon up in 5 seconds' time.
Source actually recalling to base, even though his teleport isn't ready. Seems to cancel it and then start it again as Alliance start the Dragon. Wicked can join in with teleport here. Everyone from Fnatic is close. Reckless still farming the bottom lane though, so it's going to be a Dragon for Alliance.
There's the Dragon teleport from Wicked. I'm trying to see where he's going to go. He's going to go around the side and instantly locked up by the Cocoon.
So Alliance actually managed to get the Dragon. Reckless was farming the bottom lane. Source wanted to recall, so it didn't look like a team who actually wanted to fight for it. And gave it over for free to Alliance, who still is slightly behind in gold. But a Dragon always helps, and this mid lane tower is very low.
Very, very low. Just needs a couple of ranged shots. Maybe Reckless can get on towards it, but it's a dangerous game because Alliance are laying in wait. Top lane's been secured and cleared. Wicked is coming back towards this mid lane. Look at this, flanking around the side. Shook wants to get on towards him. Shockwave pulls in 3 members. Agony's embrace catches on 4. Yellowstar, he goes down. Shook comes around the side. Cyanide the next focus. Shook's in trouble though. He gets caught out. Taken a little bit too far on that one. A lot of damage coming out. Reckless putting a good culling down, but now Soaz is going to get focused. Look at that. Nif has to back out of there. And this is such close engagements from these two teams. It was 1-on-1, and I believe Peke finally got his 500th regular season kill.
Managed to get it here. Shook had to go down. Same for Yellowstar. Engage from Froggen with Shook coming in from behind here. Good setup by Alliance, but also good disengage from Fnatic, and managed to pick up the kill with the ulti from Peke as well, picking up his 500 kill.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. But here, Tabs in this bottom lane, farming up a storm. These two AD carriers have been going at it. We also saw the 300 CS marker finally surpassed by Froggen a little bit later than he'd hoped for, I feel there. But of course, team fights got in the way of that one.
Yeah, and he did pick up 2 kills, and of course the Dragon from earlier, so he should be fairly happy. Almost even, actually did even out the gold with X-Pekka here. They still need to be careful about this Tabs farming. He's getting a lot of farm, picked up some early kills. Bladed Rune King is almost completed for him, 1400 gold in his back. Farming away, and he will become a monster, and it's going to be so hard to kill when you have Lulu, Orianna, Nif as well to help him, to peel for him, to box, to play, everything. He could be a monster. We have seen Tabs time and time again carry the late game team fights for Alliance.
So something we haven't drawn focus on is the builds of the two junglers, of course. We see the Banshee's Veil completed by both Soaz and Cyanide in that jungle area, whereas Shook, of course, going a little bit more aggressive, far more aggressive, in fact, going for that X-Drinker. Second item.
He's a bit aggressive, but still the shield with your own ulti from Evelyn, with the ulti shield as well from the Hexdrinker. It helps really well surviving the burst from someone like Syndra. So it makes sense, even though it is an offensive item. We could potentially see him go towards more magic resist, but I don't actually think so, because again he's against Lucian. We have the Yorick in the mix, so he needs some armor as well if he wants to be able to tank up everyone in these fights, because he's the only guy going into the front line, or to the back line of Fnatic, sorry. Everyone else from Alliance will stay back and just try and pile everything together and protect Tabs as long as possible.
Difference in build for Peke and Froggen, finally differentiating. Of course, both have the Death Cap and the Themes, but looks like it's going to be a Void Staff third item for Froggen. Meanwhile, Peke going towards the Zhonya's Hourglass, which actually, if I cast my mind back to the last time he played Syndra, he needed to build that, and yeah, he did.
Build it as a very last item when it was actually too late. They already fell so far behind, and he was the target for Millennium every single time. And it's going to be a big item for him, especially if he can dodge around the ulti from Froggen, if he's a bit out of position. It also opens up for him to be more aggressive, because he has the defensive item.
Yeah, look at Soaz. He's completed the Manamune this time. from the Muramana. Which actually will be going through changes, I believe, sometime soon. I saw a couple of tweets about that from various developers within Riot, so we'll see how that changes. Of course, we haven't seen it for a very long time in the LCS. It used to be, back in 2013, was like the de facto item, even for Genja on Ashe.
Very true, actually. And back when we also had Jace being played a lot, we built it every single time. Yes. The blue build Israel used to build it every time. And now, of course, so was on Yorick, who is actually very tanky. He's been farming really well. I know we've ignored his farm a little bit because we were looking at the mid laners, but he's been farming well. Going to be very tanky and just be in the face of Alliance in these teamfights here and be so annoying. And we need to see if he wants to use the ult on Expecke or Reckless, or if he just saves it to whatever first target will get blown up by Alliance.
See how it works out for them. The teams are starting to regroup in this mid lane. You can see Alliance want to focus on this middle turret. Death Sentence from Nif not quite hooking onto the back of Yellow Star's fishy tail. But while that's all happening, Reckless is free farming at the bottom, and he was just making his way back up, actually, the river, and you can see the pings go, no, go back down, we're safe, we've got this covered, we can hold out. Wicked has pushed that top wave, so somebody will eventually have to deal with it. Reckless is making his way through. Yellow Star's playing defensive, but he is sat on top of a ward.
Yeah, they don't have vision of Shook. They are pinging the bush though. They want to move in there. Clear, or get a ping ward down maybe. Actually moving in 4 members, making sure they didn't face check anyone. Alliance have moved over to Baron, put up a few wards. We might see a fight start here, because Alliance a bit out of position and Fnatic pushing down the mid lane.
Yeah, Reckless using the scrying orb to check that Alliance were out of position. Now they want to bully them out here. You can see they come around the side there. They want to try and shove this inner turret, but Alliance are going to get in position. Death Sentence's only catching on a Banshee's Veil. Shook hadn't popped that early enough, so it doesn't hook in Soaz. Alliance, they're back in defensive duties.
We just saw the shield. When Wicked puts his E on a target and then Froggen does the same thing, is a massive shield already. And then you also have the Wild Growth. We need to remember, making it so hard for Fnatic to actually kill a target unless they catch Alliance out of position. Both teams basically just waiting for the dragon. Spawning now. Alliance actually moves to the Baron.
Yeah, the Baron baiting. They're going for the Baron. Not about baiting for it. Question is, Fnatic couldn't react here. They have to move for it. Cyanide can repel in towards it. You can see he already puts a ward down. They check it out. It's a dangerous position. There's the wave coming through. They managed to avoid most of the damage. They get out. Cyanide cannot take the Baron down just yet. It's not low enough on health, and now Alliance going to try and retreat and catch on towards it. Peke has to use the stun. It does force Alliance away, and now Fnatic, they're on the move. They want to move for the inner turret, but it's a risky play. Alliance are still lingering. They're going to back off.
But Wicked needs to back at least. He's down to 50% HP and almost used all the mana, so they're going to get some damage on this tower. Might be able to take it down. The minion wave coming in as well.
Yeah, and Nif is not going to be able to come around this side. If he does, he's going to get caught with a cocoon. You can see Cyanide ready and waiting to pounce on towards him. It's a tower for Fnatic in the mid lane.
So with all 5 members alive from Fnatic, and in the mid lane, Alliance went straight to Baron, started it instantly because they had the pink ward. They were trying to catch Fnatic by surprise and almost worked actually. Got the Baron very low.
They're going to do it again.
They're going to do it again.
See, they're trying. Shook actually hasn't based. The dragon being taken down by Fnatic this time around. You can see Soaz is on that one, but he has the sustain. He's got the ghouls. He can just keep alive on that
just
dragon.
Clear the ward.
Alliance are going to back off, and that's still going to give a gold advantage for Fnatic and a dragon.
Yeah, so backfired for Alliance. Lost mid tower, lost the dragon as well. And Fnatic didn't actually have to use anything to try and stop them from the Baron. As soon as they spotted it, put down the ward, Alliance backed away and gave a lot of gold over to Fnatic here.
And just think of the pressure that was on Fnatic there. The decision-making that they had last time they faced Alliance, making those risky plays. This time around, it pays off for them. Reckless getting himself a mountain of farm down there. Cyanide, there's Banshee's Veils, working wonders for them at the moment. Nif desperately trying to hook on towards them, but so far he's caught both Soaz and Cyanide's Banshee's Veil.
And gonna work really well against double AP, and of course Taps is doing some magic damage as well. So Shook full, or not full, but doing magic damage too. A lot of targets here where the Banshees are gonna work wonders. And they're starting this Baron. Actually, this Soaz being scumbag, starting the Baron.
Well, they don't realize that Reckless is not there. He's actually gone back to base, but because they've got no vision at all down in that bottom half of the Jungle Alliance, which is unusual for them. They normally like to keep some vision down there, but it's been
they need this mid tower down.
They need to just take some pressure, and they're struggling. You can tell they're clearly struggling to try and siege something down here. Wicked looking like he may try and tank it with those shields.
They do have a good comp to actually siege down the tower. A lot of disengage, a lot of shields, a long range from Taps as well to poke down the towers, but they've been respecting Fnatic. Doesn't want to risk getting in a bad situation. A good engage comes in for Yellow Star. and then the fight is on, and if Alliance is out of position, they might just end up dying for it. Reckless though, being hooked.
Nif, is he going to follow through? The wave quickly pulled out from Yellowstar. Defensive play had to be used because they could have focused straight into Yellowstar there. Reckless.
A lot of focus still on this Baron for Alliance. They really want to just get Fnatic in to face check them and then try and hook them and blow someone up. Fnatic just don't really seem to mind. I mean, they've been recalling, coming back, and now once again Alliance starting it. Fnatic still nearby with all their members. They need to go in and ward it, force Alliance away once again, and Soaz just pushing the mid lane.
Yeah, they're trying to two-man it. It's not working out. Fnatic are not being fooled on this one. Soaz stomps on down that mid lane with the minions. Look at that, stops them off in their tracks. The rest of Fnatic reacting to this one. They're going to try and run in towards this inhibitor turret. It is only Tabs in defensive duties right now. Shook's going to come around the side, but he can't get too close.
Wicked is recalling. Fnatic is running up towards the Baron now to clear out all the pink wards, deny the wards away from Alliance. There is, however, teleport on Wicked, so he can go back to base, heal up, join in case a fight should start. Will Fnatic start the Baron?
Well, the ping wards are in there. Now it's taken the vision away from Alliance. I don't think they're too worried about it, honestly. Maybe this is what Alliance wanted, who knows?
Oh, they're going to face check them.
Oh, they're actually going to hook in there. Nif going to get caught out, Cocoon on him, but that's a good Voidoo, slowing the entire team down. Shook tries to sneak around the side. A lot of shields coming out from Alliance. They fancy this one, but that's a great stop from Peke. Kills all 4 members, and they quickly have to get away, but Peke just blows up Wicked. Wicked at all. Nif now goes down. Wicked did have his ult, but he didn't even get a chance to use the wild growth on himself. He was not expecting the burst from Peke from that ultimate.
So this should be the Baron for Fnatic here. They're starting it, all 5 members alive. Breck is full HP, expect the same deal here. Alliance coming in, will try and stop it. Let's see what they can do.
This is a tough steal.
There's no mana on Tabs.
He's on half hit points. Tabs has got no mana, so he can't use his ultimate. He's caught out, doesn't get caught onto the wave, but instead flashes away from this one. He's just running for his life. Meanwhile, the rest of the team are trying to keep them busy. It stops the Baron, though. We should keep Tabs on towards that one. Tabs trying to run around here. I think Soaz will catch the slow down on towards him. He's not going to be able to get away from this one. Or is he? That goal is yet to hit him. Tabs is home free right now. The rest of the team closing in. There's the Voidoos. He's got a tower ahead of him. He's going to try and dive through the tower. I think Soaz is going to get, he's going to catch him with the goal. Just turn straight into that one. That was a pretty easy one. Meanwhile, down the middle here, now Yellowstar. The stun doesn't catch on towards him. They've held on really well. That stopped the Baron. Soaz actually trying to tank out Soaz at Tabs here. Hasn't got enough. The minions can lifesteal off them. He's got to play to the Rune King, so he should be able to lifesteal this one back.
Reckless is coming.
Trying to delay it. In comes Reckless to save the day.
Hello.
What's up, buddy? The call-in is enough to take him down.
So I still find it very strange that Alliance is putting so much focus on this Baron. Now Fnatic starting it because Tabs is still dead for 38 seconds. And Alliance, they need to move in fast once again to try and stop it.
But they are nearby. You can see Wicked still has that wild growth. Remember, the Shockwave is back available for Froggen as well. I'm not even sure that got used in the last fight. But Fnatic, they know they have a 4-on-5. Middle turret goes down. Alliance manages to take that one down. Peke caught out well there. A good stun comes out. Zonya's Hourglass. The ball could just get moved on towards him. Shockwave from Froggen. Not going to get used. He's going to hold it. He did already use it. Tell a lie. There's the wild growth finally being used on Shook. Again, a dissonance coming out from Froggen. They're putting some good damage down on this one. Fnatic, they have to back out of the Baron pit.
And we just saw here how strong Froggen is on Nif.
Nif got out. Dead Sentence, Aqua Prison got on towards him, but he got defensive ball. Quick rolled in there. Yellowstar catching on towards him. Nif in no trouble. He's going to get away. No, he's going to get talked down. Reckless picks himself up another kill. Back and forth action between these teams, but it is sloppy stuff.
Very sloppy, and so much focus on this Baron for both teams here. I mean, Alliance could have just sat back and kept farming. They have such a strong late game comp. They didn't have to force a Baron over and over. And Fnatic just sat in the mid lane waiting for Alliance to make a move. Went in, stopped them once again, took a mid tower, took the dragon, kept getting some gold from it because Alliance kept forcing this Baron here. Very strange things, especially because the comp is so good against what Fnatic have here with the Syndra. And of course, Yorick won't be able to kill anyone late game either with all the shields. And Tabs with the Trinity Force to kite around, with the Blade to kite around, with Nif to help him out. I'm not sure what the reason is for Alliance to force these fights. Also because Reckless is so strong in his mid-game point, with Ghostblade, with Blade, and of course Syndra is strong because you don't have the defensive items yet.
Well, it all started before the dragon spawned. So
now it's up
6
again.
minutes ago, the dragon has respawned, and they're taking it once again. Fnatic have full control of this objective.
Yeah, so the whole idea, if you go all the way back to the very first Baron Alliance started, I don't think there are any wards on the dragon, and we're expecting Fnatic to move down to start the dragon, and then they rush the Baron with Tabs here, with Blade Rune King to just instantly destroy it, and they almost took it down, But because Fnatic didn't move for the Dragon and was standing in mid lane, managed to get in and stop them.
Well, they're trying to chase onto Soaz here. He's actually pretty
No
low,
flash.
and he's going to get slowed down. But quickly the team come around. Soaz actually bullied away from this one. Alliance, so going to run back around. Can they catch anyone else? Yellowstar, ooh, dangerous play. Gets a little bit too close on that one. Alliance are re-engaging on the Baron.
Fnatic at least are stronger than before. They actually did start the Baron here. Fnatic is still staying around source, coming from base. No teleport. Won't be able to join in instantly.
So Peke is going to be the focus. Let's see whether he can get caught out. Yellowstar takes some damage. Defensive duties here. No teleport for Soaz, but he's running in and now is close enough. The Baron down to 5,000 hit points just in the corner. Meanwhile, the minions taking down that turret. They're going to peel off again. Not sure what exactly they can gain from it, but they will get themselves an inner turret.
And that's exactly what they can gain for it, because there's no teleport on source. They start the Baron, force Fnatic to send every single member there to stop them, and therefore lose this bottom tower to just the minions. So this call was very smart by Alliance, knowing we will get a bot tower if we just keep Fnatic here. And you saw as soon as Fnatic moved in towards them, they just backed away instantly. Didn't try and stay in and kill the Baron, they moved away and just wanted this bot tower for free.
So tower was picked up. Reckless is going to move on down and hoover up all of the farm. And Alliance will continue to buy. Let's take a quick glimpse across the items, because these guys have been going at it for the last 30 minutes or so. 400 plus CS was also passed and well and truly surpassed by Frog, and he's been farming up a storm.
Look at Reckless, how strong he is.
Peke. Yeah, I mean, just look at these AD carries. We were talking about it, and Reckless, this is his power spike. He had the Yomu's and the Blade of the Rune King. Now he's got the Infinity Edge. He may even get the Mercurial Scimitar next, I believe, because the amount of ability power available for
Or a Bloodthirster would be the two
possibility.
options, depending on if he wants to magic resist against the double AP, or if he just wants to shield from the Bloodthirster. Both, of course, give 80 attack damage. You won't really be able to stack them up.
as well as tucked in.
Cleanse as well,
Yeah.
big deal. You get the movement speed as ranged now here in 4.10. Helps you kite around with your own heal as well. And your Ghost Blade, I mean, you can just run around forever with it. Or not forever, but at least for 1 second you're going to be very fast.
It's long enough. The invisible Baron in that pit right now. It is there, guys, don't worry. There it is.
Looking at
Peekaboo. Just pops up, goes back in the river.
Outlast for Froggen will be able to survive the burst from Pekka now, making it even harder for him to actually pick a target.
Still zero visibility, by the way, from Alliance in the lower half of the jungle, other than the minion wave. If not even interesting in that bottom half of the map, it's the top, maybe in a turret. You can see Fnatic pinging it. They're going to make sure they clear out that wave. Alliance, meanwhile, focusing on getting back in towards that Baron pit area.
Scimitar actually picked up for taps here. Didn't go for Infinity Edge. Wanted some defensive items. Against he gets the cleanse, he gets the magic resist. It's gonna work wonders for him. If he gets bobbled, stunned by Xpecker, he can use it instantly and stay alive, and making it even harder for Fnatic to actually kill him. And this is another reason why I didn't get Alliance in the whole let's start Baron over and over, because they can just wait and farm, get all these defensive items, and be unkillable.
Closing in on the 40th minute mark between these two teams. As I mentioned at the start, fan favourites, absolutely. They were even in the votes, though. And honestly, it's so far an even game. It is Fnatic with the gold lead, but honestly, seeing the team fights, you wouldn't believe it right now. It is very, very close. If Peke can catch on to someone, we've already seen Wicked went down without using his ultimate.
Yeah.
Just a moment ago. He's got more damage since then. The Zonya's Hourglass is
One of
complete.
Banshees too.
Yep. Void Staff also being picked up. Banshees was picked up by Wicked, as you mentioned.
And some more magic resist on Shook as well. So everyone really respecting the burst from Syndra in this game. Opens up for Reckless to do a lot of damage if he does get the time. There's very little armor on the members of Alliance here. So if he actually gets onto someone, he will be able to burst them. Especially with the 6 seconds of Ghostblade. Look here, Source staying behind the team, trying to bait Alliance to move into the jungle of Fnatic and try and collapse on them from multiple sides. Alliance not biting, staying in the mid lane. Fnatic seem to be looking for a fight here.
Well, he's got the survivability. If he was to flank around Alliance and start trying to disrupt them, get on towards Tabs, get in his face, honestly. He has a bit of damage. He has that Maroon Mana completed.
Yeah.
He could...
He still needs a lot of time, though. He's not going to run in and just bonk you in the head with his shovel and just instantly kill you. He needs time.
Look at that, though, the difference. The 30-minute mark. That was when the Baron was all started off, by the way.
TP coming.
You can see Reckless gone way ahead of that one. Teleport's coming behind them.
Reckless
Alliance
is in
are
base.
actually on those. Reckless is not here, as you mentioned, but Alliance peel nonetheless. And that was a great distraction duty. Tabs is separated from the team. That's why Alliance are backing off. Soaz is trying to cut him off.
We'll jump in with the team here. Cyanide and Source together. So they managed to get a teleport away from Source. He went to the bot lane. Instantly Alliance started the Baron. force them over. I'm not sure if they actually knew Reckless was in base, seeing as they disengaged so fast, didn't even want to fight, just backed away from the Baron after the teleport was forced.
So they were trying to do the exact same job again. They pushed up, they got a giant wave along the
Yeah,
top.
they're doing the same
Reckless
thing.
is actually dealing with it. Now they're trying to track on towards Soaz. Can they get the slowdown on towards him? Not going to catch. This time around, Cyanide, he's going to repel. The Wraiths are still there. He can get away.
They're using the Baron again. Look at this bottom lane here. Big wave. Someone needs to go and deal with it. No teleport on Source. He used it before, remember, because Alliance started the Baron. And now they're moving to join in with this massive wave. And the blue buff
is up. That's going to get stolen away. Peke won't be getting that one. Tabs will finish that off. So he's going to keep that for its ultimate
Syndra can clear it.
poking out. But Syndra, as you mentioned, can just wipe that wave out in seconds. Oh, they're on the Baron.
And now Fnatic are now on the Baron because the Lions moved the entire team to the bottom lane.
Well, he went for the Bloodthirster. You can see Reckless with it there, and it's working wonders. They're going to quickly peel out. That's the difference. Tabs can check that Baron from a very long range. Oh, the Death Sentence so close to catching the tail of Yellowstar instead. He's going to use the wave, catches 3 members of Alliance on towards that one. Soaz goes straight on into their faces, but can he take the damage? There's going to be the Aqua Prison catching on Shook. Soaz is going to go down. He uses his Ghoul on himself there. Tabs picks up the kill on that one. The Cullen roasting on towards the backsides of Alliance, but Fnatic cannot catch Alliance. They have such speedy disengage.
Xpeke was looking for a target to ult here, but everyone from Alliance were too far away and the shield was always ready to be popped on the target. And I do feel a little bit sorry for Baron. Everyone just used him to bait the other team to move around the map. Nobody actually really wants him. They just started, forced the team to make a reaction and then back away from it. This time around, Alliance managed to get a kill. Still the dragon for Fnatic.
But that's it. I mean, they got 1 kill, but they lost another dragon, which means Fnatic stretch the lead. Oh, Shook caught Yellowstar out. He's not getting out of this one alive, that's for sure. Tabs finds on towards him. Last couple of hits. Tabs will secure
Still
that
18
one.
seconds on Source. This could be the Baron for Alliance. They're here with 5 members. They decide not to start it now and want to look for the fight instead.
The Voidoo's on Cyanide is going to catch him, slow him down. He's going to repel once again to the Wraiths, though. They have a wave of minions, but this time they're going to go back to Baron. A little bit delayed. Teleport not available for Soaz, but he has respawned. They're back on the Baron.
Back on the Baron here. Could have gone for it instantly, but we're looking for the fight. Wanted one more kill here. Cyanide is ready to steal. Flash is ready. Smite is ready as well. You need to respect Cyanide when it comes to smiting.
I feel like I'm casting Dignitas right now, the amount of times they keep coming back to this Baron, but as it stands, nobody wants to take it. The question is, will they get wiped out? Coming around, Cyanide ready to repel. How many times has he stolen these away with those smites? He's up against Shook. This Baron going very low. It's within 3,000 hit points now. Cyanide ready and waiting. They delayed it. They delayed it purposely. The repel is now down. He flashes in. Oh, he doesn't get it. Shook manages to catch it in towards that. Cyanide taken low on this one. He gets dropped. Tab gets himself the kill on that one. Shockwave flashed out of by Peke. Cyanide, Ghoul coming around the backside of it. That's going to be Soaz trying to kill that one round. The Ghoul actually can do a lot of damage, but it will finally time out.
So they managed to get the Baron here. For the last 15 minutes, they've just been fighting around this Baron buff. They managed to get the kills first, started it. Cyanide tried to get in, steal it. Didn't work for him, ended up dying for it. Now mid tower as well for Alliance.
So finally there's time to get some objectives on the board here, Alliance, as they keep on pushing through. Still 5,000 gold behind, but they have the advantage. One man to the good. The Culling coming around the side, wipes out that minion wave, forces Alliance to try and tank this one out. They have the Baron, of course. They have that regen, and they have the range to get the damage down. Alongside him, of course, we're going to see Oriana doing a lot of damage from range. Lulu can do a lot of damage from range, and of course, Cogmore, well, he's just going to shred that
pile
tower.
the shield
But
onto him.
Look at this. Now Fnatic's minion in the bottom wave, they take themselves an inner turret. It's still 5-5 in turrets. This game is very close.
And still 6,000 gold ahead on the side of Fnatic. This bot lane needs to be dealt with by Alliance. It's going to push into the next tower with the massive wave as well. They are backing away now. Picked up quite a lot of gold. Taps, man. Let's see if he wants to get a last whisper, if he wants to get a defensive item again. Let's see what he actually picks up with all the gold here.
Last whisper would make a hell of a lot of sense with all those Randian Omens being stacked out. But instead,
didn't actually shop yet.
Gonna be
more farm.
He's waiting for it. Needs a couple more 1,000 gold. Froggen comes in and goes, no. These are mine. I know there's another record on the board. It's most CS. And that's what he's going to go for instead. So Tab strolls on back. Let's see what he picks up and buys. Just having a browse around the shop right now.
Let's see what do I
Seeing
need.
any designer gear in there. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe get himself a new chair. Who knows?
Can you buy something, please?
He's waiting for that little bit of extra gold right now. I think that's what he wants. There we go. Makes a purchase.
Bloodthirster. Okay, so he wanted the shield once again against the burst from Peke and Reckless, we could say. As long as he hit a minion before he takes any damage, he will get the shield to help survive here. But no last whisper yet. very late in the game. A lot of Randians.
Genji would be proud of him.
Genji would be very proud.
Shook is delaying that red buff for Tabs, who will pick that one up. So, everybody back alive.
I mean, we have to remember there's a lot of magic damage still, making their Last Whisper less useful. But with all this attack damage, he definitely still needs it.
Yeah, you want to get something on there, especially when Soaz is the one that's running in his face. You want to take him down as quick as possible, maybe. All the people out there saying, don't hit the tank. When there's a
hit the damn tank,
crazed Yorick coming in your face, you hit the damn tank, that's for damn sure. So, what is going to happen in this game? It's a 6,000 gold advantage for Fnatic, but honestly,
we're going to wait for next Baron,
it doesn't really
and then we're going to dance for another 10 minutes.
I'm not sure we are.
Fnatic making moves here again. They're still heading gold. Still looking strong. They want to get into jungle here, try and catch someone from Alliance out.
If any team will backdoor, it is Soaz. And of course, don't forget, with that ghoul, he could just easily just use it to tank out one of those turrets and sneak in there. Instead, they want to catch somebody out.
Coming in behind, they're full wards in this jungle here. No wards from Alliance.
They're back in. They have to back because Alliance are pushing. They have to all back, but they don't realize Alliance don't know the position because they didn't see them at all. Alliance will not get there in time.
Oh, they've never known, because now they're just going to return to the tower. Alliance is going to say, okay, they've just been waiting in base for us to actually push up here, and they're here instantly with all the home guards.
And just like that, the minions are gone.
Poor minion. Look at his shield again untapped. You can go in, get a few hits on either Soaz or the tower. Sees damage without Last Whisper.
Doesn't need a Last Whisper there, it seems, yeah. Quickly puts down Voidoo, slows them down. Minions gonna get cleared out again. Pekka actually stealing them, picking them up, throwing them back in their faces. Do not want. Stun catching on Tabs. They are still yet to hit these turrets.
Going in, double shield on Tabs again, getting some damage on the tower, backing away. They're just waiting for Fnatic to try and start the fight, but they need to land a bubble from Yellowstar, the tidal wave, or Cocoon. Force sign or stun, of course, from Xpeke. There's actually quite a lot of options.
The thing is that tower's going down.
It is. They need to engage. If they want to try and defend it, they have to engage. Otherwise, you're going to see the same deal. Shield onto Tabs, move in, get some hits, and just look at the damage here.
Peke caught out. He goes down below half hit points, and quickly they wipe out those waves. That's going to force him away from this one. Moves back in there, shields back on him. Gets stunned out this time. Caught with the Cocoon. They try and focus on towards Tabs, but quickly disengage. The culling coming out. That's going to get blocked out. Nif just eats all that in the back. And Alliance will repel. And you can see two members of Fnatic, they've gone back to the fountain. Alliance are coming once again.
We also see how Fnatic knows they can't just instantly run onto Tabs, even though they do actually stun him, because who's gonna dive to the back line? I mean, Yorick has to run to your face. At least can repel him, but then she's very...
Oh, the flash ultimate coming out from Peke. Has to use this on his Hourglass. He's not going to get out of this one alive, that's for sure. Froggen catches on towards him, gets himself the kill. Soaz goes in. Aqua Prison catching three members who had a quick death sentence on towards Soaz. That's a kill. Wicked explodes. Fnatic going to chase on towards it. It's a double low for Froggen as he catches on
still alive.
The ghoul. Reckless in trouble. Shook on towards him, but he scratches the kite him back. Froggen taken so low. Guardian Angel available still, but Tabs is in trouble. Cyanide knocks him down. The Fnatic turn this one around. Cyanide
Froggen is here.
It's going to explode on towards Cyanide. He has to back out. The Guardian Angel used from Froggen gets him back up, but it was a 3-for-2 fight for Fnatic, and they hold the base.
And it was Xpeke flashing in, popping everything on Tabs, baiting out all the ultis, then popped the Outlast, bought some time here. Once the ultis were running out again on Tabs, you're just going to see it. He's going to flash in, use everything, while Growth used to flash. Xpeke will go down for it, but the Alliance, they keep running back and forth to take a lot of damage. Reckless in the back here. His shield didn't even get popped yet from the Bloodburster. Just doing so much damage and Source tanking up everything. Pops the ult on himself. He will keep tanking up everything. And now Reckless takes some damage, backs away. Should try to finish him. You don't really stand a chance to lake him as an Evelyn against Lucian. Picks up the kill here as well. And Cyanide down this bottom will manage to finish off Tabs in the very end.
It's another Dragon.
Such a close fight
for
though.
Fnatic, and they managed to keep that gold lead. They managed to clear out the waves. Yellowstar getting himself some farm in this top lane. Keep going, buddy. Get those minions down. Go on, that's it. Yeah. Getting all that gold. I need all the points I can against Kobe.
Thought you were destroying him.
6 out of 7. Well, I'm doing okay. We'll see how America goes. I have got Fnatic as my team, which is great because they've got 6 out of 7 dragons. Keep those points rolling, boys.
Very
At the
true.
moment, though, let's...
And great for Fnatic. I mean, look at the gold. 80,000 because they picked up so many dragons.
He does have Froggen now.
That might be an issue.
530 CS. By the way, remember, there is a record out there. I believe it's the 600 mark or so in the LCS. It's quite a long way to go, but honestly, 50 minutes in, this game's still teetering on the edge. We could manage to reach it.
And now dragons spawned. Both teams once again staying around. We could see some Baron dance. I said dragon before. I mean the Baron spawned, of course. Holding the Baron once again, just be a little bit annoying. Nif didn't actually take any damage.
No, Nif. Got big shields himself, actually, we should point out. Oh, Yellow Star so close to getting caught. Tabs once again gets locked up by the Cocoon. Cyanide on point with that, but it's still not going to catch on towards him. Guardian Angels, of course, were picked up by Soaz. Cyanide as well. Froggins was sold, by the way. Picked up a Banshee's Veil, I believe, instead.
Look at all the poke from Fnatic here. Actually going in, Tidal Wave comes in, only hit Shook though.
Yeah, only catches on Shook. Reckless uses the culling as well. That will be on a pretty quick cooldown around the side. Zonya's Hourglass used by Peke. Very tight engage here. Wicked looking to try and catch on towards something we mentioned. However, though, he does get caught forward. Look at Tabs, the gigantic shield being used on him goes aggressive, but it's on Cyanide. Now they're going to try and bully out the mid.
Sourced with Guardian Angel can really be annoying in these team fights if he just runs into the face of Alliance. We also see the poke, long range from both Syndra and Lucian, of course, landing onto Alliance. They're actually backing away. Fnatic pinging on the Baron now.
Oh, Fnatic moving around there.
2 members
Alliance
back.
are out of
2
position.
members. Tabs doing rip-off. They can start Baron now.
Question is, do they know it? They're going to sweep wards instead. They don't realize the situation because
they know.
Haven't got the vision. Now they go for it. This is going to be a very quick Baron. Froggin is close by. He's going to have to get in and get a gigantic shockwave in the right place at the right time. Not going to happen. Fnatic get Baron.
So Alliance, they go into the team fight, and then everyone moves to the bottom side of the map to recall, and Fnatic's like, okay, he's just instantly going to go to Baron. Picks it up for free. Nobody was close for Alliance to actually stop it. And so all the poke they managed to land before forced Alliance back. So Baron buff, quite a gold lead as well for Fnatic here. What can they do with it? Both tanks have Guardian Angel. Peke with the DFG. If he can actually manage to get onto a target with the DFG and blow them up before the shields come in from Alliance, he will be able to kill them.
Yellow Star just picking up the Twin Shadows as well. With Tabs not having a Banshee's Veil, that could catch and slow him if used at the right time. Banshee's Veil was picked up by Reckless, by the way, a few moments ago as well. So these two teams, 52 minutes into this game. 4-0 perfect record possibility for Fnatic if they can take down the league leaders Alliance. They've already lost once today. They've been proven Copenhagen Wolves put an end to their win record. The question is, can Fnatic do it?
Now we finally get some armor on the side of Shook and Wicked. I know he's playing Lulu, but he likes to be in the front line. Because Rek is in this game. He's actually just been standing in the back in every single team fight, but because everyone builds so much magic resist, he's been doing so much damage. The last team fight which Fnatic ended up winning was him untouched, just hitting people left and right, left and right. Also right and left. And
left and right, right and left. Well, I mean, technically you say...
I'm not wrong, am I?
You're not wrong, that's true. It's good to see you keeping your eye on the ball. 53 minutes in this game, dragging up in 2 minutes, Soaz out the side, split push and teleport available. You know, they're moving in towards that Baron pit area. They know that it's obviously not there. We're just trying to get themselves some vision. And
you want to get it for your minimap too, so you can see when it spawns.
Well, I think they're just trying to wonder, you know, Fnatic, you took the Baron, do something, guys. But they're actually still playing very defensive.
Everyone just farming up to get full items. We see Pickaxe now for taps. Ooh. Oh, Alliance actually going in.
Shook goes in. Peke taking low here, taking a hell of a lot of damage, in fact. Soaz teleports in. Alliance trying to draw everything, and they quickly peel away. Good stun comes out from Peke, catches on towards Nif. The wave is going to catch him, but there's no follow-up. The hook catching on towards Cyanide. He cocoons back on Nif. Nif taking a lot of shields, a lot of damage on towards him. Wild Growth being used on towards Nif, but he does go down to Rex.
Oh, the
cocoon on tap. Will he get followed through? The stun not quite catching. Flash down. Froggin has to flash away as well. Cyanide catching on towards him. The slows from Soaz catching on towards them. Fnatic chasing on this one. If they get the goal, they can finish the game right now. They're pushing on through. Wicked's going to get taken down. He's got no Wild Growth available. He's going to get caught out. Tabs gets exploded by Peke. Fnatic could take the game right here.
It was actually Alliance engaging to Fnatic, even though they're Baron buff. I'm not sure what Alliance are doing this game, but Fnatic, they punish them and will win.
Well, it was Fnatic that had questionable decision-making last time around, but this time they made absolutely the right call. Every play Fnatic tried to make, Alliance tried to counter, but Fnatic answered back. And this time, the Nexus will fall. It's a perfect Super Week, ladies and gentlemen, for Fnatic. It's the 4-0 dream.
And it's not even the playoffs yet, where we normally see Fnatic playing their best. They're definitely looking strong and improving every single game they play.
Fantastic game between these two teams. 11-17 kills, 93k gold. It went on for 55 minutes, but it was a classic encounter for this fan favorite. and you can see what it means to Fnatic. It's a perfect Super Week, and their longest win record, 4 wins on a row in this Super Week.
And Alliance now 2 for 2 in this Super Week. Everyone was thinking they are the clear #1 in Europe. Just lost 2 games, first to Copenhagen Wolves and now now Fnatic. This epic game. So much action around Baron in this game. I don't think I've seen teams bait out Baron so many times. And then here in the very end where Alliance, they try and go for the engage, get poked down, they back away, they start recalling, and Fnatic just runs straight to Baron, picks it up for free. There was no contest at all from Alliance. And then they actually also engaged the last team fight where a full Baron up, Fnatic are like, okay, we're just gonna take the fight and destroy you.
So you gotta wonder what has happened to Alliance today. They were looking the unbeatable team, honestly, yesterday as they destroyed SK Game and took them down inside 20 minutes and were full of confidence. But now 2-2, they can't get Cloud9's record, which I know was important to them. They were trying to see if they can catch some of those records, maybe try and break a few themselves. Hasn't worked out for them. They need to reset their focus and look back towards World Championships because that is now their goal.
Yeah, I actually think it was pretty healthy for Alliance as a team to lose some games, try and see, okay, what are we doing wrong? Are we tunneling on certain picks or certain play styles? Now go back and watch this game here, watch the Copenhagen Wolves game and see, okay, everything that went wrong is something we can fix now. Because if you just keep winning and winning and winning, you might end up in the issue once you finally face a team who can actually challenge you. You don't know what to do because you haven't been behind in a long time. So it should be healthy for them as a team. And of course for Fnatic, just a big confidence boost and really showing what a good team they are.
A fantastic match, that's for sure. I'm sure you guys at home enjoyed that one. Of course, remember to tweet at LLA Sports with all your reactions about these games. A lot of big plays in there that may well want to keep your focus on. You'll get to see those. The North American show is going to be starting out Friday, just tomorrow. A lot more action to go in North America. We've got one more game to go today. That'll be coming up after this one. But final thoughts on this game. What do you make of this? The fact that Fnatic now are 4-0. Are they starting to peak once again at the perfect time coming up to Worlds?
Seems like it. I mean, we know every single time Fnatic really needs to play well. In the LCS, they will. They will step it up. Things seem to work out for them. Again, they managed to get a coach now, helping out, getting some different views and stuff. And in this game, the Yorick pick. I mean, late game when you have a full Yorick tank, and there's no tank on the side of Alliance except for an Evelyn, he just ran in the face of Alliance every single time, kept cutting around, and it was so hard for Alliance to deal with.
Fantastic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed it. We're going to go over to the stage right now with Shox, who is standing by with 2 of Fnatic's players.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm indeed joined by 2 of Fnatic's players, the bottom lane, Reckless and Yellowstar. What an amazing game, 4-0. First off, congratulations. What an amazing game you guys pulled off here. So let's break it down. Yellowstar, let's start at Picks Events. Of course, Yorick, an eye-catcher for us. And tell us about how you built your comp around that or what the goal was.
So coming into the match, we know that Nif really likes playing Nami. And we were like, okay, let's pick her first rotation. And so we knew that we wanted to face the 2v2. And we know that we have a stronger matchup as well. So we just have to take care about Eve. Because she's really annoying 2v2, she has a lot of presence. You can never know where she is. And then we need someone to handle Lulu top. And we let So as a choice. He plays anything he wants, and we basically trust him, fully trust him. So it was a really good choice from him, and it was a great game.
So going into that one, you know you could have the upper hand in the bottom lane, Reckless, but it of course all changes once you're on the Rift, the straight up 2 versus 2. What were your initial impressions of the early game going up versus Tabs and Nif?
I think Tabs and Nif actually improved a lot lately. Like in Spring Split, they were a bit shaky, and you didn't really consider them as a top bot lane. But with Summer Split coming around, they really improved as a dual lane, and I really believe that they are like the top tier in EU for sure, even the Western scene kinda. And but still at the same time, Alliance is so good at like these rotations and the objective game, so we're kind of forced to play the 2v2, even though they are a really good bot lane. So we just tried to pick something that was really strong in the lane, which goes back to the Nami, who is one of the stronger laners of the supports. And taking that away from Nif also gives us a lot of advantage, which showed early. We took 2 flashes. We weren't coordinating the ganks as well as we should have, but at the same time we took 2 flashes, and I felt like we were in the advantage position in the bot lane at least.
Then talk me through the mid game, because even though Alliance had a very good scaling comp and they really needed to farm up, there was a very, very long Baron dance in there. Of course, a lot of pressure on your shoulders to keep the vision there. How did you guys play that?
Well, yeah, I'm known for being catch a lot of times, and so I try to improve. And I was the only one who didn't have Bunchy, but at the same time, I have the most wards. So I always try to call my team to stay around, to give me vision, and to back me up. And this is a tough life of the support, you know? And yeah. So I have to take care of Eve. I got caught once, as you could see. And, you know, it happens sometimes, and I try my best to keep the vision up.
Well, thumbs up. You had a great game here again, and actually the entire Super Week. Congratulations for that. And you as well, Rekkas. Talk me through how you play as that game progresses, and it's so close, and you know that they're going to try and go for you. And on the other side, they have a bunch of shields to save their AD carry.
Playing against double AP is actually a bit different than playing against a Bruiser top lane. Even Eve was like building a lot of MR, so I didn't really have to go for the Last Whisper in this game, which kind of allows me to go for the Bloodthirsters, with at the same time give me a defensive shield, which blocks like most of the damage that they can do to me. So I felt really safe actually in this game, and I liked the build path I could choose. But at the same time, the Kog'Maw had like 3-4 shields on him every fight, so we had to play it really safe, and also like try to bait out his Quicksilver Sash, and then re-engage after that with the next rotation of spells.
So finally, I want to step away from the game and look at the season. Is how close this game was between you guys and Alliance, is that indicative of how the rest of the season is going to be, how it's going to be maybe in playoffs? Is that where your minds are going?
I think the timing is good to be improving, but at the same time, I'm really disappointed for our like mid-season or even early season, because I feel like we're disappointing a lot of fans, and we're actually disappointing ourselves as well, because we're not giving everything we have, and it's not the best mentality to just like start giving everything you have in the end. But it's working out so far, and we're second split with SK, I think, right now. So it's cool to be back in the top bunch, at least.
Bora, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the 4th split we're playing, and we are experiencing some weird roller coasters. And, you know, for me, I'm always happy to be back in the end.
Well, and you played phenomenally, you both, the entire team. Congratulations on that 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we need to go AFK for just a moment, but we'll be back in 3.5 when Gambit takes on Roccat. Stay with us.
You saw my E-flash on main, it was like... It was not necessary, but it looked cool.
And then you cleanse the exhaust.
Yeah. So many keys I had to press.
You need like 3 keys.
And then right click as well, so that's 4. But then I left click to auto attack, so that's 5, 6. And tab in between to see when my score rises.
Large shields coming out from Alliance. They fancy this one, but that's a great stuff from Peke. Kills all 4 members, and they quickly have to get away. But Peke just blows up Wicked where he stands.
The least can repel him, but then she's very
the flash ultimate coming out from Peke. Has to use this on his outclass. He's not going to get out of this one alive, that's for sure. Froggen catches on towards him, gets himself the kill. Fnatic chasing on this one. If they get the kill, they can finish the game right now. They're pushing on through. Wicked's going to get taken down. He's got no wild growth available. He's going to get caught out. Tabs gets exploded by Peke.
think Nico is the best player I met that adapt to the new patch. He thinks a lot about the new changes. He plays a lot of solo queue, so I think he knows better than me how to play right now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So the final game of Super Week is here with Gambit Gaming versus Roccat. The head-to-head between these teams is currently in favor of Roccat as they lead 2-0. And honestly, the games have not been that close. Yesterday, Gambit sunk further as they lost out heavily to Millennium in a one-sided game and then came up against a brick wall in the form of Fnatic, as Alliance just found out. They will have to dig very deep to produce a result to prevent themselves going 0-4 this Super Week.
And it's a bit scary because the average game time this week for Gambit has been the lowest of all the games with 29 minutes and 26 seconds. But it's been because they've been losing so fast, actually. The early game for them has been way too weak. And I feel like they need to get Diamond on an aggressive early jungler so he can make some plays before level 6, help out his lanes, because they really need it. Every single time the other jungler shows up, kills Darren a few times, and he gets no help early on. Early game jungler for Diamond should be a high priority for them. Roccat, however, as a team, do like to play very passive. So we might actually see Gambit Gaming go towards the late game team fights, and let's see if they can shine in the late game then.
Yeah, absolutely. Roccat have managed 6 wins in the last 9 games and are 2-1 in the Super Week so far, trying to tie up with Super Hokru, who went 3-1. Despite those victories, of course, being far from convincing. Still, it doesn't matter how you win, as long as you do win. Of course, their record being so positive against Gambit, they are actually the favorites coming into this matchup.
Yeah, and we can just say slow and steady wins the race, especially for Roccat here. They really love to go late game, and they make sure to take no chances in the way to the late game. And they managed to pick up a lot of kills, so they are actually chasing Subaru and Millennium now, and of course looking to secure the top 6 spot for the playoffs. It's what everyone is playing for. And we have to highlight Selva, to be honest. There's always been a lot of talk about Selva is too weak of an AD carry, but lately he's been looking very good. He's Corki especially. 7.80 KDA on Corki. Very strong performance over the last few weeks, and if he picks Corki once again, we know he can deliver. And I honestly feel like if they win this game, we might see them next week play more aggressive, play more confident, because they've then picked up some wins in the Super Week and moved away from the bottom teams and make sure, okay, we are now in a playoff position.
Well, if they win this one, they're 7-10. That's a bloody good
It's
record.
fine, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. If they can take it all the way, we'll see how it works out for them. Let's check out those starting lineups for the 2 teams. On the blue side, it's Gambit Gaming. That means it's Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick is the mid lane, Genja on AD carry, and Edward on support.
And on the red side, we do have Roccat with Sasas in the top lane, Jankos as the jungler, Overpound the mid lane, Selva as the AD carry, and Vandalife on support.
So those are the lineups, and let's take a look at your votes over on lolesports.com and see who picked to win this match. According to those numbers, Roccat leads the vote by 56%. It's a crazy, crazy change over the last year that Gambit have had.
Yeah, but still, people believe 44% of the votes, even though Roccat have been looking better in the Super Week in the last few weeks.
Fan base, that's
they
for
do,
sure.
And they are still a good team. They have some issues. I definitely feel like the team synergy kind of dropped, and they play, looks like a bit of solo queue in these games here. Some of their own decisions. Sometimes one guy goes in, the rest of the team kind of backs away. If they do manage to sit down, get some good practice in, I feel like they can get the teamwork back up, and then they will be a strong team, because they are good individually players.
The biggest thing for me with Gambit Gaming is they were the team that set the meta. They were the team that would pull out the new champions. It's been a very, very long time, and they are so slow to adapt to the meta these days. I just wonder whether they've simply, they haven't got the hunger that they used to have as a team. The fact that, they're not the same lineup. Maybe it's just things, of course, we've been talking about Genja's builds, not being on the same page with everyone else in the world, honestly. So it's what I do worry for Gambit Gaming as a team in general. So let's get these pick and bans underway. Lee Sin has been banned out there. Kazinen, of course, taken away. We'll see how this one goes. Immediately, they've slowed down. Gambit having a good hard think about what they need to take away. It's another jungler. Yeah, that's a problem. That means it could be an Elise first pick for Gambit.
Oh yeah, it could be Evelyn first pick for Gambit, or they want to try and force Roccat to ban Evelyn as the last ban, and then first pick another top pick for them, and then maybe rely on the Skarner as the jungle pick for Diamond if they feel confident enough in this Skarner pick, and then want to first pick something like a Jax. Could have been Kale if it wasn't banned away. Lulu is definitely an option too for a first pick.
unless Rocket doesn't ban away the Evelyn, and then we might see Gambit just take it.
We're waiting for Darian to come through with that final ban. Kale, of course, was taken out by Rocket. No surprises. Very strong champion. It is a Jax ban
So they've
in
banned
that
the
top
Jax
lane.
here.
A lot of things available here. Twisted Fate being one of them, and as you mentioned,
Yeah.
Elise could potentially be that first pick as well.
So yeah, Evelyn, TF, Lulu, we've
yeah.
seen it
Ziggs.
time and time again. Lucian maybe for Genja, if they want to take it away from Silva, but he's been happy going towards Corki.
yeah.
So it wouldn't really affect Rocket too much. And I'm very much looking forward to see what the last ban here for Rocket will be. If it's going to be the Evelyn, and then they try and force Diamond onto something like Skarner.
Oh, yeah, the final ban is Nami. That's an interesting one. I'm
Well,
not
Edward
too
played
sure.
it yesterday.
Well,
It
he
was-
did, but
it was okay.
It wasn't ban-worthy.
True, but it's more of a we have a free ban now, and we actually want you to first pick Evelyn, so we get 2 strong picks on our
Yeah.
side, and we have a 4th jungler ready, being a Jarvan by whatever Nocturne it is. Jankos feels like he has a different jungler ready, so now we give them Evelyn and say we get 2 very strong picks. Again, could be Lucian, get it away from Genja, could be something like Shyvana Renekton for top lane, or the Lulu pick. Ziggs has been a big champion for Overpower, often early picked it, even without knowing what the other team had in the mid lane. He would just lock into Ziggs as a very high priority pick for him. So a lot of options for Rocket, and they definitely expected the Evelyn first pick, also why they waited such a long time with the last ban, and just said, you know what, let's just pick whatever, random support, Nami ban.
I think the Twisted Fate's a potential overpowers her.
He's a good tier player, yes.
You could even see Zazas picking up maybe Lulu or
Good call,
Ryze.
good call.
You know, well, Twisted Fate's kind of a given, I think, these days. It's almost become a de facto pick for those mid laners if left available.
Ever since the change to LeBlanc, where she no longer silenced on a Q, TF can actually lane against pretty much everything. He will have a hard time in some matchups, but he can farm at least and then impact the side lanes, which is all that matters. You don't have to kill people one-on-one with TF. It's all about the side lanes and then later on impacting the map with your ult. And of course Morgana, be one of the top supports, especially in this Super Week. And we already get a good comp here where if you land a binding, you follow up by gold card, or the other way around, you have the point and click stun from Overpower, binding in from Vander, and all of a sudden you're CC'd for like 5 seconds and you are most likely dead.
Yeah, you're going to get locked up for a long time. Gambit with the choices, what will they go with? It's going to be down to Genja's choice maybe. Hasn't been able to find his rhythm on the 4.10 patch yet. Darian in the top lane, he has definitely been having issues. Has the lowest KDA in the entire LCS, North America and Europe put together there.
And it's
Swagloff
been
is
worse
not doing
over the
well in
Super
that
Week.
top.
It's been worse. He had a good game on Jax in day 1, and then yesterday he was the target for a lot of ganks. Died a lot of times. Definitely didn't help his KDA, but honestly, I don't think he cares about his KDA at all. Of course. Now picked up Aurelia. It's actually been a champion. He played quite some times, but it's been very mixed. Because the thing about Aurelia is, if you do get locked down early on, you won't get your Trinity Force fast enough, and you won't get your mid-game power spike where you are very strong in these team fights, where you can jump people, you have the burst from the Trinity Force, and you can kill them one-on-one. So if he picks it now and Rocket puts a lot of focus on camping him early on, delays his whole power spike, he might end up in a situation where he's just a tank and won't really be able to kill anyone.
Aatrox left available. We saw Freddy playing it a couple of times. Zazas
very strong laner.
Maybe go for that one. Silva, he's going to be happy. Back on Lucian. Done very well on Corki though. He's having a fantastic Super Week, honestly. Overall, probably been the best one for him in a long time. Obviously, this season.
Looked good in London too on Corki, so stepped up his game. Again, a lot of people used to say he was the weak link on Rocket, but really been stepping up here. And if the rest of the team can join him, we can potentially see them be like the team we saw last split, where they did get 3rd place, beat Alliance in their very last game of the playoffs to secure the 3rd place. But Aatrox, good laner, also become even more popular because of the built-in sustain now with the lifesteal changes, and will do well against Aurelia here early on. And been a pick for Sasus. He likes to play it, and he likes late game to just dive into the enemy team with a Guardian Angel, die once, die twice, and die a 3rd time as well. To just be so annoying as this. Because Aatrox's late game is basically just a tank who will resurrect and buy time for the team, but he has a lot of damage early on, which he can use to get an advantage.
Well, Edward was the first player to adapt and pick up Thresh in the LCS. We'll see whether he locks that in. Lulu on the wrong side for Nick. See whether he chooses that one. Nick, of course, was one of the players that was heavily affected by the Nidalee changes. had to happen though, and it is banned away. Global ban for the next 4 months while we see whether that champion needs adjusting, of course, with the rework.
Different place now, still a very good pick now. But Lulu, so standard Gambit comp. We've seen Lulu from Nick as well this week. You have the top lane Aurelia diving in. You have, of course, the Caitlyn in the back being safe, scaling into the late game here. So Gambit looking for a very good team fight comp. Late game. Still need some time to build it up, however. Caitlyn, of course, is good in the laning phase. Same goes for Lucian. But Caitlyn should have the slight advantage. But then in the mid game, we always talk about it. If Lucian goes Blade into Ghost Blade, he will be strong on the mid game point, where Caitlyn needs some time to build up to the late game, which is where we can see Rocket potentially punish him.
That's a face of concern from Jankos there.
Well,
sure, if he's 100% convinced by this fight.
The normal junglers are gone, so what do you
doesn't look happy about it, does he? That's for sure. It's the first pick in the European summer split for us, for Vi, but was a champion, honestly, that Impaler used to play a lot of back in the spring.
Dexter used it a lot in the
Dexter Jankos also played it back in the spring, but this time around, he did not look very convinced by that choice.
No, you're really down to the next tier of junglers, which you have to pick up. But it will be the Vi, so we have a bit of a pick comp here, but also with a lot of siege potential for Rocket with Twisted Fate, with Lucian, Black Shield for Morgana. But at the same time, you have the gold card, you have the binding, Vi ulti, Aatrox jumping a target. If Gambit is out of position, Rocket can jump them instantly, lock them down for multiple seconds, and pick up the kills they want. Where Gambit are looking for the big team fights. You have the Lulu, you have the Aurelia, two very good team fighters, and then of course Caitlyn in the late game will be able to carry the team if you make sure she stays alive.
I'm not sure Genji's going to have a good time here. There looks like a lot that could focus towards him.
No Black Shield either.
Absolutely, nothing to block it out. With these lineups now selected, which team do you think has come out on top? Tweet us, #GMBWin or #ROCWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll see who you think is stronger.
So Gambit have shown this week they don't enjoy playing against pick comps, because often if they do fall behind, they tend to try and do some solo action to come back in the game, which is where I come with Twisted Fate, of course, with Vi, just to catch you out of position. Will punish you a lot here. So Rocket, if they do get a good early start here, we might look for another game where Gambit will struggle a lot. But if they do get to late game team fights, or just mid game team fights, to be honest, with Aurelia, if she gets a good start, gets the Trinity Force early on, Gambit can definitely bite back.
We'll see whether their gamble of banning out the jungles works out for them. They went for two of them. We tried to get the Holy Trinity locked in. They managed to steal away that Elise. We'll see whether it works in their favor, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of Super Week getting underway. It is the power of Gambit up against Roccat. And currently Gambit are chasing Roccat in the table. Gambit must pick up a win here to stop this disastrous Super Week.
Especially with the Wolves picking up the win against the Lions here. So now they're closing in on Gambit as well, and you really don't want to get their last place. You want to have a choice, at least there's one choice in which team you want to face in the relegation. For now, Gambit actually moving very aggressively towards the blue buff of Rocket here. Celavi is ready to scout. Will, of course, not be able to see Diamond, so you can see him. Maybe Edward will try hook if Celavi moves too close. But again, Darien is always the target whenever Gambit plays. You often see the jungler move up and try and kill Darien multiple times. Jankos could try and do the same thing in this game. Aatrox can set it up very easily. Land your slow, land your knock up, and then Vi comes in. And the thing about Vi is, most junglers in Europe at least are like, yeah, she's a bit too weak before level 6. So if I get invaded on by something like an Evelyn, if she catches me out at a camp, I will die. And you want this level 6 before you do the best possible ganks with Vi, but her damage is not bad before level 6, and she can still make something.
So, change around in the lanes. You can see Darien come down here. Doesn't want to go for a 4-man invade on the blue here, I feel. And Roccat, they could react. They can quickly switch straight across, of course, because there's no one to stop them. And it seems that Gambit, they might actually sneak in unseen.
Yeah, no wards from Rocket. Didn't place anything. Celavi did have his ward, didn't place it. So Gambit will take this blue buff. Question is, will Jankos figure it out and move to Gambit's blue buff afterwards? Otherwise, it's going to be 2 blue buffs for Gambit.
Oh, Diamond, Darien and
no
Edward are on it. They've got the ward around the side, so we'll keep our eyes on where Jankos follows off after this one. Diamond is going to take away that blue. He's cleared out. Overpower taking some damage in the mid lane. Pulls a good blue on towards Nick there. That's maximum damage. Didn't go for the stun, of course. Only pulls a red card this time. We'll have to keep our eye on that one. Oh, Diamond getting a little bit greedy here, going for the walls, but look at Jankos. Yet to make a move coming across. He could find his entire jungle has been stolen away.
So they might have seen Genji and Edward move from the blue buff down to this bottom lane and therefore figured out the blue was gone now, and also it would be too late to even move for the blue buff.
Oh,
and overpower!
Ignite used. It's not going to be enough to take him down, but it's going to be enough to force him away for now. But look, Jankos has come around. He's realized
double blue buff for Gambit
here.
Double blue buff for Gambit here. Just checking. Okay, it's gone, cleared. It's gonna. He will have the timer. He knows they took it instantly, so just a standard timer for the buff. But still, it's gonna be 2 blue buffs for Gambit here. Diamond will be very happy.
Yeah, very happy. Good start for him. Maybe that gamble of punishing the jungle bans is paying off for him already, putting Jankos clearly into an uncomfortable position.
And again, Jankos really wants to get his level 6 point before he can do the deadly ganks we know from Vi. So it's going to slow him down quite a lot, actually losing a buff early on. He is basically just looking to farm now. The mana is fine for him, but Diamond already moving in for the gank. Didn't take the blue buff yet.
Has yet to go around. Once
no
they
flash
towards Overpower. Flash was burned early on. They may catch on towards him. Overpower's in trouble. That's going to be first blood. It's Diamond that takes it.
Such a good setup here. Diamond coming in early, already level 4 here, so he's very far ahead compared to Jankos. Double buff, everything. Flash onto Overpower. Had to use the flash earlier with the very aggressive trades from Nick.
Diamond is not done yet. He doesn't care about his own blue buff. He's coming around to Zazas. Zazas has flash available, but he's very deep on this one. Comes around the side, catches on towards him. The red buff will get the slowdown on towards him. Zazas is in trouble. Can he pop the Bloodwell? He should be able to catch him with the one more hate spike. Should be enough. There's the Bloodwell going down from Zazas.
It's a very good start by Diamond here. And this is what we talk about early game junglers for Diamond, so he can set up some plays, help his laners. Nick played very aggressive, got the help from Diamond, so they got the kill. And overall, a lot better start from Gambit this game, from what we have seen in this Super Week.
Yeah, good stuff. Gambit on track early on, but it's been a rough Super Week for them, and that may well be in the back of their minds. Genja and Edward, that's starting to push Vander and Sullivan back a little bit here, putting the pressure down with this Caitlyn Thresh combo.
Pushing them into the tower. Sullivan missed the 2 last CS and took a Q to the face as well here, so good poke from Gambit, and keep pushing the lane in every single time they have the chance.
Genja continuing to keep the pressure on, of course. Overpower now back in this mid lane, got himself a second orange ring. Boots were also picked up by Nick on his back, so he has an advantage against him. Ward going in place to make sure he gets vision of the race, and now Diamond finally, with that blue buff worn off, it's going to come around and get it. It's going to delay the spawn, obviously, for Nick, but he has the time.
And it means Diamond can now just keep running around the jungle and clear it very, very fast. And the ward from Overpower, of course, always the trick against Evelyn. Place it so you can see the camp, so you can see her start the camp and get out of self-put. Level 5 on Diamond already, now moving in towards Jankos. If he starts the Raves here, he might be in trouble. Oh, he doesn't have any wards on him, so
wondering whether he's worried about it. He's going to try and peek around there. Hasn't been spotted. Overpower's been very cautious. Still hasn't seen, of course, Diamond at those rates. Does go forward a little bit. Nick goes aggressive. Picks his on towards him. Gets the Glitterlance down. Diamond, though, quickly stunned up with a yellow card. Overpower knew what was coming.
Once again, this bot lane though, Edward going very aggressive.
Good flay on towards him. He takes a lot of the damage. Genja not able to get the hits down. The ignite from Vander may well be enough to close him down. He can't get on towards him.
Oh, I almost stuck into it.
Quite catching. And Eddie, just at the last minute, steps to the side.
Saved the flash. He didn't want to use it. Diamond once again around his mid lane.
Comes back on towards him. It's another gold card. Only the hate spike catching on from Diamond. Not enough damage on that.
Jankos coming down to his bot lane, only level 5 here. Can still get on to Edward, he's very low.
Eddie's in trouble. Oh, good flash from Edward. Avoids the damage, but he quickly gets caught out. The shield gets thrown out, and Edward's safe.
Very nice flash here, Edward getting away. Genja had to use the heal as well to make sure they could kite away after Jankos actually flashed. So no flash for the jungler of Rocket here. Nothing else was actually used from Rocket's side. And Diamond once again sneaking around, looking for Jankos.
He knows he's going to be down the bottom here. He's going to find him. He's actually full hit points, though. He's going to back away. He'll have full vision. I think he'd adjusted him around there, of course.
Didn't ping it, though.
Blue buff will be back up in around about 30 seconds' time. I think Jankos is going to be back in time.
Well, with Overpower being a bit behind here in his mid lane, Gambit might look to start a fight if Diamond can get level 6 before the blue buff spawns. Doesn't seem like he actually wants to farm for it. He's staying around his mid lane. If they do get a kill on Overpower now, it means he won't be level 6 and they can move straight to the blue buff afterwards.
Look at Diamond waiting just off of the side there. Actually pinged it just off the side. He's like, I think something's around here. I'm worried. There's the blue buff spawning. Nick's keeping track of him. There was a ward down there, so they know Jankos is just come past.
Oh, the pink.
Puts the pink on top of his head. Nicely played, Rocket.
Well, at least Gambit know where the pink will be. You can see Diamond staying around still. He wants to clear it out. Jankos, again, he's not level 6. You won't really be able to jump him. So, yes, you spotted out the Evelyn, but you invested 100 gold in it, and now it's gone.
Yeah, puts a ward back on top, though. There's the blue buff, and that's going to get picked up. Overpower should take it with the wild cards. There we go. So, Rocket finally get themselves their first blue buff. Diamond, he's still hanging around.
He's going towards the red buff now here. See if he can catch Jankos. Not level 6 yet. Gave the blue buff to Overpower, of course. And Diamond staying around. He does have a ward. He can place it to red buff and try and maybe smite it away. Nick joining in too.
The thing is, this is the Diamond of old. This is the Diamond.
Yes, this is why we like him on early
This is
jump.
what he did. It was the aggression. Overpower, having to use Destiny to get vision of him. Realize
he's going
in
in.
trouble. He's going for Diamond here. Catches him with a pink. Overpower. Nick cannon jumps on towards him with the wild growth. Diamond going to get locked up. Still, Jankos not hit level 6. And now Darian comes around the side. There's a lot of damage though coming out from Rocket. They're forcing Gambit back.
Nick here still has flash. Will use it. Gold card land afterwards. Oh, Jankos going in.
Doesn't quite catch on towards him. Jankos taken low. He gets dropped instead. Darian catches on towards him. The Bloodwell on there. Darian so low. He's going to get locked up. Overpower one more hit point. Diamond runs him down. And now Zazas is dropped as well. This has all gone horribly wrong for Rocket.
Again, we keep talking about it, but Jankos, he wasn't level 6. He still went in for it. Gambit instantly turned it around. Picked up the kill, managed to pop the passive from Saz as well and take him afterwards, but Genji in trouble.
Good black shield from Vander there, stop the flay from Edward.
Nice
That's going to catch on towards him, but look at this, the Ignite going down. Eddie goes full on aggression, takes the whole culling, the Ignite running, not going to be enough, and now Vander tries to turn it back around.
So many fights early on here. Jungler's been involved, bot lane fighting against each other. Even the top laners came down from the top lane to this mid lane to fight. Win in favor of Gambit. We're just going to see it again here. Opal goes in very aggressive with the ult, but the rest of Rocket joins in. Darren coming in as well, and now they're just kiting backwards from the side of Gambit. Damage is very low. They want to disengage at first until the level 5 Jankos with only 50% HP over Chase. Nick flashes. Jankos goes in very squishy this time. They turn around. He's dead instantly. And from here on, they just try and go for the last few kills. Diamond onto Overpower. No flash. Will manage to pick him up. And Sazas. He got a kill. Ended up dying afterwards.
Well, they lined up perfectly for Nick's clip.
Yeah, it was perfect.
All
Everything
three of them straight across. Happy. He's killing them like they were minions, honestly. And that gives him a big advantage in that mid lane. You can see CS-wise ahead, and of course kill-wise way ahead now. That gives him a 400 gold advantage built up over them. So, these top laners, we haven't had a good chance to look at them. Of course, we did see the Bloodwell being popped by Zazas. He did go down, as did Darian. Dragon is going to get started out by Gambit here, and honestly, they're going to take it.
No wards from Rocket, nobody's even pinging it or moving the ulti from Overpower to actually spot it, so will be an easy Dragon for Gambit. Keeping the control of the early game, but yeah, top lane, Aatrox is a very strong laner, so doing well early on here, picking up a lot of farm for Sasus and going towards the Blade of the Rune King, where we of course see the Trinity Force from Darren, and most likely will build tank afterwards and then focus on some of these mid-game team fights. Also with the fact that Gambit are ahead now in the early game, so they can actually force some of these mid-game team fights.
Vander finding himself a pink ward in the river. It's a futile task for supports, as we heard, of course, Yellow start talking about.
Yeah.
It's a tough life for supports in this game, but you're going to take every advantage, and he certainly has this week. Right now, the two supports of Edward and Vander trying to keep their AD carries alive. It's been a close battle, and we've yet to see a kill in this bot lane, but we may see one coming shortly.
He's on a ward though, Jankos,
Oh, yeah.
so they know exactly where he is. Obviously they can still die if they get locked down by the ult. And a binding afterwards. And Celeb actually building Blade of the Rune King here, and Lucian, I like it a lot. To try and use it for the mid game here for Rocket as well.
Again, Jankos down the bottom, stood on top of wards, uses his jungle, Diamond.
Yeah.
Like, you're down there and taking everything. Jankos is actually coming back up towards his top lane, and he's going to suddenly realize I've got nothing left again. Zazas hasn't got Bloodwell available, and he's pretty low on hit points, hasn't got Flash either. So if Darian can bait him in here, this is a problem. We see Jankos desperately trying to close the distance. He's going to come around towards him, jumps back on towards the tower. Diamond can't tank that.
Sazas managed to get away. Gambit didn't want to dive, didn't have any wards or control of where Jankos was, and Overpower as well with the ult could have joined in and prevented everything. He actually still looking for the ult.
Yeah, Diamond used Agony's Embrace in that last engage. Flashes away. Darian caught with a slow, the stun card. No, just timed out from Overpower. He was holding it for so long.
Very low on mana actually, no blue buff, and Nick just pushing in the mid lane now. 0 kills for Rocket up in his top lane.
This is the problem. Every time Overpower goes away, he's getting punished on that tower. It is slowly but surely being whittled down by Nick. He's making sure he gets the aggression on that one. That's going taken down. Back in the top lane, we see him flashing in there, but this bottom lane, oh, it's dangerous. That's going to be a bad dart binding. Soul Shackle's not going to be used by Vander. I think he could have taken that one. He's still got Soul Shackles available and Ignite. No, he just used it and missed it. It was out of range.
Vander, Edward
flashes. Edward flashes in for that one and doesn't get anything down. Instead, dies.
And Sasus joining in. Genji without his flash.
Caught by
Diamond
the
is close though.
Diamond's going to come in, but I'm not sure he's going to save his AD carry. Nick will though. There's the wild growth, and now Zazas with his Bloodwell back available. Genji gets caught out there. Jankos on towards him. Now Nick's in trouble. Genji gets locked down. Assault battery on him. Nick going to get away. No, he gets caught out, and suddenly there's 3 deaths for Gambit.
So while Rocket were over aggressive early on, now it was Gambit's turn. Edward, he flashed forward, binding in his head, Ignite afterwards, he went down, and then everyone from Rocket just joined in while Gambit sent in Diamond, sent in Nick to try and help, and everyone ended up dying. 5 kills now for Rocket, pushing down this mid lane, but won't be able to take it, of course. They did lose the top tower, however. Darian didn't have teleport, so he didn't actually join in for the fight.
Yeah, didn't come down there, but that whole play, I hate to say it, came from Edward making a misplay.
He flashed forward,
for it, and then suddenly from a 4-1 to a 5-4 for Rocket. They now have the advantage. They are slightly behind in gold, but all of the great work that Diamond put in early on has just been undone with that one little play.
It was also a good TP by Sasus. Coming down, as soon as Edward flashed forward, he joined in, and then all of a sudden Gamer were just caught in the river, actually. He couldn't really move anywhere. Opa was coming from one side with Jankers. The rest of Rocket was coming down from the bottom side, just collapsing on and killing them. And even the gold out pretty well here, even though we had such a good start from Gambit.
He's in the hole, not going to get blocked out by that black shield.
Full 8 completed on Silver. Looking to be very strong now for the next 10 minutes or so until we get Infinity and a second item on the side of Genja.
There's a big power difference in the mid lane between Nick. Oh, Jankos trying to collapse on towards Diamond. Between Nick and Overpower. You can see Morel, Nomicon and Source Boots already completed, whereas Overpower yet to get Fiends. And actually,
one more.
Nope. He's just trying to get the basic attacks down.
Got it. Tower. And that's the thing here again with the comps, because Irelia late game will be able to do a lot more damage than Aatrox. However, Aatrox again with the passive can revive, come back up to life here. But then you have Caitlyn, who again will outscale Illusion, so Gambit do have the option to just play it safe and wait for the late game points. But because Nick is so far ahead, we might see them force something early on here. It will be risky though, especially because we do have the blade on Celebos. He's going to be very strong in these mid-game fights, and of course Aatrox will also be strong in these fights.
Oh, Trinity Force has already been completed by Darian, so he's
looking good.
Doing pretty well in this build in 15 minutes. He's heading back towards that top lane, of course. Got himself a kill and assist early on. He's going to protect this tower. We're not going to see Zazas being able to take that one down. Neither have got flash available at the moment. The dragon is up in just side of a minute. I think Darian will have his teleport available when the dragon spawns.
Notice Overpower on the minimap, he stayed at his tower. He waited to move anyway. He didn't want to show himself. He wants Gambit to be afraid of him ganking somewhere. So he's just staying all the way over the tower. And also because of the lack of wards for him. If he actually moved out here to try and clear the wave, Diamond could have been there, collapsed onto him, and try to kill him. For now, nothing actually happened, even though both junglers was in the bot lane. Back to farming for everyone. Dragon in about 15 seconds should be the big thing now.
Oh, Pink Ward's going to get found out. Vander will catch that. That's going to clear vision away from Gambit. Ooh, I tell her why. He's going to walk in. Vander's quickly panic. Clear the ward. Got a Pink Ward in there himself, so Nick will clear that one out. And that means Gambit now in position.
Taking full control.
Dragon spawning in a second. Rocket are going to have to fight for it. Looks like Zaz is happy to take the top turret instead in the dragon.
Good start though for Gambit. They got in, cleared the pink ward, cleared the wards from Rocket. Made sure they have no wards to actually see what's going on, and therefore they can take it, and as you just said, trade it for the top tower.
Yeah, mid turret had a bit of damage. Overpower managed to get a wave shoved in there. That's going to get cleared out no problem by Nick. So at the moment, dragon control is in hands of Gambit, but this game still very tight. Just 1,000 gold separating the two. Bottom lane has shown a lot of aggression between the two, but we didn't see too many kills except for that one big play, which honestly swung it heavily in favor of Sullivan, who is himself already got that Blade of the Ring completed, so he's going to have an earlier power spike, I guess, against Genji, who clearly is going for that Infinity Edge once again.
Yeah. well, it's the right choice. Caitlyn, he has been farming well here, even though he died once. Yango's joining in to this bot lane. Doesn't really get any ganks on, just managed to push out the wave, and now multiple members pushing down this tower here. Gambit backing away.
Yeah, that tower's going to go down. It's Rockat's second of the game. And it is a much needed one. They're fighting hard for it down there. Meanwhile, Darian trying to protect the top lane, but Xaxus is doing a good job against him. How do we rate them? I mean, you said that obviously Aurelia is going to become stronger, but Xaxus is going to be the split push force. We've seen it a lot of times by him. Of course, he's on Aatrox, got the teleport available. Will he be able to keep up with Darian though on Aurelia?
Well, at least in split pushing one-on-one he should be, but for team fights is where Aurelia late game really shines. Again, your passive with the tenacity makes you so hard. It makes it so hard to stop you from getting to your carries every single time, and you can just go in there, try and burst them down, and as long as you get some tankiness with it, you will be able to survive. And you only need the Trinity Force for damage item in these team fights to go towards the squishy targets. But split push wise, Aatrox is looking strong. It's still a bit of a weird champion. It's actually only Europe who really uses Aatrox. And if you talk with the top laners, it's all like, yeah, he's good in lane. And then late game, he's just very annoying. Once again with the passive and everything. So it's normally the response you get when you ask the top laners, why do you like Aatrox? So much about it is about this early game power he brings.
Well, they tried to make a gank in the top lane. Quick teleport from Xaxus gets him out of there. Darian having to use his teleport to counteract and defend out that mid lane. Look at him trying to go immediately aggressive. Diamond was looking to flank. They're not going to get it. Simply clear and defend the tower.
Celavar keep pushing on down his bottom lane. Gainder did complete the Infinity Edge, and we do actually see Celavar going towards Ghostblade as the second item. Once he completed, we could see Rocket try and set up some fights. Catch Gambit a bit out of position. Remember, there's no Black Shield or anything to stop Jankos from picking a target or the gold card from landing. We should also see if Edward actually wants to build Mikhail's, even though it is changed and costs a lot more, just to have the cleanse in case someone like Gainder gets caught out of position. Obviously it doesn't work against Jankos, but against the Twisted Fate it will. And normally, you would actually see the AD carry pick cleanse against Twisted Fate and Morgana, because again, there's such a high chance of you getting locked up and just die.
Well, blue buff spawns, Rocket move in. Gambit a little too late on the timers on that one, and Overpower will claim that. So both these teams farming out. It is the final game of Super Week, of course. 16 more games coming to you from North America starting tomorrow over the next 3 days. Big matches going off over there, of course. Almost a 5-way tie in the top of the table in North America. It's like EU was last split.
Switching around a little bit. We've got some more dominant teams in Europe now. But I actually do feel like Millennium, Subaru Crew, of course Fnatic if you want to put them in the group, has been improving a lot and catching on to SK Gaming and Alliance as well. So we get some close games now between the top teams. Potentially some ties. We love them.
Yeah, I mean the first two, of course, SK and Alliance going 2-2 this week. Of course, will make ground. Super Hot Crew 3-1. Of course, Fnatic 4-0. They're all gaining ground on them. Millennium have slipped a little bit this weekend, of course.
But it's what they do. I mean, they play so well all of a sudden. Next game, everything just goes completely wrong for them. So they are a hard team to predict. And the same goes for playoffs. I mean, you don't know which Millennium team will show up in the playoffs. As long as they qualify to it, of course. It's not 100% yet.
No, okay. Long way to go yet. Still just over the halfway split. 7 weeks into this season. The regional playoffs await. And then the World Championships, of course, that you guys have all seen announced. 3 stops all over the world. We're covering Asia quite spread. Overpower with the red card, not going to work out for him. Well, I think he wanted the red card, actually. He was wild cards out. So these two teams have been in a little bit of a passive mode after the early aggression we saw from both the junglers. Trying to get involved. Bottom lane was where it all went tragically wrong from Gambit. Started off well, 4-0, I think 4-1 for a while, but Rocket have returned a number of kills to get themselves back in this game, and it's actually slowed Gambit down. They had a good advantage early on. They thought they'd managed to put Jankos in a tough spot, a tough bind, but the fact that he's now on...
And now they're looking for plays.
Found a good ward, that's going to stop it. Everything safe. Rocket step away. It's going to be the tower for Gambit. Nonetheless, that's going to be the 3rd tower of the game. Give themselves a bit of an advantage there with the dragon spawning in 30 seconds time.
Oh, no, actually staying alive. Yep. Still they backed away. It did mean they got some wards once again around the dragon. The entrance to river as well. So they can spot Rocket moving in and setting up for the dragon spawning here in 21 seconds. Darren actually moving back to the top lane. His teleport isn't just ready yet, so he won't be able to join in case Rocket starts the dragon instantly. And they are staying around with multiple members, Sasol as well, joining in. Blue buff too, they might just rush this one.
Should be off cooldown.
Why is Diamond recalling?
In a second, if Diamond, well that's that then. That's Rocket's dragon if they go straight for it. If they go straight for it.
But they do, of course.
Can delay, of course they go straight forward, perfect timing. And that's going to be the dragon for Rocket. So Gambit, little off on that one. Defense is not going to get the steal.
Well, that was pretty weird. They moved into the river, 5 members, put up some wards to try and spot Rocket. Moved to the bot tower, didn't actually take it, backed away, and then everyone just backed away. Darren returned to the top lane, Diamond recalled to base, and actually just gave up a dragon, which they were in a good position to fight for, over to Rocket. Still looking just to farm passively. We talk about it often with the AD carries. Silva would have been stronger at the moment with his blade. Still need the Ghost Blade to be really strong here for this mid-game point, but not enough for me to think that Gambit should just give up the dragon without any fight.
Mid laners both went for that Lich Bane, so they continue to go. Mercury Treads were picked up by Overpower, by the way. So he's going to make sure he can clear himself of anything. A little bit of resistance in there. Looks like Genja's going to go towards Phantom Dancer. Actually, maybe Static Shift probably for a Kaelin.
Could be both. I mean, Static Shift gives some more wave clear if you want it, and then he just cues the wave and then Static Shift afterwards, and he will instantly kill some of the minions.
Ooh, Edward caught out here. Dark Binding lands on towards him. Jankos quickly goes in towards him. Assault battery used, but Wild Growth will counter it, and now Vanda has to flash away. Jankos joins the fight. Overpower comes around the side with his Destiny as well. Diamond locked up in the side there. Sullivan trying to put the damage back down. Gambit re-engaged back on towards Sullivan. Edward's going to have that lock up in a moment. The rest of Rocket continue to chase Diamond off the side there. There's going to be the final card coming out from Overpower. And it's Rocket that come out on top, 1-0.
And was Rocket starting the fight here. They used everything they had on to Edward. Wild Growth was used by Nick to keep him alive, and the rest of Gambit came in here, but Rocket still managed to pick up a kill. Though a lot of the members were very low and had to flash away from this fight, so a lot of summoners used, and only 1 kill over to the side of Rocket.
Yeah, we saw Vanda getting away with next to no help there. The 2 mid laners get themselves, it was a needlessly large rod for Nick, judging by the gold he just spent. Bit of a difference though, actually. It's going to be building towards the Zhonya's, of course, for Overpower, and also picking up the Distortion Boots.
Oh, Distortion Boots. One thing I'm a very big fan of on Twisted Fate, because you normally run Flash and Ghost, so you buff both of them. Become stronger, reduce the cooldown as well on both your summoners. It simply makes you a lot more mobile, and it's good to get it early on as well, so he can make plays around the map. Once his cooldown's actually ready, because it doesn't work if they're already on cooldown when you actually buy it, which is a bit annoying. You need to wait for them to be ready before them. But still, going towards the Hourglass as well as the next item, so in case Darien dives onto him, he will have the Hourglass to keep him alive. And it also means he can actually set up fights by himself, jump into the back line, stun the first target, and then pop your Hourglass, and then the rest of the Rocket just jumps in with him. And Nick, still playing very aggressive here. Great game on Lulu so far, picked up some early kills. Very good on farm as well.
Early aggression, they may even try and collapse on towards Sullivan. Yeah, look, the immediate call comes out, he backs away. Doesn't want to get caught out in the lane too far. They just moved in there. Sullivan goes back to base. And Gambit get themselves a little bit of positional control, but there's no objectives to be had. Nobody really making open plays for the inner turrets, let alone the 2 outer turrets that are still standing.
Everyone just farming Gambit. They want more farm on Genja before they're looking for team fights, and Rocket seems to just be looking for the one opening where Gambit is out of position and then try and catch on to them. Twisted Fate by everyone. Jumping in. Genja, of course, just keep farming, picking up everything he can in the jungle too. Really looking towards his next item, which will synergize well with the Infinity Edge, unless he goes back and buys a Trinity Force, which only gives 10% crit to the Infinity Edge.
Rocket this time around are moving across. We are at the 26-minute mark. Baron is not beyond comprehension, so that's why they're starting to ward and gain some vision around there. Gambit themselves got good vision down the bottom. Nobody pushing on towards that bottom outer turret. Edward once again. Wild Growth used very early from Nick there. That may actually trigger something for Rocket.
So I'm not sure if he was expecting everyone from Rocket to just collapse onto Edward. But there is 2 Bladed Rune Kings on the side of Rocket, so they should be able to do Baron very fast if they catch someone from Gambit out of position. Bro, Jankos going in.
Assault Battery going deep for Nick there on towards him. Overpower comes in with the gold card, launches it up on towards Darian. He's going to drop down. It's Vander that gets the kill there with the end of the Soul Shackle.
And this is how you can start fights as Rocket every single time. Again, there's no Black Shield from Gambit, there's no cleanse, so actually there's nothing to stop Jankos from going in. The cleanse, of course, wouldn't help anything. So Rocket could start the fight, pick up a kill. But once again, it was actually only 1 kill, and now they're backing away. Didn't manage to get anything. The Dragon wasn't up. They couldn't actually push down the mid tower. With still a lot of wave clear with both Genji and Nick. So they got a kill. Now backed away and waiting once again. Dragon 1 minute. We did, however, see the idea from Rocket. Waiting for someone from Gambit to overextend in the lane and then just collapse onto them. Kill them. Hopefully get an objective. If they can get multiple kills, they should be able to push a tower. Or the Baron. Again, we talked about how double bladed of the Rune King works really well against the Baron here. Sansa's once again in a side lane split pushing.
Dragon's going to be spawning in 30 seconds time. Oh, Diamond's going to try and sneak up to Vander. Doesn't protect the ping wall. Vander gets it and sweat straight out. So, Rocket have themselves an advantage moving in towards this Dragon fight. They have their ultimates not quite available. Assault Battle's going to be off cooldown in just a second. So I expect them with the timer to go for this one once again. Teleport available for Darian as he pushes that top lane, but more importantly, Genja, he's down the bottom. This Dragon's going to spawn in 7 seconds. He's finally moving.
He's moving, and complete Fenrir. Jankos almost went for Nick here, decided not to do it. Darren actually used the teleport now to join in. We could see Gambit look for a fight.
A little bit early on that one. He's just going to instead teleport in and clear the wards.
Well, the same thing as before, where they get all the wards away and then move towards the Dragon. There's of course the ulti from Overpower to use if they want to get some vision and see where Gambit is actually moving. And Jankos once again charging up.
Trying to get that Vault Breaker charged, but instead goes in towards the Dragon. Dodges away from that dead sentence. Vander does throw out that Dark Binding. He splits off the side actually. He could flash and engage with his Soul Shackles. It would be a ballsy move. He was looking towards maybe making that play, but Rocket instead have bullied them away from the pit right now and started the Dragon.
Starting up, Gambit moving in, Overpower on the top of your screen here. He will be able to teleport in. Here's the fight!
Oh, Darian goes in. Wild Growth not quite used on towards him. You can see he's taken all of the culling damage. Zazas' Bloodwell has been used. There's the Wild Growth being used. He went on to Diamond. Jankos gets focused on. Good Sonya's coming out straight away from Nick there. Didn't focus on picking in that one. You can see Darian locking in towards it. Salavar caught out. He's going to get locked down. Nick gets him with the final Glitter Lance. And that means Gambit now have the advantage as they take the Dragon.
And we really saw the power here of Irelia in these fights, jumping in, took the entire calling, stayed alive, and Overpower. He didn't use his ult. He ghosted all the way from outside of our picture now. He's actually going to ghost, trying to run in here. We see Darian, first of all, going in with Diamond. They're tanking up everything. Size drop low. Now Overpower joins in with the ghost. But he has no impact in this fight because Nick, instantly after the ult from Jankos, pops the Hourglass, and Overpower is now forced to run away. Gambit winning the team fight. Rocket now being out of position. Very strange that Overpower didn't join the fight earlier.
Yeah, he was just out of position.
He had ult and everything.
Completely made use of that one. Was not in there. Didn't have Zonya's Hourglass completed as Nick did. So maybe he just got so confident in that play. Nevertheless, gives Gambit another Dragon. They're still behind in gold though. Rocket continuing to keep the pressure on with their farm across the lanes.
A little bit surprised Nick was the target. We talked about how there was nothing to stop their Vi ult before. Now with the Hourglass completed, well, you Vi ult me. Unless you stun me instantly before I have time to use the Hourglass, I will get it off and stay alive. Genji instead could have been the target. Of course, there would have been the Wild Growth from Nick, but it would at least be an easier target to lock down than a champion with Hourglass at this point.
Well, we talked about it with the Super Hawk crew against Millennium, you know, how having a Lulu, when there's a pick comp team looking to just single someone out, is so vital. We saw the Wild Growth being used this time on Diamond. Zonya's Hourglass himself, he's like, focus me, I don't care. I'm just going to Zonya's, and he stopped the gold card, of course, coming through.
Basically made Overpower useless in the fight. He ran in, tried to gold card, nope, run out, and the fight was already lost. Also because Darian and Diamond are so strong at this point. They went in, tanked all the damage from Rocket, and did a lot of damage on Zazu as well, while Nick and Genji was just staying back and firing away all the time. And now once again, Rocket moving forward. We might see them look for a kill. Opa actually used ulti.
Yeah, Destiny was used to catch a glimpse of Gambit. Opa's actually going to the backside, and that may give Gambit the chance to go in. Jankos goes very deep all on his own. He's going to get singled out here. He's taking a lot of damage in the front there. Diamond tanking all the damage as well. Jankos taking very, very low. We see just across the side there, Zaza's trying to jump away. He's not got Blood Well available. It's a very messy fight for everyone involved. Nick's going to focus on towards Sullivan. He's in the hole. Just blocked out in the last second, but we see Zaza's going down. Darian's going to close in. He's going to be able to blade surge onto them any second now on towards Sullivan. Can't quite go for the minion. Catches on towards him, shuts him down. Vander now the focus target. He's going to tank this one out. The shields are not quite enough, and he doesn't feel like tanking it. They're going to go for the turret instead.
So this time Jankos actually went for Genja, but he was all alone. The rest of Rocket were far away. Opa already teleported to the opposite side of the mid lane, and now Gambit going towards this Baron here, or are they just trying to bait it out?
Well, they may try and bait it out. You can see the Death Sentence not going to land, and Gambit will not get a single objective from that one, and they are going to have to back off. They got 2 kills. They're still behind in gold.
Still behind in gold, but they are playing the team fights a lot better than Rocket are at the moment. Rocket seems very uncoordinated in picking the target. Jankos locked onto Genja. Overpower was far away. Ulti was already used. Nobody joined in, so Wild Grove onto Genja. He stayed alive, and then he just flashed over the wall the second time once their next wave of damage actually came in. We're just gonna see it again here. Overpower already used the ult, remember. So Jankos goes in. Celebar is the only one doing some damage to Genja, but it's only the calling. Up in the top side, Overpower and Vander is fighting against Darien. So Genja, he's perfectly fine at the moment, even though he was the focus. They split up the damage so much, and they're completely out of position. So with the Lantern, with the Flash, with the Wild Growth, it was just easy for Gambit to keep Genji alive and then chase him. We're just going to see Darren, of course, pick up the very last kill in the end.
Just chase him out. Catches him out. So they didn't actually get an objective from that fight. It didn't go for the Baron because it would have been a risky play. They've been caught out with those risky plays before, actually, the last few times. So we see Genji, he's going to head off down the bottom, take himself that gigantic wave of farm. I wonder, is that going to be a Last Whisper?
It is. I'm going to say it's going to be a Last Whisper. He actually started to build it in the end, so credit to Genji. And he's been playing really well for Gambit. He's been probably the best member for Gambit, actually, together with Nick. They have been performing pretty consistently throughout the entire season. Diamond now going on to Celebar. He's been a very big game as well.
Putting a lot of damage down on him. Hasten, a hole will burn him down as well. Now Zaza's hooked in. Bloodwell just come out. And now it immediately goes straight back down. He's going to try and jump away and not going to get caught out. Genji gets himself the first kill of the game.
Another easy kill for Gambit, just catching Rocket out of position, now pushing up towards this mid tower. Diamond moving around, might look for something more here. He still has ulti in case he wants to flank around, but it should at least be a tower. Maybe one more actually for Gambit.
Yeah, Gambit are going to keep on pushing through with that top laner not available for the next 30 seconds. They have a good 4-on-5 advantage and they could get some good damage down on towards this turret. That Dead Sentence could try and be a setup there. You can see just off the side, Overpower with that gold card. Desperately wanted to catch onto someone instead. Gambit will peel away. Dragon spawns in 50 seconds. They could get themselves some good vision instead. They know that that fight is impending and will back off and buy.
Backing away here. Doesn't have too much gold at least. Oh, actually 2,000 gold on Nick, and Jankos once again moving around Darien all alone here. Opa might join in.
They're going to try and focus on Darien. He's going to get locked up. Nick getting bounced around there. Quickly gets the wild growth on towards him. Glitterland perfectly used from Nick there. Another stun on Darien. Not enough to take him down.
So ult from Jankos was used. Ult from Opa was used as well. Nick managed to come in with the wild growth, and Darien wasn't even close to going down here. Gambit once again can go for the dragon if they want in 15 seconds or so, but they're actually pushing up this mid lane once again.
Gambit trying to chase on towards Zazas there. Nick starting to create a lot of plays, honestly, for Gambit here. Nick starting to become that middle.
He's been everywhere.
That they need right now, of course. Alexich stepped away back in the spring, and Nick coming in, and he's honestly been pretty good. It's not really been down to him that the problems have been Gambit. It's just been overall as a team.
Bit of a nervous start from Nick, but then he really pulled it together and been playing really, really well. And as we talked about in the pre-game for Gambit, they are very, very good players. It just seems like the teamwork, the synergy hasn't been there. Again, they travel a lot, they lose a lot of practice time, it's hard to keep it going. It's been an issue for them before with all the traveling, and then they start boot camping and they kind of fix all the issues and become very, very strong. So picking up a win here, if they do manage to do that, would be huge for them going towards the playoff, because they really want to secure this top 6 spot.
Darien trying to bait out The assault battery from Jankos this time around, not falling through. It hasn't got it available either, to be honest. Darkbinder did not land. We did see the bottom inner turret, outer turret, sorry, going down to Genja, finally catching on towards that last whisper, now being picked up by Genja as his third item. Hallelujah.
Look at Edward here, double
I'm celebrating.
belt.
I've got him as my flex player. He needs to do well.
Well, he's been giving some pretty good points, actually.
Yeah.
I have a lot of members from Fnatic, so my week is pretty good. I'm playing Joe, actually. Believe I'm stomping him at the moment.
That's unfair. He can't react to that one. As it is, Gambit are looking to try and create an upset here. Would it be an upset?
Oh,
not really.
what's he coming in?
Destiny used. It's going to give vision of Gambit, but to no avail, because he's just simply going to come around. Did get a wild card on towards the Baron. That simply puts one single basic attack on Darren, but you can see he's got Radiant's Omen complete. He's pretty tanky. Spectral Cowl on there as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't really do much damage towards him.
And with this all down from Overpower, it will be hard for him to join in on the target. Jankos decides to lock down, therefore make it very hard for Rocket to just instant kill whatever squishy they're going for. And Jankos might be in trouble.
Jankos puts himself a little bit out of position there. The shield was already used. Darian pops that ultimate as well on towards Rocket. Forces him away for now.
Force him away. We see all the ping wards. Darren going in.
Darren, caught with the Dark Binding. Diamond might be able to flank around and catches out towards them. Agony's Embrace does lock them down. The culling coming out. Everything being used for Rocket. But that hook from Edward was sublime to face Edward Overpower out from the pack. Fantastic stuff.
Nice hook here. Going back towards the Baron. They still have all the pink wards. Let's see if they just want to try and bait Rocket to move in once again. No, they're actually starting it, so they're definitely going for the Baron.
Well, everybody can fly across there. The lantern used on Diamond pulls him across in towards the pit. The rest of Rocket going to react here. Of course, Jankos is rushing straight back in. Has got a Assault battery available, but he's going to have to get in very quickly. But that's not going to be enough to lock it down. But it's going to be Genja. Sorry, it's going to be Selevar that locks it down. The AD carry on towards it. Vander trying to get away from this one. How the hell do you let an AD carry steal it on towards it? I have no idea. Bottom turret, that's going to have to get defended. And Gambit, well, despite the great advantage they had, they let Baron go to a single shot from Selevar.
And both junglers still have Smite. From after the Baron fight, both of them had Smite ready. Diamond just used his on the Wraith Camp, and for 1 second I thought Genji was the Lucian. So I was like, hey, you got it. Never mind, Rocket actually managed to steal the way here. Big stuff for them. Keeping them in the game, because they were starting to fall very far behind, but with this Baron steal from Selevar again, the guy's been playing really well lately. They're still in the game.
You gotta wonder how
both junglers had Smite.
How an AD
both of them had Smite.
No Smite gets used. Both of them making mistakes, so it's safe to say nobody's coming out clean from that one.
Nope.
Nick's gonna get himself the blue buff, and once again, now with the Baron down, that objective no longer available. Let's see what Gambit can try to get from this. They made some good plays there. They had good ward coverage, and they put a lot of pressure on towards Rocket.
Just look at the ward still. In
Big
the jungle.
boss Eddie, I believe it was, you shouted out for Edward. Managing to make the hooks on Overpower, created that opportunity. Let's see what they can make with the next one.
Yeah, I remember Edward when he went up to me and said, just call me Big Boss Eddie when I kill you. And I'm like, oh, I respect that.
Well, Crepo has said many times, actually, you don't discount Edward because he'll just spank you in the lane if you try and badmouth him. At the moment, he's doing 0-1-6, not too bad. And in fact, that bottom lane was quite an area of fights. As it stands, Vander's out of position. He's got no flash. And if he gets locked down around this side, he is going down.
He's going down. Saz is still pushing up here. Guardian Angel now onto him as well with the blade, so pushing on towards the tower. Does have teleport. He needs to come back and help the team here.
Well, the Culling's going to be enough to help out. He's going to back to base. Edward not
Get that
landing
minion.
the hook this time. Teaching that minion who's a lesson.
Probably bad-mouthed him.
So 12-7 right now, and Gambit with the gold lead now, eventually taking that from Rockat's paws. But Gambit, they are struggling. Every time they manage to find a kill, get an objective doesn't really follow. They try to push in. They're trying to just go route one, obviously. They've got a big wave down the bottom lane, and now they're actually going to focus and rotate down here.
And have been winning the fights, also because Rocket have put Jankos on one target and everyone else kind of went on different targets, so they could never single someone out, which they really wanted to do with their comp. And therefore they never managed to kill anyone in these fights. And Gambit now going towards the tower. Saz might be an issue.
Saz is hooked up again. Now Bloodwell, so many times he gets caught out. This time he goes down. He has got his Guardian Angel, remember, as well. That's actually going to be the Guardian Angel that goes first instead of the Bloodwell. That's going to be the turret going down. Gambit finally get an objective.
And they'll keep pushing here. You have Red Buff and Genja. Last Whisper and Vintage and Phantom Dancer, so he's just looking to become stronger and stronger. Yankees once again moving forward here. Overpower as well. We might see Rocket try and chase for something.
Tries the Vault Breaker. Almost caught Edward, actually. Overpower. Cutting across. They're looking at they're pinging on towards him. The speed up from Edward. They want to lock straight on towards Yankos. Death Sentence quickly dodged by Vault Breaker. But wow, Diamond popping his ultimate down there. Yankos getting the assault battery on towards him, on towards Nick, but he gets locked down, and it's another pick from Gambit.
Yeah, once again, Gambit keep finding Rocket out of position. They get a kill, and now move on for this mid inhib. Without any minions.
They're going to have to tank it.
Ah, there you go. Go, minions, go.
Here they come, moving in towards you. Remember, the shields from Nick should be enough. The culling coming out, but that's not worrying Gambit right now. Now they're going to pile it on towards it. Good ultimate from Zazas forces them away, but quickly that damage is returned from Gambit, forcing Rocket out. They have another minion wave, and they're going to keep on pushing.
Genji is still very helpful here, getting some damage on the tower every single time, but you need to be careful with the binding, the stun from Overpower. A lot of things can get onto you. And Gambit now backing away. He didn't actually manage to get the tower, and he will now heal back up unless they come up there very fast. We'll get the dragon, get some more gold, extend the gold lead.
Yeah, that's going to get the gold. That's going to push them back into base, spend all that well-earned gold. They got themselves a tower from that push, and you can see
4,000 gold on Genji.
4.3 thousand gold on Genji. Crazy, crazy stuff. He's got a lot of gold stacked in there. So that's going to be some big items. Bloodthirster flat out.
Instantly buying the Bloodthirster, getting the shield now as well. So if he's the target, gonna take a lot of damage from Rocket to actually kill him, a lot of coordination as well. Getting harder and harder for them to actually lock someone down. Banshees on Darren, even actually picked up a last Whisper now on Aurelia. So Darren looking to destroy Celebi if he does get the chance, and knows he can actually tank up the damage from Rocket.
Couple of pots picked up by Gambit this time. We'll see when they make a play. Edward getting a brilliant spot on him. Okay, on Thresh, why not?
Sure.
Sure, why not? I mean, Fortitude was picked up by Genji.
The AP, the cooldown reduction, everything helps. Yeah, everything. I mean, cooldown reduction is very good on Thresh. The more hooks, the better.
Totally, and when he's got the gold to spare, why not? Look at it, double giant spell as well, trying to get that Randy Azoma complete. Stacking out the health. Big Eddie going in.
Oh,
Yankos, look at that though. Genji using the 90 caliber net to draw him completely out of position. The culling going down. Darian tanking up the entirety of that damage. Bloodwell going down.
Genji didn't take any damage.
Zazas on there. You can see they're focusing on towards him. Nick's trying to run away. Overpower tries to come around the side, and Gambit just say, you are out of this fight right now, and they pile back onto Rocket.
Look at Genji here. All the shields for him. Gets the tower now. Onto Inhibitor as well. Everything was used from Rocket. He managed to flash and net all the way back behind the rest of the Gambit members, and then the shields from Nick came in, the Wild Growth, everything was used on Genji. He stayed alive, and while they didn't kill anyone, they still won the fight and took Inhibitor.
Yet another wild destiny from Overpower. He's a little bit off on this one. Look at that gold, the swing. Rocket had themselves a good advantage, almost a 4,000 gold built up at the 30-minute mark, but now at the 45th minute, we can see Gambit ahead by 6,000 gold. Rocket,
simply the team fight.
Securing the blue buff for Overpower. It's important. His destinies have not been on point, but could still turn something around. But again, the focus in that last fight, very much askew from Rocket.
Yeah, they can never really get to Genji, and once they finally get to him, Bloodthirster, Nick as well, Edward's Lantern in case he needs it, multiple shields, Face of the Mountain as well. It is not fun to be Yankos, because every time you go in, you know, there's a very small chance you actually get back out.
I don't think Yankos was having fun from the very beginning, if I'm honest. His face said it all in that pick and ban phase. Look at Diamond, waiting around the side, wants to flank in there. Edward also clearing things out. Yankos has been found. You can see Diamond locking on towards him, putting some poke on towards Hate Spikes, doing the damage. Yankos looking to turn it around. Good Darbine in lands, but the shields immediately built up by Diamond. Keeps him safe.
Rocket did have the mid-game power spike with Lucian, even with Vi, where they could try and set something up, but they simply lost the fights. Nothing more to it. And Gambit now starting up this Baron. Didn't get the last one. Celebi stole it.
Baron going down very quickly. Nick caught out. Zonya's Hourglass being used. They quickly peel off this one. Diamond goes in. It's going to be Yankos versus Genji in the Baron pit, actually. It's Genji tanking up a lot of that damage, but now they lock in towards it. Darian locking on. Yankos having to use his Vault Breaker to get out of there. Quick cord turnaround onto Overpower, and Gambit re-engage on Baron.
really want to take down this area. Yanga's gonna recall to base. Only Vander and Selva left. No, actually, cancel Aaron.
Hook on Vander, ace in a hole coming through. Eddie dodges out of the dark point. Sullivan looking to finish things
TP
off
from
here.
Zaz too.
Nick's going to get caught out. A lot of damage from Sullivan there, but look at Genji glocks in towards it. Zazas jumps on him. Genji goes down, and Sullivan picks himself up the kill. Gambit are very low on hit points here. Rocket really not going to pursue they could really do with Overpower being alive.
They did, however, manage to stop Gambit from doing the Baron and got the kill onto Genji here. Good binding, and Zazas jumping in. Genji went forward, thought he could actually get a kill here. Backfired. Delaying the Baron. Should still be the target for Gambit once they get back out here. We're just gonna see once more. Vander was the target first, wait, actually, then they have to back away. Everyone else is taking damage from the Baron from Gambit here. We do see Genji going forward with the red buff. Feels like he can get a kill. Binding, and Zaz jumping in, and then Celavar managed to pick up the kill. Lucian in the late game, who is still doing a lot of damage. I mean, Lucian is not bad in this late game.
Absolutely, he is. Tons of damage. Just look at the stacks that he's got out there. Of course, Infinity Edge. Bloodthirster, Zazas, no blood well available this time for you. Guardian Angels is up. Nick chooses not to pop it.
Oh, he can still get it.
No, now they're going to try and turn it around. Assault battery used. Nick's in trouble here. Yanko's putting down the damage. There's going to be Overpower. Wildcard's not going to catch on towards him. Well, Zhonya's is going to be used. It tries to delay the damage, but it will be a kill. And now, with 2 members down, Genji just respawning. Rocket can move for Baron.
They should actually go for it here because they've been so far behind. Getting this Baron would be huge for them. The minions should be able to deal with the super minions in the base, and they are starting it. Genji running from base now. Nick, he won't even be close.
Darian could potentially, if they don't get on towards this Baron, teleport in towards that base. It would be potentially a wiser move. A good hook onto Zazas. He's still got that blood well. Darian gets locked up by the Dark Shield, but the they're catching Dark Binding instead. They're going to go towards it. The smite this time around is secured by Jankos. Darian goes down, and now Gambit are dropping like flies.
They're chasing on here. Yanko's still going for it.
Diamond gonna get taken so low. Jankos will finish him off. Quick blow on towards him. Genja gets exploded. Gambit.
Wait, they can go for the base now.
Like flies. There's an inhibitor turret going down in Rockat's base, but Edward, he can't back away. Sullivan's gonna keep on him. That's not potentially something I would have done for Rockat. They should have run for the base.
There was no minions though. I'm not sure if they actually wanted to tank the tower. So they will go for the top lane. At least get a tower here, maybe also the next one. They have loads of time, 40 seconds on Darren as the first one, except for Nick, of course, coming out all by himself.
Zazas clears out the super minions back in his base. That's the
Should
tower
be an
for
inhibitor.
Rocket.
It has to be an inhibitor.
On pushing here, 30-second death timer. Just Nick to try and defend it. He can clear the wave, but you can see Rocket happy to tank this one up. They've got a Baron buff, they've got the health regen, they've got the minions, and they push on through for the inhibitor.
Well, they get Nexus Tower too. They're going here. They have cannon minion.
They may be able to get this one down, at least one of them. It's still a 15-second timer on Darian. Nick's doing anything he can to keep them away. They're going to keep on towards the next tower. The second Nexus turret, that's going to fall. Can they finish the game? 5 seconds left.
the hell?
Putting on towards it. They're going to take down the Nexus. And Rocket, just like that, turn on the power and take down Gambit. It's a dreadful, dreadful week for Gambit fans. 0-4 in Superweek.
Again, Gambit really should just let Rocket take the Baron. After Nick died up in his top lane, backed away from it. They went in, trying to get the kill. Everyone ended up dying for it. And this was just a series of Gambit mistakes. Genji first got caught out. He ended up dying. Nick in the top lane tried to kill Salazar, pop his Guardian Angel. He died as well. And then the team went in to try and stop the Baron. And all of a sudden, Rocket winning the game, even though they lost every single team fight throughout the entire game.
You only need to make one mistake when you're close to the 50-minute mark, and that is exactly what Gambit did. Rocket make them pay, and they are now 7 wins in the last 10 games.
Yeah,
that is actually very good form, considering
looking very good.
What we've been talking about Rocket. They've struggled. You know, they've always had long, drawn-out games, teetering on the edge, but they keep coming out on top.
They keep it cool in the late game. They keep going for the chance as well. They stayed around Baron even after they lost a member, managed to get a kill on Genja, and used it then further on into the game here. So yeah, 7 wins the last 10 games. I mean, looking very solid now as the top 6 team and going towards the playoffs. It's going to be very hard for both Gambit and Copenhagen Wolves to catch them.
Yeah, far from convincing result, but nevertheless,
a win is a win.
Secure. A win is a win, no matter how you do it. Fantastic stuff. Gambit, where do they go from here? 0-4 in Super Week, slipping down. And as you mentioned, the Wolves actually picking up wins. At the start of Super Week, they were tied down in 7th place, I believe it was, with Rocket.
Yeah.
Now, they are way out of position from Rocket. Rocket going 3-1, I want to say, in Super Week, I believe.
Yeah, they did. They did. Good Super Week for them. And for Gambit, I mean, losing a game like this one, if you had been like SK or Alliance, in a good position, you had said, okay, we messed up completely. It sucks. We had a good game. We messed it up. Let's move on. But Gambit's case, because they really need these wins, it's just such a hard situation to be in.
Yeah, it hurts.
They played well.
It hurts for a team that has done so much in the League of Legends scene. They probably...
They're legends, no matter what happens.
Second to
I don't care.
Fnatic, they are the most successful European team. No question.
Gambit, Moscow 5, whatever you call them, Empire, they are legends.
Empire.
Well, all the way back in the day.
Long time ago.
Back in
Only
the day.
in the qualifiers they were known as Empire,
Sure.
but everybody knows it.
But they are
Of
legends,
course,
and they
they
helped
play.
set up the scene.
Yeah.
We just have to say it.
Let's hope they can sort themselves out after this Super Week. We're going to head over to Shox and Quickshot, who are standing by with Vanda from Roccat.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm indeed joined by Trevor one last time to talk to Vander, that victory over Gambit. Congratulations, first off. 3-1 here in Super Week, something to be proud of. Let's break down the game, and I particularly wanted to ask you about the movements around Baron and Saliver stealing it and how it brought you guys back in the game. How central was that?
Yeah, so it was really hard for us to control the vision around Nashor because they have Lulu, Thresh, Irelia, Evelyn. You can't see Evelyn, of course, and with Lulu's speed, Thresh is really good to pick someone off. So it was really hard for us, but luckily we managed to overcome this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you guys seem to be struggling for a long period of the game, but you held off, you defended against Gambit. 3-1 on the week, losing only to Fnatic, the team that went 4-0. What's your opinion and what's your feeling like, considering this is a pretty positive turn for Roccat?
Well, so I think we are pretty confident going against most of the teams, but Alliance, SK and Fnatic, I think we are not that confident against them. Lately, we train much more than at the beginning of the season, so you can see better results from us. And yeah, I hope we can change the bad streak against those top 3 teams.
Well, that practice is definitely paying off. I have to say that I certainly also see the difference in Saliver's performance, really stepping up here as well this weekend. How have you noticed the difference in playing with them and seeing him maybe be more aggressive in these games?
Well, I think we could have killed them once on bot lane, but yeah, it happens. But yeah, I think Saliver definitely is playing much better lately. Since London, I think his form really went up. So I'm really happy for him, and thanks to him, we can win.
Now, I do want to expand on that just a little bit, because Saliver has always had the ability to do well, but struggled at the beginning of the split. Is it a motivation thing? Is it a training thing? Is it the patch that is working in yours and his favor? You know, really break it down for me as to what is helping the two of you guys return back to a dominant bot lane.
So for me, I'm playing really a lot now. I wasn't playing that much before, and I think I can see that I'm doing much better now when I just train really, really hard, like other top supports, like Yellow Star. He's doing really well, and he's playing really a lot games. So I just try to do the same to get to the good form. And I think for Saliver, I don't know, I think he was always doing okay, but he never got any credit for our wins. Maybe because he was just playing always those safe champions like Caitlyn and standing behind. So he's always doing his job, but now when some members from the team maybe are not doing that great as before, you can actually see that Saliver is doing great.
Just very quickly before we move on, you seem quite positive and quite happy about your performance and thinking about the team. But when we spoke to Overpower last, he seemed quite saddened by the team's performance. Is there a difference in mood between each of the players and how you feel about your team's performance at this stage in the split?
Yeah, I think everyone from the team has a bit different mindset. Like, I think Jankos, for example, is getting really tired from the season. But most of us are in really good mood, I would say. Overpower was sad because we had a pretty big lead in this game and we couldn't manage to do anything with it. And also in London, we could have played much better. But I think for this game and against Millennium, we were doing pretty fine. We were behind and we managed to turtle the game, get back to the game and win it. So for today's game and yesterday, I'm pretty happy, yeah.
Yeah, you should be happy. Doesn't matter how you do it, you got those wins, so congratulations once again.
Thank you.
All right, now let's head back over to Demon and the Fish Show one last time for a look at the standings.
Thank you both. With 16 games in the books, here are the standings at the end of Week 7. Despite Alliance's surprising loss to Copenhagen Wolves today and then falling to Fnatic, they remain in first place now with 14 wins and 4 losses, but no longer have a shot at Cloud9's record.
And speaking of Fnatic, they had a perfect Super Week and they remain in a tie for second with SK Gaming. Both teams now have 11 wins and 7 losses. And then we have the Super Hot Crew in 4th place at 10 wins and 8 losses.
And with every Super Week, we see a lot of impressive gameplay, and that makes it harder to choose our OP players. But we have narrowed things down to these 5 after our 16 matches. First up for me in the top lane, it was Soaz. He had 33 assists, the most in the top lane. He played Lee Sin versus Aatrox, Aurelia versus Aurelia and Yorick. By the way, Yorick was a crazy one.
Yep.
He pulled it back out, but more importantly, he played Ziggs versus Jax.
The guy plays everything in his top lane, we just have to say it. Next player is going to be Impaler in the jungle, being part of 77.8% of the kills for Super Crew this week. Most for any jungler actually in this Super Week, so very strong performance. Of course, he went 8-0 and 9 as a least. And we also seen his Jarvan a few times. Not too sold on it, but he's been playing a great Super Week.
Yeah, we were calling him out at the start of Super Week, and he has responded, that's for sure. Alongside him is another teammate. It is Selfie. He went 17, 11, and 40, a 5.18 KDA overall, and a fantastic performance, of course. He managed to get his hands on Kassadin in there, pulled out a Ryze, a Yasuo, and of course a Lulu. Very good performance, helping Super Hot Crew go 3-1 this Super Week.
And then we have Reckless as our OP80 carry of the week with 24 kills, most in the Super Week of any player. He only died 4 times. So, like we normally see, Reckless playing very safe, staying alive, but also being very aggressive this time around. We've seen Vayne, Lucian, different AD carries, and really been a solid performance for him.
What's an AD carry without a fantastic support? Yellow Star alongside him, 52 assists this Super Week, and impeccable stuff. 89.2% kill participation, the most in a Super Week. He played, of course, Morgana, Nami, Thresh, and Zyra. So 4 different champions, and yet pulls out 52 assists. It says 62 on the graphic, but we're told it's 52.
And what a performance. I mean, he's the guy who sets up everything for Fnatic, the wards as well. He's the guy in control of it, and I know he's the guy who times everything and makes a lot of calls. Overall, such a good performance.
And of course, from those 5, we have to pick Yellow Star as our MVP for Week 7. Overall, he has been magnificent. A 9.67 KDA overall, as we mentioned, playing all of those different champions. He helped his team go 4-0 this perfect Super Week.
His synergy with Reckless, it also gets better and better. Everyone you talk with, like, oh, the Fnatic bottom lane is so strong. Such a good performance.
Well, let's take a look at him in action and listen to him taking the action calls against Millennium. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our final day of this Super Week in the European League of Legends. Well, that's Joe Miller. He is hot on the action, that's for sure. Yellow Star, though, absolutely magnificent performance nonetheless. Sorry, we can't have the clip for him. The action is going to be continuing on Friday as the North American LCS will be kicking off their Super Week. It's going to be a massive game to start with. LMQ are facing Cloud9.
And the first day of 5 matches will close out with Team Solo Mid taking on Curse, and those games start on Friday at 9 PM Central European Summer Time, 12 noon Pacific.
And the European LCS will return next Thursday, beginning with Roccat versus SK Gaming.
And then we'll end the day with Millennium taking on Alliance.
And those matches will begin next Thursday, July 10th, following an all-new LCS preview show at 5:30 PM Central European Summertime. That is 8:30 AM Pacific. And now for myself, Deficio, Quickshot, Shox, Joe, and everyone else on the LCS broadcast team. GG, thank you for joining us. And this Super Week has been fantastic. We will see you soon. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our final day of this Super Week in the European League of Legends Championship Series.
It's the final countdown.
That was especially if Tabs can get away.
Oh, there is the flash going to come out, but they managed to land the Q, and then the kick right back into Countdown, and will finish this one off.
This is exquisite play from Copenhagen Wolves.
Oh, it's like mime in Swedish. Mime. Or like the Swedish pronunciation.
Mime. Don't forget words and talk a lot.
And kill them.
And kill them, yeah.
And there is Curve diving around as well. Solar Flare not going to be the most impressive we've seen out of J-Reed, and that might cost Millennium. They are going to be losing men left and right. Carnex is going to struggle. That's a good kick, but it only prolongs the inevitable.
We can go on them. We missed. Okay.
He's done.
Stop. Finish Jax.
I'm behind.
Okay, finish. Keep going.
Lee.
Finish Lee.
Nice.
Push back.
Darien, Diamond, Niku, Genja, Edva.
There's the wild growth being used. It went on to Diamond. Jankos gets focused on. Good Sonya's coming out straight away from Nick there. Didn't focus on picking in that one. You can see Darien locking in towards it. Salaman caught out. He's going to get locked down. Nick gets him.
You saw my E-flash on main, it was like... and it was not necessary, but it looked cool.
Fnatic chasing on this one. If they get the finish here, they can finish the game right now. They're pushing on through. Wicked's going to get taken down. He's got no wild growth available. He's going to get caught out. Tab gets exploded by Becky. Fnatic could take the game right here.
Days of